Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Was a Dragon Delinquent? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A 10-year-old boy with golden brown eyes and spiky brown hair stood in his bathroom, overwhelmed by a strange sensation. His entire body felt like it was on fire as an unbearable itching pain spread over him. He hunched over the sink, coughing violently as if something was trapped in his throat. To his shock, small embers and clumps of ash erupted from his mouth, scattering across the mirror and counter as smoke began to rise. He looked up at his reflection, his eyes glowing green as he coughed up more embers. "What's happening to me?" he exclaimed, panic rising in his chest. Suddenly, a crimson-red gauntlet manifested from glowing red energy on his arm. He noticed a green orb glowing within it, flashing as a voice filled his mind. "You have awakened me at last, my new host." "What? Who said that? Where are you?" Issei panicked, glancing around the room. The voice was deep and echoing, resonating from within him. It was clear that whatever had spoken was not human. "I am sealed within you, boy. I am within the Longinus boosted gear that is bound to your soul. My name is Ddraig, and I am the Red Dragon Emperor," the voice responded powerfully. "Long I know what? Boosted gear. Why does my body feel like it's on fire?" Issei demanded, feeling the weight of the gauntlet on his arm. "You are the reincarnation of my power, child. The sensations you are feeling are the result of being the host of a heavenly dragon," Ddraig explained. "Heavenly dragon? You're a dragon? Dragons aren't real. What is this thing on my arm?" Issei shot back, the crimson glow intensifying. "I will explain shortly, but first you must gain control of your power. Calm your emotions and steady your breathing. Focus on returning to your normal self in your mind, and your magic shall recede back within you," Ddraig commanded. Desperate to alleviate the painful sensations, Issei concentrated on calming down. To his surprise, visualizing his normal self actually worked. Gradually, the red gauntlet faded, and his eyes returned to their natural color. The burning sensation finally subsided. Now feeling more stable, Issei glanced back into the mirror, relieved. Although the gauntlet was gone, a green circle still glowed on the back of his left hand. "Good, you managed that better than I expected. Most hosts end up causing much more chaos before they learn how our power works. It is based on your will," Ddraig's voice echoed calmly. Issei stared at the glowing green circle on his hand in disbelief. "I'm not your host? What does that mean? You're inside of me? Why did you choose me? I'm just a kid. What's a dragon doing inside of me?" "Calm yourself, boy. We dragons do not choose our vessels. I am bound to the sacred gear, which manifests in a human host after the previous one dies. I have no control over where or who I end up with," Ddraig elaborated. "Okay, so you're a dragon? Why is a dragon in a sacred gear? What is a sacred gear supposed to be anyway?" Issei asked, confusion evident in his voice. "Sacred gears are gifts from God. They are bestowed upon humans and enact miracles upon the world. There are thousands of them, and they are highly sought after by angels and devils. Your sacred gear is a Longinus, a unique and godly type of sacred gear. Supposedly, there are only 13 of them. Yours is the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet at the boosted gear," Ddraig continued. Issei was taken aback by the explanation. "God? As in the guy floating around in the clouds? He's real." "Yes, he is. Unfortunately, my battle with him is the reason I am currently sealed within your sacred gear. I am the Welsh dragon Ddraig. To the rest of the world, I am better known as one of the 2 heavenly dragons that the Red Dragon Emperor," Ddraig patiently explained. "You fought God. Just how strong are you?" Issei gawked. "No angel, demon, or god is a match for the heavenly dragons. Albion and I are greater than even the 5 great dragon kings. As my host, this power is yours to command as well," Ddraig said proudly. "Who is Albion?" Issei asked. "He is the other heavenly dragon and my eternal rival, the White Dragon Emperor. He and his host will one day seek you out to battle. Such is the way of our eternal feud. You must master the boosted gear and be ready for that day, Ddraig commanded. I still don't know what's going on, Issei said, shaking his head. I will explain everything in due time. For now, we should prioritize training you and focus on concealing your power for. Ddraig was interrupted by a loud pounding at the bathroom door. Issei, what in the world are you doing in there? What's that smell? Who are you talking to? I'm coming in, his mother shouted furiously from the hallway. Issei realized the bathroom was a disaster, with several small fires flickering around the room. Before he could think of a plan, the door swung open. His mother gasped at the sight and looked at him incredulously. Issei, what have you done in here? Have you been playing with fire? No, Mamai. Issei struggled to explain as she rushed to pat out the flames. After she extinguished the last fire, she turned to him, anger evident in her eyes. I thought you knew better than this. What were you doing in here? Sorry, Mom, was all he could manage to say, feeling lost for words. He couldn't very well tell her he was coughing up fire in the bathroom. Mrs. Hayudu glared at him. You've been acting up all week. Now this. Wait until your father gets home. You could have burned the house down. Issei remained silent, feeling the familiar burning itch creeping over his body again. Oh no, I can't let this happen while she's here. I have to get out before she sees. Issei thought in a panic as he dashed out of the room and out of the house. Where are you going? Issei, get back here this instant, his mother demanded. He could hear her calling after him, but he was already sprinting down the street at full speed. To his amazement, he was moving faster than he ever had before. As he charged down the street, he even started to pass by cars. Seeing a crowd of people ahead, he quickly darted to the right and jumped to avoid them. To his utter shock, he leapt a tremendous distance and landed on the roof of a nearby house. What is happening? He exclaimed, looking around while catching his breath. He felt the boosted gear trying to manifest again, but using Ddraig's previous suggestion, he managed to revert it once more. Issei let out a sigh of relief as he lay back on the rooftop, staring at the stars in the night sky. I can't believe I just did that, he murmured, lost in thought. Your physical features will be significantly enhanced now that you've awakened your dragon powers. Your intellect, speed, strength, agility, stature, and even your charisma will surpass that of a human, angel, or devil. I've never seen it manifest in a host as young as you. It will greatly influence your development into adulthood, I imagine, Ddraig explained. What are you talking about, Ddraig? Issei asked, confused. Nothing, boy. Just thinking aloud. Just know that as a dragon, you will dominate everything around you. However, you must be cautious with your power. It attracts everything to it, enemies, allies, and even those who wish to revere you. Previous hosts of mine have taken full advantage of their dominance, but it has ultimately led to their downfall. All of my previous hosts have succumbed to madness with power. You should understand this truth if you wish to master yours, Ddraig concluded. So, what happens now? Issei wondered. For now, you must simply live your life. At your age, you are still vulnerable to angels, devils, and other mythological beings. Until you are older and stronger, I recommend keeping your power a secret. I will educate and train you every day until I am certain you are ready to reveal yourself, the red dragon replied. Okay, so start from the beginning then. If angels, demons, and dragons are all real, then what else is out there? Issei asked. You might as well get comfortable. It takes many hours to explain this, Ddraig said with a sigh. 4 years later, 4 long years of training had passed for the now 14-year-old Issei. During that time, he managed to progress at an almost alarming rate. Much to Ddraig's approval, training and teaching a child was far easier than with a teenager or an adult, making Issei a much better learner than his previous hosts. Ddraig had come to like his host considerably despite only knowing him for 4 years. During their time together, Ddraig had taught Issei about the different mythologies and dangerous beings of the world. He trained the boy in the proper use of the boosted gear, and much to his astonishment, Issei had fully mastered Balance Breaker and could even activate his Juggernaut drive. Unfortunately, he lacked proficiency in the latter because it was impossible to train with Juggernaut Drive without drawing unwanted attention due to the potential for widespread destruction. After months of debating how to deal with this issue, one day, Issei had an idea. Sitting on the edge of a high-rise building in the city, the brown-haired boy spoke. "I think I know where I can train the Juggernaut Drive, Ddraig." "Really? What do you have in mind?" his friend asked. "You remember that place you talked about where the Great Red Dragon lives? The Dimensional Gap? I was thinking we could try there. It's removed from Earth, Heaven, and Hell and would be a great place to practice without worrying about controlling my power," Issei explained. Ddraig let out a low grunt of disapproval. "That is not a good idea. The Dimensional Gap is a realm of chaos and entropy. It would be dangerous to enter without any sort of protection. Not to mention, not even we are a match for the Dragon of Dragons. If he sees you in there, it could be catastrophic. Why would he harm us? We're both dragons, aren't we? If he can fly around in there, why can't I? You're telling me there's no way I can navigate through there safely?" Issei wondered. Well, the IT theoretically could be done, but it would take a great deal of effort to even enter the Dimensional Gap, let alone resist its chaos for long PRDS. Ddraig sighed. "Don't you think that would be a great place to train? If my body is constantly fighting to stay intact, I could really test the limits of my boosting. Plus, it would be a good place to spend my after-school hours, you know?" Issei said eagerly. Ddraig chuckled. "I admire your enthusiasm to train, Issei, but to be honest, getting there would be the most difficult part. There are only a few ways I can think of that we could do it. The most obvious one would be finding Ophis and convincing her to take us there. I would rather avoid that option to prevent revealing the return of the Red Dragon Emperor prematurely. The only benefit to that option is Ophis can protect you from Great Red should you encounter him within the Dimensional Gap. Ophis should be our last option then. What are the other routes we could take? I'm surprised you weren't able to just go into the Dimensional Gap yourself. Is there any reason why I can't?" Issei asked. "Technically, I could pass into it, but it requires a great deal of power. If you wish to do so without causing a lot of destruction, you would need to refine your power into a proper ability to penetrate the veil of this world. Obviously, that would require more training. The only other options are to go through Ophis or seek out a weapon that can cut through space and time. Both would only draw unwanted attention," he sighed. "This might be off topic, but how long do I have to keep my powers a secret? I find it strange that nobody has noticed me yet. Is all this sneaking around really necessary?" Issei asked. "I am taking special precautions with you, boy. The various factions always have a way of tracking down dragon hosts early in their lives. Many become their allies or lackeys. I have seen it countless times, and it only serves to annoy me. You should reveal yourself when the time is right. For when you do, the White One will seek you out. Enjoy this peace of yours while it lasts. It's the only semblance of a peaceful life you'll ever have," the dragon said authoritatively. "Well, let's get to training then. I'll figure out a way to open a rift into the Dimensional Gap," Issei replied eagerly as he stood up. Several weeks later. Boost, 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 transfer. Ddraig announced as Issei concentrated a tremendous amount of boosted power into the tip of his gauntlet's claw. With a precise, swift swing, he finally succeeded in creating a rift into the Dimensional Gap with the heavily condensed power on his claw's tip. "Finally!" Issei shouted in triumph as he joyfully activated his balance breaker and flew into the opening before it could close. "Impressive, boy. I never thought you would be able to do it with such little power," Ddraig said approvingly as Issei entered the Dimensional Gap. "Well, it's like you said. The opening required a lot of power to tear it open. But I figured if I concentrated a lot on one tiny area, it would eventually become so dense that it would have no choice but to tear open. It took a lot of work to focus it all on one claw, but thankfully it finally worked," Issei explained. "Wow. This place looks strange. Nothing like I imagined, Issei said, looking around the chaotic realm with awe and wonder. You should be able to practice your full juggernaut drive in here without fear of being noticed. But don't push yourself too far, or this place will take a toll on your body. I suggest you only stay for a few hours at a time, Ddraig cautioned as Issei began to transform. I can't wait to finally do this, he said eagerly. As he transformed into his full juggernaut drive, his emotions flared, and he gleefully unleashed as much power as he could in every direction. Several days later, the past 5 days had proven to be an effective training regime for the Security. Issei had been consistently entering the dimensional gap after school, often staying for hours at a time. A couple of times he even stayed all night, much to his parents' concern. They were quite used to him being absent these days. The more time Issei spent in the dimensional gap, the more he came to love the solitude and freedom it provided. On his 6th day of training, he was diligently working to perfect his Longinus Smasher, thanks to Ddraig's suggestion. After several hours of effort, he finally managed to unleash the powerful blast into the distance. Just as he fired it, a rift opened up in front of his attack. Issei and Ddraig could only watch in shock as the Longinus Smasher shot forth in a colossal green beam toward the opening rift. From the rift emerged a massive red dragon over 100 meters long. It had 4 colossal wings and resembled a western dragon. The creature's golden eyes glowed with intensity as it performed a barrel roll, narrowly dodging the Longinus Smasher beam. Issei gawked in disbelief as the enormous red dragon flew overhead, letting out a thunderous roar. Great Red circled around him, locking eyes with Issei in his juggernaut drive. Ddraig, what do we do? Issei asked seriously as the colossal dragon began to snarl. What are you staring at? Great Red demanded, flying in front of Issei and looking down at him with a stoic glare. To say he was intimidated by the Great Red Dragon of Dragons was an understatement. Issei struggled to find his voice, but thankfully, Ddraig spoke for him. We were just training, Great Red. Forgive my partner for getting in your way. Ddraig, huh? Now I recognize you. I thought I made it clear last time that we aren't friends just because we're both red dragons. Get out of here unless you have a death wish. This is my territory. Great Red said in a low, threatening tone. To Issei, the dragon reminded him of a rebellious biker, which seemed unusual for a legendary creature. We'll leave, Great Red, Ddraig announced, relief evident in his voice. Not so fast. What are you even doing here? I don't like shady business, the dragon grunted. We were training, Great Red. I was doing it here to keep my identity as the Red Dragon Emperor a secret, Issei explained to the Titanic dragon. Just call me Red. None of that Great Red God Emperor or Dragon of Dragons nonsense. I'm not some great messiah for you little whelps to gawk at. Red said, his tone firm. All right, Red, no disrespect, but Ddraig and I need this place to train in secret. I honestly never expected to see you here. I thought this place was infinite, Issei explained. So you're training here to avoid being discovered by the angels, devils, and gods? Red asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, that's right. I want to keep my powers a secret, so they can't interfere with my life until I'm stronger. When the white dragon finally shows up, I want to be so much stronger than him that I can ultimately defeat him and everyone else. After that, I just want to live my life without anyone bothering me or telling me what to do. Maybe even meet a few girls along the way. Red started laughing, his mood lightening. Yeah, now that's a pretty good reason for training here. I wasn't expecting that. You don't want to rule the world or destroy it. You just want to be free and unstoppable. You're just like me. Understanding Red's personality, Issei decided to go along with the compliment. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've ever wanted. I don't care much for all this drama between mythical factions. I'm glad Ddraig encouraged me to stay out of it for now. I just want to be strong enough that nobody messes with me. I like that. You and Ddraig are free to hang out here then. Train hard, kid, and stay out of my way if you see me coming, Red said with a chuckle as he began to turn. Seizing the opportunity, Issei called out, Wait! I don't want to bother you or anything, but is it cool if we hang out with you in here? I fly alone. Why do you want to come with me anyway? Red asked firmly. I know you're a legendary outlaw and all that, but I thought it would be cool to train with the strongest dragon in the universe, Issei suggested. You're pushing it, kid. I don't have time for that, Red replied disapprovingly. Issei frowned beneath his armor. Too bad that I was thinking we could form a dragon gang or something. A dragon gang, you say? Haha, that's a first. I don't think I've ever heard that before, Great Red laughed. Ddraig spoke seriously. What are you doing, partner? He's already granted us freedom to train here. Don't antagonize Great Red any further. He just wants to be left alone. Plus, dragons are naturally selfish and territorial. The idea of them being in a gang is unheard of. What's your name, wielder of the boosted gear and host of Ddraig? Red asked. Issei Hayadu, the teenager answered immediately. I like the way you think. Everyone would think twice about crossing us dragons if we formed our own gang to rival theirs. You've convinced me. Now we need a cool name, Red said with unusual enthusiasm. I can't believe he's actually going for this. Ddraig seemed to be in disbelief that Issei was convincing Great Red to train him. The security eye thought for a moment, maybe Dragons of Discord. That's a cool, rebellious name. You and I are going to be good friends, kid. Let's go flying and I'll train you a bit. If you're going to be my wingman, you have to be as tough as I am. Red said excitedly. 3 years later. For the past 3 years, Issei and Ddraig had made trips into the dimensional gap to train and hang out with Red. Despite the unusual situation, Ddraig came to appreciate it as Issei learned a great deal from his new mentor. Great Red taught him many forbidden and secret abilities that would come in handy against the White Dragon Emperor and other powerful beings. In addition to a significant increase in his power, Issei had also grown an additional pair of dragon wings, now boasting 4 just like Red. Through years of rigorous training and mental conditioning, he had transformed into a rugged figure with a lean, muscular physique and an incredibly captivating aura. With Great Red's guidance, the now 17-year-old Issei Hayadu had also picked up several rebellious personality traits. His parents quickly noticed his new demeanor and often tried to talk to him about his life. During these long years of training, Issei had spent many nights away from home, leading his parents to assume he was part of a gang. When their son bought a motorcycle with unexplained money and started wearing a leather jacket everywhere, they were convinced he was involved in crime. While it saddened Issei to see his parents worried about his behavior, he figured it was better for them to think he was just a delinquent than a powerful dragon emperor capable of great destruction. His first year of high school was quite interesting, as Issei never actually attended classes. In a slide of genius, he managed to forge paperwork claiming he was hospitalized and had to do his schoolwork from home. He only ever showed up to take exams and surprisingly always scored perfectly despite his lack of interest in academics. Unfortunately, nothing good lasts forever, and his excuses eventually ran out. Despite not caring much about school, he still felt a sense of pride to finish just so his parents wouldn't worry too much. With a reluctant sigh, he made his way to school for his second year at Kuo Academy. As he approached the school, he rode his custom red motorcycle up to the front of the campus, popping a wheelie as he entered the gates. Without a muffler, the motorcycle let out a loud roar as Issei sped past students, causing several to jump out of his way in surprise. Pulling up next to a sidewalk, Issei parked his motorcycle and got off. He left his leather jacket on the bike as he began to walk away, confident that no one would dare touch it after his grand entrance. As a delinquent, he didn't even wear a helmet, which was technically illegal, but nobody had ever stopped him, much to his amusement. His first day back at school was already starting to annoy him as he walked inside the main building. He strolled down the hallways with his hands in his pockets and an apathetic glare on his face. Much to his annoyance, instead of avoiding him out of fear, everyone was staring at him as if he were the most interesting person they had ever seen. Some of these people had known him since he was young, but his distance and development over the past few years had turned Issei into something of an outlaw in their eyes. They barely saw him, and when they did, all they could do was gossip about how strange and intimidating he had become. Some people shot him nasty glares as he projected an aura of rebellious indifference that seemed to say, "Don't mess with me." However, That was only from the bravest of the bunch. Most students shuffled out of his way in fear, as the tall, muscular delinquent was notorious for being the toughest kid around. Issei found it strange how well known he was by the students of Kuo Academy, considering he had barely attended during his first year. Many girls began to freeze and gawk at him as he passed by. While they were clearly intimidated, some had unabashedly admiring looks. Girls were always drawn to bad boys, and according to everyone around school, he was the baddest. "Issei-kun came to class today?" one girl exclaimed loudly before blushing in embarrassment as Issei glanced at her. "Hayato-san is actually at school today, just in time for the new school year too," he heard one of the girls say to the student council president. The dark-haired student council president adjusted her glasses as she locked eyes with Issei for a brief moment. He immediately stopped walking and turned to face her. "What are you looking at, Bucho? Nice of you to come to school. That I see your health is well. It must be, considering you drove into the front gate pulling a wheelie," Sona said casually, her tone clearly indicating that she was aware he hadn't been sick during his time off. "Yet it all healed up now," Issei replied nonchalantly. "I hear a lot of rumors that you're a troublemaker. Make sure you keep your nose clean, or I'll get you expelled." "Understood, Hayato-san," Sona said fearlessly. Issei looked down at her incredulously. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" The onlookers turned to watch as Issei stepped toward her with an intense gaze. She remained calm, looking up at him blankly. "It was. I suggest you get to class. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. Please keep your delinquent behavior off campus." "Or what?" he replied defiantly. Sona shot him a fierce glare, but it did little to faze Issei as he turned his back on her. Aye, Bucho. You stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours." As Issei continued walking, a blond boy named Saji called out angrily, "Hey! You can't talk to the president like that. Why don't you come back here and apologize to her?" Saji tried to stop Issei by placing a hand on his shoulder. This proved to be a mistake, as Issei swiftly grabbed Saji's wrist and turned around. Saji winced in pain, falling to his knees as Issei tightened his grip. "Don't ever touch me again, or you'll regret it," Issei said in a low tone, releasing Saji, who fell over, clutching his wrist. "Should we do something about him?" Tsubaki asked Sona, concern evident in her voice as they watched Issei walk away. Sona frowned, whispering to Tsubaki, "Saji may not be very powerful as a devil, but a normal human shouldn't be able to do that to him. I had my suspicions about Hayato, but that was surprising. We should talk to Rias Peerage and see if they can find anything out about him. I doubt he would let anyone from the student council near him without causing a scene." As he walked away, Issei felt the eyes of everyone on him. His easy handling of Saji confirmed his reputation, and it had everyone gossiping and staring. "Now I know how Red feels. These people really need to stop looking at me. I knew returning here this year would be rough, but this is just unbearable," Issei thought, annoyed. After a while, he finally entered his new second-year classroom, greeted by his teacher and classmates. She had already started class and turned to him with a stern expression. "Hayato-san." "Yeah," he replied nonchalantly. "You're late, but since it's the first day, I'll let it slide. Go ahead and take your seat," she instructed before turning back to the class. As he settled into a corner seat by the window, Issei noticed a pair of girls walking into the room. They were both incredibly beautiful, but something about them made him tense up, sensing they might be a threat. They spoke quietly to the teacher, who then addressed the class. "It seems we have 2 new transfer students this year. Please introduce yourselves, ladies." 2 in one day? That's crazy, one male student remarked, but at least these 2 are stunning and not some pretty boy. The male student, with a shaved head, was chatting with his glasses-wearing friend about the new girls. Issei found their conversation amusing but felt too distant from them to join in. The transfer student with pale blue hair stepped forward. "My name is Tiamat Draconis. I'm from Eastern Europe." She seemed just as indifferent toward the class as Issei, which piqued his interest. This girl clearly had no intention of being friendly. The silver-haired girl followed, introducing herself. "I'm Valeria Ddraig, from Northern Europe. Most people call me Vali." I would prefer it if you addressed me as such. Wow, their Japanese is perfect, one girl in the class remarked, admiring the two transfer students. Go ahead and sit over there, you two, the teacher directed, pointing to the empty desks next to Issei. As the two girls took their seats, they both glanced at Issei. Normally, he would have felt uncomfortable, but there was something intriguing about them. They seemed different from typical high school girls not just because they were foreign. Despite his curiosity, Issei decided not to engage. Whatever they were, it was clear they weren't human, but he had grown accustomed to sensing devils in this school. As long as he kept a low profile, they would never discover his true nature. After class, he headed to lunch but was startled by a strong scent in the air. More devils? This school is full of them. I wonder if those transfer students are devils too. As he bought his lunch, Issei sought an isolated spot on the rooftop to eat alone. He passively consumed his food, contemplating his next trip to see red. His thoughts were interrupted when the pale blue-haired girl approached him. She stood there, sniffing the air, and Issei looked at her, puzzled. You're not human. You're not a devil. You're not an angel. You don't smell like anything. What are you? He stood up, meeting her gaze. I'm nothing that concerns you. Is that right? Do you even know what I am? She asked seriously. A beautiful girl asking me for a date? He replied with a laugh. Tiamat smiled at his response. You're lucky I found that funny, or you would have regretted saying that. Say, she's a dragon. I know her. Tiamat is one of the 5 dragon kings. Please don't let her find out. Ddraig warned telepathically. But is she powerful or something? Issei inquired mentally. Compared to you? No, but I still owe her, and I would rather she not discover who you are unless you want her to pursue you for the rest of your life, Ddraig replied. Is she your ex or something? Issei asked, intrigued. Not exactly. But I owe her for breaking a treasure of hers. She's been after me and my hosts ever since. Trust me. She's not the kind of drama you want to deal with, Ddraig cautioned. So, you're just a mystery then? How interesting. You must be a devil if you're this deep into their territory and they haven't done anything to you. Or maybe an undercover angel hiding his power and scent. Tiamat mused, her curiosity piqued. Whatever you are, I will find out, Tiamat said as she leaned closer to Issei, taking in his scent. She halted when another voice interjected, leave him alone. Let me handle this. As you say, Vali. Tiamat replied curtly, stepping back. Vali approached Issei, examining him. I don't care what you are, angel, devil, or something else. I'm half human myself. The name's Vali Lucifer. Nice to meet you, Issei Hayadu. I hear you're quite the force at Kuo Academy. Word is you had a run-in with some student council member earlier. Is there a reason you're introducing yourself to me personally? Issei asked, curious. Vali shrugged. Not particularly. I just thought it would be good to touch base with you before anything else happens at this school. I don't usually interfere with people's privacy like Tiamat does. I wanted to let you know that we're not associated with the devil factions here. Neither am I, Issei replied casually. That's surprising, but it's good to know. If you'd like, you can join us. You seem like someone worth keeping around, Vali said with approval. Vali Lucifer, are you a devil? Issei inquired. Yep, a high-class devil heir, she said, briefly revealing 8 black demonic wings before retracting them. Issei took a moment to appreciate her striking appearance, beautiful blue eyes, long silver hair, and a well-toned physique. Issei was taken aback by the sight of her wings. So you're a big-shot devil? What about her? Tiamat is a dragon, one of the dragon kings. Specifically, she is the Chaos Karma Dragon. We're allies and have been for several years, Vali explained. What are you doing at Kuo Academy? What reason would a powerful devil and a dragon king have here? Why reveal yourselves to me? Issei asked. I'm looking for allies to join the Cows Brigade, and this town is full of paranormal activity, so I thought it would be a good place to scout. This city is mostly part of the Gremory and Citri territories, but there are other factors at play that like you. I honestly didn't expect to find a suitable recruit on our first day, Vali replied. That makes sense, but what's the Cow's Brigade? He asked. A group aligned against the angels of heaven, fallen angels, and devils of the underworld. We work for the infinite dragon god Ophis, Vali explained. Ophis the dragon god is your boss? Issei said, incredulous. Yes, and she mentioned that this town has a dragon in it. I'm guessing. That's you, Vali concluded. Oh no, that I better downplay this. She doesn't know I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, maybe I can pretend I'm just another dragon, Issei thought quickly. Hara could guess. I am a dragon, but nothing as impressive as a dragon king like her, he said, gesturing to Tiamat. Oh, he's a dragon? How come I couldn't tell? That's odd. Tiamat remarked, shaking her head. One of my special abilities is to conceal my presence from others. I prefer it that way since angels and devils tend to dislike my kind unless we're serving them, Issei explained. Fair point, but you seem more powerful than a simple dragon, and you don't smell quite human. I also know all the great dragons, Tiamat said skeptically. Guess I'm not that great or powerful then, Issei shrugged. Regardless, we could always use another member of the Cow's Brigade. Besides, I'm sure Tiamat could train you well, Vala suggested. Look, no offense, Vala Lucifer and Dragon King Tiamat, but I prefer to do my own thing around here. We can be on good terms, but I'm not interested in causes or taking orders from anyone. No offense, Issei replied. So, you intend to side with no one? That's foolish. If the devils in this school found out what you are, their clans would either try to recruit you or eliminate you. If you're not that powerful, you wouldn't stand a chance against entire devil clans. You need allies if you want to stay alive. You can't just hide forever. What interest do you even have in the human world? Tiamat protested. It's relaxing for the most part. Honestly, I don't see much difference between your faction and the angels and devils. It's all pointless politics that mean nothing to me. I just want to ride my motorcycle, do what I want, and not have someone bossing me around. I manage just fine living in this town, Issei said firmly. You're definitely a dragon. Not interested in following others, I see. Very well, Issei Hayadu, we won't pressure you to join us. You have my word on that. However, I will take you up on your offer of friendship, Vali said with a sly grin. Friends? When did I say I wanted to be friends? Being on good terms is not the same as being friends. Well, at least they're not being overly pushy about recruiting. Besides, these two look pretty and tough. I guess if it keeps them off my back, Issei thought as he observed them. Something about Valis seems off. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have a strange feeling. Stay alert around her, Issei. She must be powerful if Tiamat takes orders from her. I wonder why they're working for Ophis. Ddraig said telepathically. I think Red mentioned something about Ophis challenging him a while back. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. We could always ask him when we go back, Issei replied to Ddraig. Friends? That might be a stretch. How about this? I'll stay out of your way and wave if I see you in the hallway. You can join me for lunch if you want, but that's it. I'm not your lackey, ally, or friend. So, don't try to get too close, Issei said firmly. For a dragon with little renown, you're quite bold to speak to us that way, Tiamat said with a low hiss. Maybe so, but I don't take orders from anyone, whether they're a dragon king or a Satan, Issei countered. Tiamat smiled at his fearless attitude. You've definitely got the right mindset to be strong. I can still train you if you're interested. I don't see many other dragons these days, Issei remarked. No thanks. I'd rather not get mixed up with you two if I can avoid it. You can still eat lunch with me if you want, though, Issei replied dryly. Suit yourself. I've never offered to train another dragon before, but I kind of like you so far. The offer still stands if you change your mind, Tiamat said, leaning in close and playfully liking his cheek before leaving him alone with Vali. Vali tilted her head, deep in thought. Say, that red motorcycle at the front of the school wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Yeah, it's mine. What of it? Issei asked. It looked pretty decked out. It might even be as fast as mine, Vali noted. You ride? Issei asked, surprised. Hell yeah, I do. I just got my bike imported the other day. I know you're trying to keep a low profile by avoiding us, But if you're up for it, we can go riding sometime, Vali suggested as she took her leave. Issei couldn't help but admire her as she walked away, momentarily distracted. He quickly collected his thoughts and returned to class. As he walked inside and down the staircase, he noticed a stunning girl with crimson red hair pass by him. They briefly made eye contact before Issei continued on his way. He glanced back to see her staring at him, her sapphire gaze intense yet oddly comforting. He left soon after, his mind racing with questions about the encounter. Who is that girl? Her hair was redder than blood. And what was with that look she gave me? She smelled like a devil. Is she the Gremmery devil girl that runs the occult club here? I don't think I've ever seen her before. Lost in thought, Issei accidentally bumped into someone. It was a handsome blonde guy who looked well-groomed. Issei had no idea who he was, but he knocked the guy down, causing quite a scene as surrounding girls gasped and gawked. Oh my god! I knocked down Kiba-sama, one of the girls exclaimed. The blonde boy quickly recovered, looking at Issei with surprise. It took him only a moment to detect the faint trace of a devil scent on him. Then, how many of these things are in this school? Issei fumed mentally. Kiba seemed shocked that Issei had knocked him down so easily. He rubbed the back of his head and smiled warmly. You're a lot stronger than you look. Sorry if I got in your way, Haidekun. He's being respectful? That's odd. He definitely isn't part of Sona's group. All of them are uptight. What did that girl say his name was? Kiba? Issei wondered. Yeah, my bad. I didn't see you, Issei replied calmly, deciding not to be rude. Kiba appeared surprised at Issei's lack of hostility, as did the surrounding girls. Well, excuse me, Haidekun. Take care, Kiba said with a smile as he walked away. He must be part of the Gremmery clan. He didn't seem like a bad guy for a devil, Issei thought as he returned to class. At the end of the day, as he reached his motorcycle at the front of the school, ready to go home, Issei was surprised to see Vali on a sleek white motorcycle next to his. Yo Issei, why don't you show me what that bike of yours can do? She challenged. Before Issei could respond, Vali revved her motorcycle loudly, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Issei hopped on his bike, started it up, and revved back at her. Tiamat pulled up on a blue motorcycle beside them, nearly causing a commotion as she maneuvered through the crowd. Nice bikes, Issei said with an enthusiastic grin. Yours too. Tiamat laughed as she spun her bike in a playful maneuver. The security grinned and immediately popped a wheelie, taking off down the road. To his surprise, Tiamat and Vali gradually caught up to him. Both girls flanked him, and soon Issei realized it was a race. They sped through town at high speeds, evading the police as they recklessly raced around the city. This continued for nearly 2 hours until Issei arrived home. He wasn't surprised to see Tiamat and Vali follow him, likely curious about where he lived. Issei wondered if they intended to use his family against him but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing he would protect them fiercely. Done already, Issei? That was a blast. Tiamat exclaimed. They're already calling me by my first name like we're friends or something. That's presumptuous, Issei thought. You never asked if it was okay to call me by my name. I thought I told you we aren't friends, Issei replied, noticing Vali and Tiamat exchange glances. Good race, Issei. You won't win the next one. Take care, Vali said, giving him a sly grin before both girls sped off, leaving Issei at the front of his house. He sighed before parking his bike. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Wait a second. They think I'm an actual dragon and not a human. If they see my human parents, they'll assume I'm human too. And then they'll think I have a sacred gear. Oh no. I better avoid bringing them here if I can. I should come up with a good excuse for when they ask about it too. I wouldn't stress over it too much, Issei. You're definitely ready to reveal yourself now that you've matured your powers, Ddraig reassured him in his mind. Yeah. But like you said, the moment I do, all hell will break loose. I wanted to get through high school first. At this rate, I doubt that's going to happen, Issei replied telepathically to Ddraig. He sighed heavily as he walked through the front door, lost in thought. Both of his parents perked up with surprise as he announced his arrival. I'm home. We know. We heard you drive up. I hope you're doing well, Issei. We never really see you much these days. Do you mind if we talk, son? His father asked cautiously. Sure, I guessed out what about? Issei replied. Well, your mother and I have been discussing your behavior, and we're a bit concerned, his father continued. This again? Issei sighed, rolling his eyes. We thought it was just a phase, but you seem to be getting deeper into this delinquent lifestyle. You're not involved with any dangerous groups, are you? His father asked, worry etched on his face. No, I'm not. That I just ride my motorcycle and work. You guys worry too much about me, Issei said casually. His mother frowned. We never see you with any friends or hear about what's going on in your life. It feels like you're never here, like you don't want to be here. But what are you avoiding, Issei? Is it us? Is there a girl or something? Are you in trouble? You can tell us, son, that we're just worried about you. I'm fine, honestly. I just have a lot of hobbies, Issei tried to explain vaguely. Like what? Where do you go? You aren't part of any clubs, and I've heard rumors that you're causing trouble at school. One of your teachers even asked if you were recovering from an illness. Have you been skipping school too? His mom pressed. Not skipping. I still have the highest grades in my class, I believe. I just do things around town. I work on motorcycles and train in martial arts. You know, that kind of stuff. I promise it's nothing bad, Issei reassured them. Then where do you get all this money from? How can you afford that motorcycle and all the things you buy for us? His dad asked. It's not that much money. Issei shrugged. His father shook his head and held up 2 tickets. You bought us round-trip tickets to a resort in Europe and paid off my car. Kids don't do those kinds of things for their parents. What your father is trying to say is, we appreciate what you're doing for us, but it's hard to accept since you barely talk to us. You don't have to buy us things to earn our love, Issei. We just want to see you around more, his mother said softly. Issei thought, I totally forgot I bought them tickets for a vacation. That's actually good timing that I can get them out of here for a bit and keep my cover going. I wish you guys would stop worrying about me. My grades are good, I make decent money, and I have hobbies. It's not as crazy as you make it out to be. I just thought it'd be a good anniversary gift for you, he replied. We can't accept these tickets, not unless I know how you could afford to buy them, his father insisted. I've been working for an international group lately. They pay really well for me to fix their motorcycles. Just take the tickets and go on the cruise, Issei said firmly. His father sighed. Well, I suppose if you insist. But why didn't you buy one for yourself as well? I'm too busy with school and work. Speaking of which, I have homework to do, Issei replied. Alright, we love you, son. It's okay if you ever want to talk to us. We just want you to know we're here for you, his mother said somewhat emotionally as she moved to hug him. Despite his delinquent persona, Issei did his best to maintain a good relationship with his parents. After their conversation, he made his way to his room and closed the door. I should go ask Red if he knows anything about the Cows Brigade, Issei thought as he plopped down on his bed. I wouldn't recommend trying to go tonight or anytime soon. Those 2 girls are likely watching you. Let their curiosity die down a bit before going. You will regret it if Tiamat finds out you're the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig advised. Ugh, I hate this. I'm so used to hanging out in the dimensional gap that I just can't stand not being able to vent there, Issei sighed. The next day, Issei's parents left for their vacation. They seemed a bit unhappy about the short notice, but Issei knew they would change their minds once they arrived. He rode his motorcycle to school, actually deciding to park it more appropriately today. He was surprised to see Tiamat and Vali waiting by their bikes when he pulled up. Are they waiting for me? Thought incredulously as he approached. Yo, Issei, about time you got here. Do you make it a habit to show up 5 minutes before class? Vali asked with a laugh. Issei shrugged. Pretty much. I like to spend as little time around this place as possible. I meant to ask you yesterday, Issei, what kind of dragon are you? Tiamat asked as the 3 began to walk toward the school building. Just a high-level flame dragon. Nothing crazy, he replied. Tiamat looked at him curiously. Is Issei your real name? He nodded. Pretty much. I've never heard of a flame dragon having the ability to transform and conceal his power. You're stronger than that, Tiamat said, shaking her head. Well, I'm sort of unique, but seriously, I'm nobody important, Issei replied. Vali stared at him for a moment. Hey, Issei, would you be interested in meeting Office? She could make you more powerful if you wanted. So much for not trying to force me to join the Cow's Brigade. These girls are seriously being pushy, Issei thought. Technically, they haven't actually asked you to join again. But this is definitely them trying to get on your good side. They're remarkably persistent. Although considering it's Tiamat, why am I surprised? Ddraig remarked. It makes sense, I suppose. Office did send them to this town to find a dragon and recruit people for their faction. I wonder how she knew I was here? If we meet her, she'll immediately be able to tell I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei thought, concerned. I don't really have much of a reason to get more powerful. I'm trying to stay out of all these conflicts, you know? Issei tried to talk his way out of the corner. Vali frowned. Yeah, but you're a dragon. All dragons want to get more powerful, famous, and rich. Greed is in their nature. You seem too strong-willed to have no ambition or goals. What would you know about dragons, devil? Issei said darkly. Vali sighed. No need to get mad. I'm just going off what I've seen from Tiamat. Heh, she's not wrong, Issei, the blue-haired dragon said with a chuckle. As the three passed through the front doors of Kuo Academy, they were met with the wide-eyed stares of everyone present. Every guy in the room was filled with envy at the sight of the two new transfer students following Issei. The girls began to chatter excitedly, their curiosity piqued. Issei is hanging out with the transfer students? One exclaimed. They're so beautiful. Why are they following him? A boy lamented. Issei suddenly seemed even more appealing to all the girls in school as the two stunning newcomers accompanied him to class. Is he dating one of them? Maybe both, one girl gasped. I saw them riding motorcycles away from school yesterday. Are they part of some sort of group? Another speculated. Issei-kun is taken? How will he ever notice me with girls like that around him? Issei overheard one girl whispering to her friends. A simple walk to class had already sparked rumors that these two girls were involved with him. Issei found it amusing, though he felt a bit embarrassed, knowing Vali and Tiamat had likely heard it all too. Just before they reached the classroom, Issei spotted Sona and the striking red-haired girl from the other day talking further down the hallway. They both turned to stare as he, Vali, and Tiamat walked into the classroom. Oh no, now the devils are going to think I'm with them. Ugh, the drama never ends at this school, Issei sighed. As the school day came to a close, Issei felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exited the classroom. Tiamat, equally bored, let out an exaggerated sigh. Wow, I thought that would never end. I can't believe people actually do this school thing every day in this world. Issei glanced over at her and shrugged. Yeah, it's pretty lame. Half of the things they teach here are irrelevant to me. Glad I'm not the only one who thinks so, Tiamat said with a grin. Vali shook her head at the two of them. No knowledge is a waste, no matter how insignificant or boring it may seem. There are things I remember learning from my youth that ended up saving my life later on. You just never know with some things. You should learn to value all knowledge, because all knowledge is power. Tiamat deadpanned at her. Nice speech, Vali, but do you really think us learning about Japanese history is worthwhile? I know enough about them. I don't care about whatever deity or shrine that teacher was droning on about. She lost me whenever she stopped talking about Orochi. Why can't that teacher talk about me and how awesome I was terrorizing Eurasia and Mesopotamia? Ah, Babylon, now those were the good days. I'm sure they were. I imagine having all that ancient knowledge probably makes life around here seem dull in comparison. Issei nodded in understanding. It could be worse. You're at least entertaining enough around here, she said with a shrug. I'm not here to entertain you, Your Majesty. I already told you I'm not your servant or lackey. Issei stated firmly. The dragon woman turned towards him with a serious stare. For a moment, they locked gazes. Issei took this opportunity to admire her beauty. Her pale blue hair and tan complexion were certainly exotic features that he liked. She was slightly shorter than him but taller than Vali and most others around. Her eyes were the most unique thing about her, with a slight reptilian look and a golden-green color that had a bluish ring around the pupils. After a moment, Issei realized he was staring and spoke up, "What? You're not afraid of me? I find that both intriguing and confusing. Most dragons look away if I stare at them like that." I admire your bravery," she said approvingly. "Oh," Issei replied, unsure how to respond. "What was she doing, Ddraig?" Issei asked mentally. "That look she just gave you was a territorial stare. Your staring back at her is a sign of dominance and confidence. Had you looked away, it would have shown subservience. Now she's going to think you're more powerful than you're pretending to be, or assume you're trying to impress her. Both of which could lead to complications," Ddraig explained. "Say, Issei, why do you even go here? What's the point of going to school in this world?" Tiamat asked as the three walked down the hallway. Their conversation was quiet enough to avoid drawing attention, but they still attracted a crowd of onlookers. "That's a good point. You look like you're from here. Is there any reason you chose Kuo to live in? I mean, your house looked kind of mediocre for what I'd expect a dragon to live in. Do you live with anyone?" Vali asked curiously, her sapphire gaze lingering on Issei for a moment. "Kuo is where my family lives," was all Issei could think to say. "Your family? So are you only half dragon then?" Vali wondered. Why did I say that without thinking? I might as well just play along with this. They're bound to learn about my parents and childhood sooner or later, Issei thought to himself. He doesn't even smell human to me, and he never said he was. He's a special flame dragon, right, Issei? Tiamat said doubtfully before glancing at him. "Yes and no." He sighed. Is that what you meant when you said you were unique? You're just embarrassed you're a half-breed." Tiamat chuckled. Issei shot her a sharp glare and said nothing as he looked away. "Hey now, don't get all offended, you're still a dragon," Tiamat said, lightly punching him in the arm. Much to his surprise, it was harder than he expected, but thankfully he didn't show any reaction. His stoicism was duly noted by Tiamat as she grinned at his unflinching expression. "She's testing you," Ddraig warned. "For what?" Issei asked, but Ddraig remained silent, much to his annoyance. Vali patted the brown-haired teenager on the back as they continued walking. "Don't listen to Tiamat. There's nothing wrong with being a half-breed, Issei." "Yeah," was all he said in response as he focused ahead. "Look, we don't hold it against you for not telling us the truth about it. Half-breeds are hated everywhere. Trust me, if anyone would understand, it's me," Vali said seriously. "I'm done talking about this," Issei said bluntly, his expression cold. Vali nodded empathetically at his demeanor before Tiamat let out another chuckle of amusement. "I don't think any less of you for it, Issei. So, cheer up already, will ya? At least you're not a half-devil like Vali." The silver-haired girl sent a fierce glare at Tiamat. "What was that?" "What?" Tiamat pretended to be oblivious, a mischievous smile on her face. Vali shook her head. "Don't make me challenge you, Tia." "Hey, easy there, Miss Lucifer. Miss me with the attitude, will ya?" "Geez, I thought you could take a joke by now," Tiamat responded quickly. "Well, my cover story isn't holding as expected, but at least now I don't have to worry about them coming around the house or finding out about my parents," Issei thought, somewhat relieved. As they walked outside and made their way to the parking lot, Vali checked the time and looked serious. "Oh no, we're late, Tiamat." "Late for what?" "Oh, that meeting with the brigade," she said, remembering halfway through her sentence. "Sorry, Issei, but we don't have time to ride with you today," Vali explained as the three approached their motorcycles. "You don't have to explain yourselves to me. I don't really care what you do," Issei said carelessly. Vali rolled her eyes at his statement. "You're lucky we have somewhere to be, or I'd challenge you to a race today, tough guy. I guess we'll see you around." "Take care," Issei waved as Vali revved up and started to drive off. Tiamat punched him in the arm again as she rode by. He had no idea why, as the dragon lady stuck her tongue out at him before taking off after Vali. After they left, Issei let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Well, that was close. I hope they don't stay here for the rest of my high school life. Those girls are a hassle to deal with, and I've only known them a few days." Issei chose not to dwell on the matter as he got on his bike and began to drive home. He only made it about a block before he decided to grab a bite to eat. Pulling into a nearby restaurant, he parked up front and quickly walked inside. The workers and customers immediately froze as he walked in. Issei was used to this reaction. Most people assumed he was a troublemaker. The delinquent teen approached the counter and was surprised to see the entire line let him pass to the front. "Do I scare people that badly?" he thought, somewhat amused as he ordered his food. Once he received his meal and sat down to eat, Issei began to contemplate how he would handle his current situation. He wasn't afraid, but he dreaded the chaos that would ensue once the devils at Kuo Academy discovered who he was. Vali and Tiamat would also pose challenges. Issei couldn't shake the thought that he might have to confront everyone at the school eventually. Lost in his thoughts, he barely noticed someone approaching his table. Excuse me, are you Hayato-san?" a nervous voice asked. Issei snapped out of his reverie and noticed a girl in his school's uniform. She had shoulder-length blue hair, blue eyes, and a somewhat androgynous face. It took him a moment to catch the faint scent of a devil, prompting him to scowl. "What? I apologize for bothering you outside of school, but I was just eating here when I saw you walk in and wondered if I could join you," she said, her voice trembling slightly as she held a plate of food. Issei found it remarkable that she had the courage to ask him that, considering how confrontational he had been with Sona Citri, one of the devil princesses at school. "But, did the president send you? What does she want?" he asked, his expression serious. "Yes, but I didn't expect to see you today. I was going to talk to you at school tomorrow, but since you're here, I thought maybe I could talk to you now. We didn't want to upset you. Can I please sit down?" The girl struggled to find the right words, glancing around nervously. "Just sit down, people are staring," Issei said, somewhat annoyed. He shot a glare at several onlookers, causing them to quickly look away. The girl eagerly took a seat and placed her food on the table. Silence fell as she took a few bites. After a moment, she stole a glance at Issei and blushed heavily, surprised to see he wasn't paying attention to her. She fiddled with her food, waiting for him to speak. Issei was lost in thought again as he continued eating. "Is that poor girl dating that punk kid? How unfortunate," he heard an older woman say from across the room. He snapped back to reality and looked at the girl in front of him. "This does look like a date, doesn't it? Why isn't she talking?" "She's been sitting here for a minute," Issei wondered. "Are you just going to sit there and say nothing? If you have something to say, just say it already," he said, shaking his head at her. Finally, breaking the ice, she looked up and spoke. "Sona asked me to give you a message. She wants to meet with you to discuss something important." "Took you that long to tell me? Why did you need to sit here and eat with me then?" Issei questioned. She looked away, embarrassed. Listen, you can tell that stuck-up princess to come ask me herself. Why would she send you to deliver a message? Was she too afraid to ask me in person?" Issei said, his tone sharp. "And no, I asked her if I could go instead," the girl replied shyly. Issei crossed his arms and stared at her. "Do you have a death wish or something? Why would you want to talk to me willingly?" "I was really curious about you," she finally said, finding her courage. "Is that right?" he said, looking at her intently. "You took Saji down with ease?" "I just wanted to ask you how," she replied. The dragon shook his head. "I squeezed his wrist and threw him on the ground. So what?" "You know what I'm talking about, Hayato-san. I'm sure you know this by now, but Saji's not human. How did you do that to him?" "What are you?" she asked. "Look, I don't have time to play 20 questions with you. Unless you're here to confess your undying love or something, there's really nothing else to say. Tell the president that I don't deal with this political nonsense. She can come talk to me in person if she has something to say. If that's all, you can leave now," Issei said firmly, looking away. A brief silence passed before he turned back and saw the girl blushing heavily. "Who says things like that? You want me to confess undying love to you? Is that why you're still here? This should be good." He chuckled, causing her to blush even more. "No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure you knew that Sona will probably try to talk to you soon," she said, trying to cover her embarrassment as she stood up to leave. "No confession, huh? Too bad. What's your name? Issei asked, causing her to turn around with crimson cheeks. Tsubasa, I'm a third year, she said before quickly exiting the restaurant. I wasn't expecting her to react like that. Girls take it so literally when I make those kinds of jokes, Issei thought, amused. He could hear the other patrons gossiping about what had just happened but chose to ignore it as he left. So, she's one of the Citri devils and my senpai too? Not a bad-looking girl, even for a devil. She was respectful at least. I wonder what I would say if a girl actually did confess to me? She certainly was a bit flustered. Issei mused as he got on his motorcycle and drove home. After about 15 minutes of weaving through traffic, he arrived home. As he pulled into his driveway, he was surprised to see another girl sitting on his doorstep. Great, another one? Why won't these people leave me alone? Issei sighed as he walked up. The girl perked up upon noticing him. Are you Issei Hayudu? Yeah, and you better have a good reason for loitering around my house, he warned. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's just I can never catch you anywhere else, and I found out from a friend that this is where you lived, she explained. Are you some kind of stalker then? What do you want with me? Issei questioned her motives immediately. Well, it's kind of an unusual situation. I was going to try and lie to you originally, but I changed my mind today. You seem like a strong person who respects the truth and an upfront offer, so I'll make my intentions clear. My allies and I know you're not a normal human. Judging by the way the devils react in your presence, it's fairly obvious that they're scared of you. We also know that you're not a member of any devil peerage, yet you can operate freely within their territory, she explained. Issei looked at her for a moment, taking in her appearance. This girl had long black hair and purplish eyes, and she was deceptively cute despite what his instincts told him. After noticing her school uniform, Issei quickly realized that she was a fallen angel, as her particular school was in their territory. So, you want me to join you instead, fallen angel? Issei asked bluntly. The fallen angel seemed shocked that Issei was immediately able to figure out what she was, but continued speaking carefully. Actually, we would like you to work with us in secret. You're under no obligation to serve us should you accept, but we would greatly value your help if you could keep an eye on the happenings around Kuo Academy. Issei thought for a moment. Why can't you just do it yourself? You seriously don't have any good spies. We do, but the devils have reinforced heavy security lately after that dragon started attending there. Our boss recently found out that the Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat was going to your school, and he wants to know why. He sent us to find out but wants us to avoid provoking the devils at all costs. This might be presumptuous to ask, but would you be willing to do it for us? The girl requested slowly. Maybe. But what is it you expect to find out? Issei played along with the idea. We honestly don't know. It could be anything. Please, if you do this for us, we would owe you big time, the girl said sincerely. I'll spare you the trouble, Angel. Tiamat is here looking for a dragon. Looking for me, Issei gave her an honest answer. She gawked at him, surprised. Really? Yeah, she doesn't care about whatever political standoff you have going on right now. She tried to recruit me into her group. I said no, and now she's just hanging around trying to change my mind, I guess. Issei shrugged. They didn't expect you to just tell us right away? Well, I guess that takes care of that, she said slowly. It sure does. You mind leaving now? Issei asked. The dark-haired girl flinched for a moment, her head turning to the side as if something had startled her. Quickly, she turned back to him. Wait, is it okay if I stay for a bit? What? At my house? Issei gawked at her. I mean, I know that sounds, it's just I sense a high-class devil in this neighborhood. If I leave, they'll capture me or worse, the black-haired beauty said, concerned. You can't just teleport away? Issei asked, confused. The girl shook her head. Not without them knowing I was here. I didn't expect one to come snooping around this time of day. This has to stay a secret. Lord Azazel's orders. Issei honed his senses for a moment and detected a familiar smell. It's that red-haired girl's scent. She's not nearby just yet, but she's definitely coming. I can stay discreet, but this girl is in trouble if that Gremory girl catches her. Screw it. I'll let her stay. Before the girl could react, Issei quickly grabbed her and went inside. He then immediately channeled red energy over his hands and gently pinned the girl to the ground. She gasped as he spread a red cloak of magic around her body. Not even a moment later, he hid her behind the couch and covered her mouth. She looked up at him, shocked, as Issei was now on top of her. He raised a finger to his lips before standing up and quickly sitting down on the couch in front of the window. It seemed to be just in time, too, as he could now sense the red-haired girl watching him from outside the window. He pretended not to notice her as he turned on the TV and started watching his favorite show. This must have clearly bored the devil girl because she left a few minutes later, much to his relief. Once he was sure she was gone, Issei spoke up. "You can get up now, angel girl." The dark-haired fallen angel stood up, relieved, and immediately let out a breath she had been holding. "You really saved me from that little red devil. It would have been bad if she caught me out here. If the devils found out that we were snooping in their territory, it would lead to conflict, and then Lord Azazel would probably punish us if we survived," the angel said as she collapsed on the couch next to him. "That Gremory girl doesn't look that tough," Issei said, keeping his eyes on the screen. "They say to call her the crimson-haired ruin princess. She's supposedly related to one of the 4 Satans," the fallen angel explained. "I guess it's good she didn't find you then," the dragon delinquent replied with a grin. "How did you do that?" "Did you conceal my power from her?" the angel asked, confused. "Because she should have been able to detect me at that range. She definitely would have if I tried to teleport away. You're lucky I appreciate your honesty, or I would have let her catch you out here. Good behavior deserves a reward, that's the only reason I helped you," Issei said, looking at her intently. The fallen angel looked at him curiously. "Do you conceal your own power from the devils? Is that how you're able to freely operate in their territory?" "Pretty much," Issei replied, turning his head back to the TV. "You're a dragon then? Why is there a dragon in this town, and why would Tiamat want you to join her?" the girl asked curiously. Issei glanced at her again. "You ask a lot of questions, fallen angel. You're lucky I told you as much as I did. You already know more than enough about me. I'm guessing the devils don't know you're a dragon then? They would have tried recruiting you if that were the case. Just out of curiosity, why haven't you aligned with them?" the dark-haired girl asked, her eyes filled with concern. "Because devils are always causing drama, and they're way too obsessed with status and titles. I see how they treat each other, and I have no interest in all that political nonsense. If I worked for them, it would be all about how important and powerful they are. I can't stand that kind of attitude," Issei said, mimicking a posh voice that made Raynare laugh. "Ha, you're pretty funny. I kind of expected you to be way more serious." "Calawarner said you're really mean and serious all the time," the angel chuckled. Issei tilted his head. "Calawarner? Is she one of your friends?" "More or less, she's part of my team. She's the one who watched you the most out of all of us," the angel explained. "So that's what that strange scent was," Issei mused, recalling the unusual smell he'd noticed over the past few days. He wasn't used to dealing with fallen angels yet. "My name's Raynare, by the way," the young woman said with a gentle smile. "Geez, and I thought Calawarner was a weird name. Your name's Raynare?" Issei laughed. She looked embarrassed. "What? It's not weird. It's an angel name. Tell me you don't go around Japan telling people your name is Raynare. That would be pretty funny," Issei teased. "Well, I do have an undercover name here, Hima," she admitted slowly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "That's a cute name. It kind of suits you," Issei replied with a grin. "It does? Wait, you think I'm cute?" she asked, surprised. "If I didn't know you were a fallen angel, I'd say so," Issei answered. She frowned. "So me being a fallen angel makes me less attractive in your eyes?" "Yes," Issei replied bluntly. Raynare looked down, her expression dimming. "Yeah, that's nothing new, I suppose. Everyone hates my kind, even dragons apparently." "If I hated you, you'd be in real trouble right now," Issei shook his head. The fallen angel's self-esteem seemed to drop further as she looked away. "Well, for what it's worth, I think you're cute, dragon half-breed or not." Issei chose not to acknowledge her comment about finding him cute, much to her disappointment. Raynare smiled after a moment. Well, I guess it's safe to leave now, but I feel like I still owe you. Don't sweat it, Raynare. Just tell your people not to bother me, he replied, distracted. She looked away for a moment before speaking again. Do you mind if I stay for a bit longer? What, are you scared of the big bad devils out there? Issei teased. Raynare met his gaze proudly. Of course not. I just don't feel like going back to base yet. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sleep in a church either, Issei joked, causing her eyes to widen. You know where our base is? She exclaimed, shocked. I mean, where else could it be? That church is on your side of town, and it's the only place I know where angels would bother putting up barriers, Issei reasoned. Fair point, she said, trailing off. Raynare was unsure how to continue the conversation as Issei became engrossed in his show. She stood up awkwardly, waiting for him to decide if she could stay. Finally, after a moment, Issei glanced over at her again. Fine, you can stay. I can't believe you're so worried. I'm not worried that I just don't feel like leaving yet. You know, in case she comes back around, Raynare trailed off. Whatever you say. Do you mind sitting down then if you're staying? Issei asked, trying to focus on the screen. What is this show you're watching? Raynare asked, confused as she settled back onto the couch. Ddraig Z. It's an awesome anime about martial artists with superpowers who get stronger and fight aliens, Issei explained. It looks kind of interesting, I suppose. Raynare said half-heartedly. You don't have to watch it, but I have nothing better to do right now, Issei shrugged, returning his attention to the TV. He wanted to see Red, but with all the recent supernatural activity, it wasn't safe tonight. Several minutes passed before Raynare subtly scooted closer to Issei on the couch. After a few moments of watching, she asked, So what's happening right now in this show? What are those golden ball? The next day, Issei awoke to the sound of his alarm clock blaring. Wake up. It's not like I care if you're late or anything, but if you're late, I'll be late too. Wake up. He groggily looked at his clock. 7:15 a.m. I remember how nice it was to sleep until 10 when I wasn't actually going to school. He quickly hit the button to silence it, chuckling at the alarm's antics. Issei had purchased this particular clock at a convention after hearing it had 24 unique wake-up alarms. This first one sounded like a Tsundere character, much to his amusement. His mind wandered back to the convention and the unexpected joyride afterward. I can't believe I took a magical girl on my bike like that. What a crazy twist of fate. If someone had told me earlier that day that I'd be hanging out with a magical girl at a convention, I would have laughed. Issei yawned as he got out of bed and quickly prepared for the day. He heard his phone vibrate briefly as he was getting ready and casually walked over to see what it was. I'll bet it's Mom and Dad telling me they made it safely to Europe, Issei thought to himself as he checked his phone. His eyes widened shortly afterward when he saw what it was. 11 unread messages, what the heck? He immediately realized they were not from his parents, but all from a single individual. 8:03 p.m. Hey, this is Sarah-chan. 8:10 p.m. I just wanted to say thanks again for spending the day with me. It was so much fun. I can't wait to see you again. 8:12 p.m. I'm so excited that I can't stop pacing. That ride you gave me has my heart racing still. 8:16 p.m. Sorry for imposing earlier, but I'm so happy you drove me home. It means a lot to me that I was the first girl you ever took on that bridge stunt you did. 8:20 p.m. By the way, we should really go see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie sometime, okay? 8:28 p.m. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm free all day. Also, do you go to Kuo Academy? Your uniform looked familiar to me. 9:01 p.m. Issei-chan. You there? I'm guessing you must be sleeping. Good night, Issei. 12:07 am. I can't sleep right now. You awake? 1:14 a.m. So what do you think about seeing the new Milky Spiral 7 movie? I'm so anxious to hear your answer. It will be fun, I promise. 7:06 a.m. I'm guessing you don't check your phone much, huh? Please reply as soon as you can. I feel like you're ignoring me. 7:16 a.m. If you didn't want to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie, we could do something else? Anything you want to do, just tell me and I'm in. Every single one of her messages was filled with emojis and other cute icons ranging from winky faces to overdramatic smiles and frowns. Issei shook his head in disbelief. What have I gotten myself into? I haven't even known this girl for 24 hours, and she's already blowing up my phone with messages? I guess I should reply to her before she gets too anxious. Issei texted a message back. Hey, Serafal, I definitely got your messages, all 11 of them. Sorry you couldn't sleep. I know the excitement of writing can keep me awake sometimes too. He immediately received a text back not even 30 seconds later. Iseei. You replied? Good morning. So, are you busy today? Please tell me soon. The anticipation is killing me. Holy cow, this girl is overdramatic. I've never met someone this excited to hang out with me, Issei thought, shaking his head. He reluctantly texted her back. Well, it is Friday. I suppose I'm free this weekend. I'm not particularly interested in seeing that movie, but we can hang out later, I guess. Please. I really want to go see that movie. Serafal messaged back. Then go see it without me. He responded. It won't be as fun without you. Please go with me. I don't want to go by myself. My sister is being mean to me and already refused to go. Serafal's message came back almost instantly. Alright, fine. I don't know why you're so adamant about seeing it with me though. He replied. You're the only person I know in this town, and you'll keep me safe from all the weirdos. She shot back. He sighed, what am I, your bodyguard? Maybe. She replied with a winky face emoji. I'll pick you up at 6 at the bus stop. He texted back with a sigh. I'd prefer you not come by my house. My sister goes to your school and is a bit of a control freak. She probably wouldn't like me hanging out with one of her classmates. Pick me up at the bus stop. There's a super amazing mall right next to the movie theater too. I already bought us tickets for the movie. We should get there by 9. Can't wait to see you tonight. She texted back with more winky and smiley face emojis. She already bought the tickets before I even agreed to this? This girl's a handful. At least she's an interesting one. Wait, her sister goes to Kuo? How old is Serafal? I should probably ask her when I see her later, Issei thought as he put his phone away and went to school. At Kuo Academy, Issei drove up to school, receiving the usual looks of fear or admiration from onlookers. As he parked his bike, he noticed Vali and Tiamat were both there. Vali glanced at him and laughed. 10 till, you're early today. The brunette shrugged at Vali's remark as he made his way toward the school entrance. Both Vali and Tiamat followed behind him shortly afterward. The light blue-haired dragon jabbed Issei with her elbow as she caught up with him. Nothing to say today? You're not mad we weren't here yesterday, are you? Nah, yesterday was a pretty laid-back day, Issei said distantly as he recalled all the strange events that happened. Tiamat didn't seem to like his reply as she scoffed at him. Yeah, right. Don't even lie. You were bored senseless sitting around all these weak people and uptight devils, weren't you? I mean, hey, what kind of dragon wouldn't find this place boring? You're right, Tiamat, I missed you greatly yesterday. I doodled your name with hearts and longingly stared out the window waiting for your return, Issei replied sarcastically. Tiamat rewarded his comment with a playful punch. The usual onlookers seemed surprised that she would punch Issei, but were even more surprised when Issei didn't retaliate. He glanced over at her, annoyed. Don't do that again. She gave him a cocky smirk. Or what? You want to fight me, Issei? Because I'd rather like that. She's going to. Keep doing this until you prove yourself to her. You already challenged her the other day with that stare. This is a tricky situation. Ddraig commented psychically to Issei as the delinquent glared at Tiamat. Demon Ddraig, you're right. She's really got me in a pinch here. If I retaliate, I reveal that I'm stronger than they think, but if I let her do this, I'm at her mercy. Issei thought, annoyed. You could probably use some of your other dragon powers and still keep the sacred gear and me a secret. Granted, Tiamat is very powerful, so I would not suggest giving her a reason to go all out. Just enough to prove that you're strong, Ddraig suggested. Good idea, Issei thought as he walked into the building with Vali and Tiamat. Tiamat stepped in front of him shortly after they entered, blocking Issei from walking forward. I didn't hear your answer yet, Issei. Do you want to try me? Back off, Tiamat. We don't need this kind of attention at school. You can settle this later, Vali said quietly as a large crowd gathered to see why Issei and Tiamat were locked in a stare down. She laughed, placing her hands behind her head. Oh, if you insist, Vali. I'll see you two in class. I'm going to grab a snack. Want anything? Whatever you get me is fine, Vali replied. Tiamat glanced at Issei afterward. You want something too? I don't really care, Issei shrugged. I know what to get you, Tiamat said with a smirk before walking off, leaving Issei and Vali at the entrance. After Tiamat left, Vali turned to Issei and sighed. She's got it in her head that you're very powerful, and you know how dragons are when they hear about someone strong. I'm not saying you have to fight her, but you should probably avoid provoking her if you can. Tiamat is still a bit annoyed that you won't join us. Thanks for the heads up, Issei replied as he and Vali walked up the stairs toward class. As they ascended, a large group of devils passed by them on the left, heading down. Issei and Vali looked over and saw Sona with her entire peerage, along with the Grimoire girl and several others. Every single devil turned to look at Issei and Vali, their gazes almost synchronized. Issei recognized a few from the passing group, including the blonde guy, Kiba, the blue-haired girl, Tsubasa, and of course, Saji. He didn't really know any of the others. Tsubasa nervously looked down as soon as Issei made eye contact. Kiba was friendly enough to wave, but Saji shot him a glare. The others displayed various looks of curiosity, but the most notable was the white-haired freshman with yellow eyes. She stared at Issei and Vali intensely, sniffing the air a few times. Vali rolled her eyes and sneered, practically looking down her nose at the devils. She briefly stopped and nudged Issei. Look at all that royalty, Issei. Ha. He didn't respond, simply continuing up the stairs. Vali's gaze lingered on the devils for a moment before she turned and followed behind the delinquent dragon. Some of the devils seemed unsettled by Vali's smug demeanor and paused on the stairs as the duo walked away. Once Issei and Vali were gone, Akino closed her eyes and spoke with a passive smile. She seems rather unpleasant. Rias turned to Sona, confused. Who is that girl? Is she a dragon too? She's the one who came here with Tiamat, right? Sona shook her head. I don't know much about her, but Tiamat is usually always with her. She doesn't really seem like a dragon, but that silver hair of hers looks familiar. She smells like a devil to me. Hyde doesn't smell like anything. I find it strange that he's a dragon without a scent. They're usually hard to miss, Kaneko remarked in her usual stoic tone. She's a devil? Why did she look at us like that then? Doesn't she recognize Rias or Sona? Akino asked curiously. She called us royalty? I'd wager she does, Rias said, annoyed. I don't know who that girl is, but she must be powerful if Tiamat and Hyudu are associating with her, Tsubaki interjected. Sona looked at her queen and nodded in agreement. You make a good point, Tsubaki. If that girl is a devil, she's certainly a high-class devil. No dragon would follow a devil they thought was weak, especially two of them. If that's not a clear indicator of her being suspicious, then she certainly didn't think much of us either. That is troubling indeed if she knows who we are. She might be associated with a house we don't know about, Tsubaki suggested. Silver gray hair is only really common among one devil clan. Grayfias, Rias said with a serious expression. Sona adjusted her glasses and gave Rias a serious look. Silver hair, high-class devil, unknown to the current heiresses of the Grimoire and Citri clans. I don't think that girl is one of ours. She practically sneered at us too. How can we be sure she's a high-class devil, though? Kiba asked curiously. Rias shook her head. We can't, but I'm willing to bet on it. Who do you think she is, Sona? Tsubaki asked seriously. I'm probably jumping to conclusions here, but I don't think she's part of the anti-Satan faction. She might be one of the old Satan faction's surviving high-class devils, assuming she is part of the Lucifuge clan, Sona stated seriously. Wait, what? Tsubaki gasped. What on earth would Tiamat be doing associating with a member of the old Satan faction? She's technically on good terms with the Mao, last I heard, Rias said, shaking her head. I'm not sure, but that makes Tiamat's presence here all the more serious now, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses again. Rias frowned. You said my brother was sending someone to keep an eye on the situation here. Who did he send? Grafia? Any word on that yet? Grafia would definitely be able to tell us if that girl is one of theirs. Unfortunately, out of all the good options he had, Surzex sent my sister, Serafal. She got here yesterday. She's in the city if anything serious requires intervention, but thankfully your brother told her to stay away from the school so that she wouldn't provoke a conflict, Sona answered. Leviathan is here? Rias said, surprised. Sona nodded. Sadly, I would have preferred Beelzebub to come. He's the one who actually knows Tiamat out of all the Mao, from what I've heard. Grafia would have been useful as well. My sister is powerful, but she lacks restraint or diplomacy skills. She probably would have caused chaos if that Valley girl looked at her like she did to us. I suppose if things were dire, Ajuka would have come. I'm sure your sister's presence is simply a precaution. You know Surzex would never allow me to be in harm's way, Rias sighed in annoyance. Still, we should keep an eye on that rogue devil girl. She looks like she could be more trouble than either one of the dragons. She certainly doesn't seem to like us, Sona stated firmly. I agree. I also don't like the idea of her being friends with Hayato. How powerful is he exactly? Did he say what they wanted from him? Rias asked. Sona sighed. I have no idea how powerful he is, but he says he's half dragon and doesn't fear being rogue. I'm assuming he's at least as strong as you and me. You really think he's that strong? Rias asked, surprised. If he's not, then he's fearless at the very least, Sona noted. I'm going to ask Grafia to investigate that Valley girl. If she is part of the old Satan faction, then it's imperative that we find out as soon as possible, Rias said seriously. Let me know if she discovers anything relevant, Sona stated before walking away with her peerage. Issei was sitting on the rooftop, eating lunch with a distant expression on his face. His mind kept wandering to thoughts of his date after school. Is it a date? She seems to like me, but I feel like she's one of those girls who doesn't really understand romance. She's too childish and quirky to really know what a date is. No, it's not a date. We're just going to watch some cheesy magical girl movie, and she'll say some girly stuff after I drive her back, and that'll be the end of that. Why did I give her my email? She's really pretty and kind of cool, but is she really girlfriend material? Even if she is, do I really want to get her involved in all this devil and angel nonsense? Hey, Issei, I want to show you something, a voice called out before a powerful fist collided with his face. He was immediately jolted from his dazed thoughts and jumped up alertly. He saw an amused Tiamat standing in front of him with a mischievous grin. I just punched you again. What are you going to do about it? She asked tauntingly. Nobody else was on the rooftop, and Vali was nowhere to be seen. He had expected them to show up at some point but was surprised to only see Tiamat. Noticing his searching gaze, Tiamat laughed. Val's not here to protect you. You and I are going to settle this right now. What is your problem? He asked angrily. You're the one who started this. Looking at me like you think you can take me on. Why don't you prove it to me, tough guy? She hissed as she lunged toward him. Issei immediately evaded her attack with his heightened reflexes and dodged all of her follow-up moves with calm, agile movements. Quit dancing around me. Fight me, Issei. Tiamat hissed again as she charged at him with determination. Issei caught her mid-charge and gently threw her to the ground. He cracked his knuckles and neck as she sprang back up, excitement gleaming in her eyes. About time you did something. And here I thought you were too scared to hit a girl. Before she could do anything else, Issei grabbed her by the throat and pinned her against the ground. She seemed surprised by his strength but pleased by his actions. She didn't struggle under his grip and looked up at him. You're stronger in this form of yours than I thought. Impressive. If you're trying to annoy me, you're doing a great job, Issei growled at her. Tiamat grinned. Oh, I'm trying. How about you quit pretending like you're some nobody and show me how strong you really are? If it'll make you back off, then fine. Issei said, annoyed as he released her and stood back up. Tiamat stared at him eagerly as Issei's body glowed red briefly. His eyes transformed into a golden-green color before two red wings sprouted from his back. They were not his sacred gear's wings but the extra pair he had acquired from Red. His nails sharpened into claws, and fangs emerged from his mouth a moment later. Tiamat watched his transformation with a wide grin. Amazing aura. I'm surprised you're able to keep that hidden all the time. I'm even more surprised that you would. Issei stared her down. Is this enough to satisfy you? For now, I suppose. I won't make you actually fight me at school. Maybe some other time, Tiamat said coolly. Issei wasted no time reverting back to his normal form and concealing his aura again after hearing her answer. He was relieved to have kept his power heavily suppressed during his display, or every devil and angel within the city limits would have sensed it. The little bit he did show was thankfully enough to calm Tiamat down. She brushed up closely to him once he was back to normal. I'd show you mine, but I don't want to scare the devils into sending an army here. Such a shame. Issei replied sarcastically. I can give you something though, she said with a sly smile. What's that? Issei asked cautiously. A moment later, Tiamat moved her face really close to his. Is she going to kiss me or something? Issei thought, bewildered. Tiamat grabbed Issei's face, opened his mouth slightly, and breathed a light amount of blue flames down his throat. Issei stared at her in confusion as she backed off with a mischievous smile. Take that as my apology for being aggressive to you, Issei. What was that? He asked, bewildered. Oh, you don't know what I just did? Ha, that's adorable. Are you sure you're a dragon? She laughed at his confusion. Issei shot her a sharp look before rolling his eyes. Whatever, I don't care anyway. When you figure it out, let me know, and we'll go from there. She practically giggled at his ignorance. Ddraig, what did she just do to me? What was that? Ddraig? Say something, partner, Issei spoke to the Welsh dragon. Ddraig replied after a long silence. It was nothing, she's just trying to annoy you again. Don't worry about it. Issei sat down again and continued to eat his lunch. Tiamat sat next to him a moment later and sighed. Vali's got some meeting with her family again. Thankfully, I didn't have to go this time. Her family? Are they part of the Cows Brigade too? Issei asked. Tiamat shrugged. Yeah, some of them are, I think. A lot of the old Satan faction is part of the Cows Brigade, actually. But, speaking of that, why are you even aligned with devils? Aren't dragon kings supposed to be super powerful beings? Issei asked. Slow down there, let me explain. The 5 great dragon kings are indeed mighty, but we're not invincible. A high-class Satan devil is still a match for a dragon king, and there are many powerful devils in the underworld. I try to stay on their good side, if only to avoid being put into some sacred gear or sealed away somewhere. Too many of our brethren have faced that fate, unfortunately. There aren't many of us left, so it does no good to our species for me to be reckless, Tiamat sighed. Well, you should know they're super concerned about you being at this school. One of those devil princesses even asked me why you and Vali were here. That seems kind of reckless to me, not that I care, Issei told her. Tiamat shrugged. I'll bet they did. Spoiled individuals are probably frustrated that they can't simply drive me out of their territory without provoking a major conflict. I've never cared much for the current Mao or their pretentious siblings and heirs. The Astaroth clan is acceptable, but I'm not fond of the Gremmery or Citri houses. They've likely already informed my older brother Surzex of my presence here. So, you're on good terms with the ruling devil clans, but you're also part of a faction that opposes them? Issei asked, confused. I've only recently let go of my need to stay in their good graces. With Vali and Ophis backing me, I don't really have to follow Ajuka or any of the Maos anymore, Tiamat said distantly. Vali must be really powerful if you're willing to follow her instead of the Mao, Issei noted. Tiamat nodded. She is? Vali could honestly be a Satan if she really wanted to. So, what is it you want then? Are you part of the Cows Brigade just because Ophis is leading it and you're tired of being a devil's subordinate? Issei asked. Tiamat shrugged. Something like that? Vali recruited me and promised to help me with a personal issue of mine. I didn't believe her at first until... Issei looked at her, puzzled. Until what? Nothing. Vali just surprised me, that's all. When I discovered her faction supported Ophis, I decided it was worth following her over the current Mao, Tiamat said distantly. Something's been bothering me lately. What does Ophis want, and why is she leading your faction? She seems like the last being who would care to get involved in a conflict like this, Issei asked seriously. The blue-haired dragon sighed. Didn't you ask us this already? Ophis is difficult to understand. That's something you should ask her yourself. Considering she knew of your existence here, I'm sure she'll tell you at some point. How long do you and Vali plan on staying at school here? Is your recruiting going well? Issei asked. The dragon shrugged. Hard to say, politics are slow and tedious. We don't really have anything else to do right now other than recruit people, and you're the only one we've found worth anything. I'm honored, but I'm still not joining you, he replied dryly. That's okay, we're also staying in this town for another reason, Tiamat said seriously. What reason might that be? Issei asked. Tiamat shook her head. I can't tell you everything. Not unless you're actually one of us. Nothing personal. Fair enough, he sighed. A moment later, the bell rang, catching both of their attentions. Issei stood up. Well, I'm going back to class. You coming? I'll be right there, Tiamat replied as Issei walked back inside and down the stairs. Later that day, Issei had finally made it through the long and arduous school day and was somewhat looking forward to seeing Sarah fall. As he and Tiamat walked down the stairs together, they were stopped when a devil stepped in front of them. Much to Issei's surprise, it was Saji. He seemed less angry and more serious, as if he had something important to say. Tiamat looked at him and then at Issei before shaking her head. Issei crossed his arms. Do you need something? Can I talk to you, in private? He asked somewhat respectfully. Tiamat scoffed at him and simply walked past. I'll see you around. Have a good weekend. I might drop in on you at some point. Later, Tiamat, Issei replied, waving at her. After she was gone, Issei looked back at Saji with a serious expression. You want to talk to me in private? What could you possibly have to say? Look, man, please? He asked again, glancing around at the curious students who were wondering what Saji was discussing with Issei. The secretary sighed. Lead the way. Saji immediately led Issei outside to a more secluded area before turning around. The devil stared at him with strong, determined eyes. What do you want? Issei asked, already annoyed. First off, I want to apologize for the other day. I get a bit fired up when it comes to the president. She's a really good person and doesn't deserve disrespect, Saji began. Issei crossed his arms again. Respect isn't something you're born with, it's something that has to be earned. But regardless, I hold no ill will towards her. She told me she tried to recruit you into our peerage. I'm not surprised you said no, but honestly, I doubt you would have been able to join anyway, he continued. Why is that? Issei asked. Her peerage is pretty much full except for her pawns. There are 8 total evil pieces for pawns in a high-class devil's peerage. I took up 4 of them, and considering you're much stronger than me, the other 4 wouldn't have been enough to make you a devil, Saji explained thoroughly. Is there a point to this? Issei asked as he checked the time. Saji nodded. Yeah, there is. I heard you're a dragon. I just wanted to ask if you would train me. Issei stared at him, taken aback. What? Look, man, this is embarrassing for me, all right? But I don't really know who else to ask. My sacred gear has a dragon in it, and I figured you could at least help me out a little bit, since you're a dragon too, Saji said, almost sheepishly. Issei shrugged. Even if I could help you, which I probably can't, why would I want to? What do I gain from training a devil how to use his dragon's sacred gear? Saji frowned at Issei's lack of interest. It wouldn't be anything crazy or long-term. Just a few hours one day. I really want to get stronger, and I don't know how. I figured it was a waste of time asking you, but I thought I'd at least try. What's your reason for wanting to get stronger? Issei asked. His question caused Saji to perk up anxiously. I want to be able to protect Kaicho and the others. I want to be more than just her devil servant one day. I want them all to see me as someone worthy of the Citri name, he replied. Issei rolled his eyes at the answer. Why would I train you just so you can be more useful to them? If you had some real ambition, I'd consider it. Your lack of ambition is also why you're weak right now. Saji gritted his teeth at Issei's blunt response. I was ambitious enough to ask a JRK like you, wasn't I? You're missing the point, dude. I'm not going to train you if you're just going to keep being a servant for them. If you had a real goal, I'd reconsider, Issei explained. What did you just call me? A servant? Saji said, visibly upset. Issei sighed. Yeah, your only goal right now seems to be getting stronger to impress some devil princess and a bunch of other girls. That kind of attitude will never make you truly powerful. That'll just make you a useful tool. You should only bother getting stronger for your own reason. My own reason? I guess I don't have one, Saji said, drifting off in thought. Most people don't. That's why they end up as servants, Issei replied. What's your reason then? To be stronger, I mean? Saji asked curiously. Issei chuckled for a moment. I have many, but being the master of my own destiny is the biggest. Saji stared at him, confused. What do you mean? I mean, I'm strong so I don't have to be anyone's servant, Issei answered. I guess that explains the delinquent thing, Saji said, looking down for a moment. I just don't know if I could have that same goal, especially now that I'm already a devil. You don't have to take it as far as me, but at the very least, you should want something more for yourself. Get stronger for yourself, not for them. In doing so, you'll probably end up impressing them more than you ever would as a selfless white knight. Also, if you want the president to like you, then stop trying to win her over like all the other servants. She'll never respect you otherwise, Issei said calmly. I never really thought of it that way, Saji said distantly, as if absorbing Issei's words. When you find your own reason, let me know, Issei said casually as he turned to leave. Hey, Haiden, are we at least cool then? Saji asked. Yeah, we're fine, devil, just don't annoy me and we'll stay that way, Issei replied before walking off. Before he was gone, Saji called out again, by the way, you might want to stay away from that Vali girl. The others are really concerned about her. If you're serious about staying out of politics around here, then you're probably better off avoiding her. I'll keep that in mind, Issei said before heading for his motorcycle. The bus stopped near 3rd Street. As he rode his motorcycle to the place where Serafal told him to meet her, Issei was shocked to see she was already there. I wonder how long she's been here? She must have known when school ended for Kuoh Academy students, Issei noted as he pulled up. Serafal was wearing a magical girl cosplay again, much to Issei's dismay. He almost face-bombed when she stood up and ran towards him. Issei-chan. You're here, she said excitedly as if she were a child. Issei looked at her outfit and sighed. You're wearing that get-up again? We're not going to a convention, you know. Yeah, but it's a Milky Spiral 7 movie, she announced. And why does that mean you have to dress up? He asked. Serafal gave him a guilty smile as she looked down. Well, it is the opening day for the movie. So what time was it again? 9, he asked. We have some time before it starts, so let's go to the mall and go shopping. Serafal cheered. A moment later, she hopped on the back of his motorcycle and wrapped her arms around his waist. We can get dinner before the movie too. I'll let you pick the place. Okay, how long is this movie anyway? Issei asked curiously. It's almost 3 hours long. 2 hours and 45 minutes to be exact. Though we have to stay for the end credits special scene, she said cheerily. Are you serious? I can't sit through 3 hours of magical girls, Issei thought, horrified. Since when did anime movies get that long? Aren't they supposed to be like an hour and a half? Go, go, go! Serafal cheered, which caused Issei to take off on his bike. After a quick and wild ride through town, they reached the mall. Issei caught more than a few stares from the large crowds of people as he rode up and parked his motorcycle. After they got off, Serafal eagerly linked her arm with his as she practically dragged him into the mall. To say that people were staring was an understatement. Their eyes were glued to the odd pair as they walked inside past the various crowds of mallgoers. Issei felt almost embarrassed to be seen with a magical girl cosplayer in public like this, but considering how beautiful Serafall was, nobody could really blame him. Several girls gasped as they pointed at the duo. But look at how adorable she is. What is she doing with a scary guy like that? Are they a couple? Another girl gasped excitedly as if she were watching celebrities walk by. What's that handsome guy doing with some otaku weirdo? Another girl said, confused. Issei immediately realized something at that moment. Every person watching them thought Serafall was his girlfriend. She's so cute. I want to take a picture with her, one guy said to his friends. Not a chance, dude, that guy she's with looks tough, one of his buddies replied. Yeah right, I'll show that guy what's up, the overly ambitious guy announced to his friends before walking in front of Issei and Serafall. Hey babe, you're looking great in that outfit. Mind if I take a picture? He asked loudly. Serafall smiled as she held up a peace sign. Sure, go ahead and take one of us. Nah, honey, I just want a picture of you and me if you know what I mean, he said, trying to push Issei away. Issei immediately pushed the guy back. He ended up using more strength than he intended, causing the guy to stumble back. Holy cow! Did you see what that guy just did? Get him! One of the guy's friends shouted as he charged Issei. The delinquent dragon effortlessly dodged the guy's swing and tripped him. A moment later, Issei stepped firmly on the downed man's foot, causing him to cry out in surprise. The surrounding crowd looked horrified by the display. The first guy, recovering from his stumble, pointed at Issei, yelling loudly, "That guy just attacked me. Someone call security." Yo man, I think he's with the Yakuza, see that jacket? Another friend pointed at Issei seriously. The first guy immediately backed down, scared. I don't want any trouble, bro. I'm sorry. Issei sighed heavily before simply walking past the crowd of onlookers and the two bewildered men. Serafall was surprisingly quiet during the whole incident. She's probably regretting this outing already. Stuff like this always happens whenever I go anywhere with a girl, Issei thought to himself. You really are my bodyguard, aren't you? Serafall giggled at Issei as they walked further away. After everyone recovered from the initial shock of the situation, the crowd started moving along again. Nobody dared to try and apprehend Issei, as they all assumed he was some big shot. Many women around him were eyeing him with approving looks, as if the sight of him defending Serafall made him more appealing. Issei wasn't really paying attention to the strange reactions of the public, he was more concerned about what Serafall was thinking at that moment. He looked down at her, surprised that she wasn't upset or bothered by what had just happened. Much to his confusion, she seemed to enjoy it. I'm surprised you're not upset about this, Issei said honestly. Serafall looked at him with wide eyes and smiled. Why would I be? You threw that JRK through a glass display. That was awesome. Yeah, sure, Issei replied, somewhat surprised. A magical girl cosplayer who likes reckless motorcycle rides and condones violence? She just keeps getting weirder. Man, I hope these people don't think I was trying to be chivalrous, he thought to himself as several women gave him dreamy looks. Oh my god, did you just see what he did to those JRKs? They were all trying to mess with his girl, and he just threw that one through the glass, a loud girl said to her friend. I wish he was my boyfriend. That girl is lucky to have a man who'll stand up for her, another woman added. Issei could hear all of these conversations thanks to his heightened senses and was extremely thankful that Serafall couldn't. Demon it so much for that. Man, this got so awkward all of a sudden. At least Serafall can't hear all of them talking. If she could hear all the crazy things these people are saying about us, things would be really weird, he thought as he looked down at Serafall again. She seemed to be getting embarrassed for some reason. Her cheeks were red, much to Issei's surprise. Despite not knowing her for very long, he knew that Serafall wasn't much of a shy person. But considering the amount of attention they were getting, he figured even she had her limits. Hey, Issei, let's go in there. Serafall pointed to a nearby store. Much to his horror, it was a women's clothing store. He was reluctant to go inside but grateful for any excuse to escape the crowd of staring people. As they walked in, the employees greeted them warmly. Issei was thankful that they were professional enough not to comment on his jacket and her magical girl costume. Sarafal anxiously pranced around the store, finding a bunch of different outfits. Once she had a few, she went to the changing room in the back. Issei awkwardly stood there, unsure of what to do or where to go. He felt uncomfortable being in a women's clothing store and tried to avoid the curious looks from several women as he waited for Sarafal to change. One woman even approached him. "Are you waiting for your girlfriend?" "Yeah," Issei said without thinking. The woman seemed disappointed at the news and nodded as she walked past. He didn't care enough to figure out why she even bothered to ask him. A moment later, the curtain opened, and Sarafal walked out, looking a bit flustered as she glanced at Issei. "What?" he asked, trying to read her expression. Sarafal immediately looked down. "Nothing. How does it look on me?" She had picked out a stylish punk outfit that almost matched him. It consisted of a cute sleeveless black top, a black and red frilly skirt, and fishnet stockings. She also wore some black boots and armlets. "You look awesome. Next time we go stunt riding, you should definitely wear that," Issei remarked with approval. Sarafal continued trying on multiple outfits for the next hour. For some reason, Issei felt more comfortable in the store now and was surprisingly enjoying the shopping experience. When they finally left, Sarafal was back in her magical girl cosplay and had at least 5 bags of new clothes with her. She seemed to be in a really good mood, much to Issei's relief. They continued shopping for several more hours and ended up buying the Milky Spiral 7 video game and some random other games. After they were finally done, the two ended up at a random restaurant in the mall that Issei chose. Upon sitting down, they were surprised to see many couples in the restaurant. Issei felt awkward again, wondering what Sarafal thought about them eating there. This day has been almost like an actual date. Now we're in this couple's diner? Geez, I hope she doesn't take this the wrong way. I had no idea this was a couple's diner, Issei thought as he maintained his calm exterior. Sarafal looked around at several couples in the room and immediately looked down, embarrassed. "This place looks nice. Hopefully, I've never been here before," Issei replied, stealing a few glances at nearby couples. "Hey, Issei, thanks for going with me today. It means a lot to have someone to go to these things with," she said somewhat nervously. "Yeah, no problem, Sarafal," Issei replied, unsure of what to say next and looking away a moment later. "When I was texting you last night and you didn't reply, I thought maybe you didn't like me or something." "A lot of people think I'm weird," she said honestly. "There's no denying you're a bit unique, but that's what makes you interesting. It's boring to be like everyone else, anyway," he replied. Sarafal blushed at his comment as she looked up at him. "Hello, are you two ready to order?" A waitress interrupted, causing Sarafal to immediately give up on whatever she was going to say. The two ordered their food, and once the waitress was gone, they lost all momentum from the previous conversation. Trying to think of anything to keep things from getting awkward again, Issei spoke up. "So, what's with the whole magical girl thing? I've been wondering why you like it so much." "Oh, that? Well, it's kind of a long story really. You sure you want to hear it?" Sarafal asked. Issei nodded. "Yeah, I mean it just seems like something an older girl wouldn't really be into." Sarafal frowned. "I guess it's because I never really had much of a childhood, to be honest." "Why?" Issei wondered. "Well, my family is pretty wealthy, and they're a bit elitist, if you know what I mean. When I was a girl, I didn't have much of a childhood as I was the eldest and the heir. My parents groomed me and trained me so much in my youth that I ended up resenting it as I grew older. One day, I came across magical girls, and it changed my life. I felt a real connection with it, as if it were a missing piece of me. I know that sounds silly, but that's why I like it," Sarafal explained with shy honesty. Issei nodded sympathetically. "That explains a lot. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. To me, it's freedom. You can't always live your life by someone else's rules. You have to make your own if you want to enjoy it." "Yeah, my parents are a bit ashamed of it, but my sister is their heir now, so I guess what I choose to do isn't really important anymore," Sarafal sighed. "You said your sister goes to my school. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?" Issei said cautiously. Sarafal looked a bit alarmed by his question and glanced down for a moment. "Oh, I did say that, didn't I?" Issei shrugged. "It's cool, You don't have to tell me. I guess that was kind of rude to ask. It's okay, she finally replied. Don't take it the wrong way. I wouldn't care if you were older. I was just curious, that's all. Issei tried to ease the tension. I suppose you could say I'm old enough to get married, Serafal finally answered. Issei tilted his head in confusion. It's a wonder you aren't already. That's what my parents keep saying, but I don't want to marry anyone unless I love them. I guess my childish selfishness is just another reason for them to think less of me, Serafal shrugged. Your parents sound like some uptight people I know, Issei remarked, thinking of devils in general, unaware of the irony behind his thoughts. Hey, Issei, are you religious at all by chance? She asked curiously. He looked at her and shrugged. Not really. An old childhood friend of mine was Christian, I think. I'm too busy with my own life to get all involved in the prayer and worship stuff. Why do you ask? I was just wondering if you believed in the supernatural, she said with a curious expression. He looked at her uncertainly. You mean like actual magic, ghosts, and demons? All that stuff? Serafal nodded. Yeah. What would you think if that stuff was real? Issei shook his head. I wouldn't care. Even if it was real, I doubt I'd ever get involved with any of it. If it was, would you ever want to experience something special like that? Like learning magic or something? She asked with interest. Issei thought for a moment. Well, I always thought it'd be cool to wake up one day with superpowers, but I'm sure there's a downside to it as well. That kind of power always attracts enemies. You don't seem to have a problem dealing with those, Serafal said with a smile. Issei wasn't sure where she was going with the topic but simply shrugged in silence. Serafal looked away for a moment before making eye contact again. What if I told you I was an actual magical girl? He laughed at her statement. I'd probably believe you. I mean, you've somehow convinced me to hang out with you. If that's not magic, I don't know what is. She blushed at his statement and didn't respond. The moment those words left his lips, Issei thought about them more carefully. Wait, what did I just say to her? Serafal looked back at him with a smile. Would you ever be interested in joining my, social group? What, a social group? Like your friends? Issei said, confused. Serafal nodded. Why yeah, it's like a fan group for all this cool supernatural stuff. I know it sounds a bit silly, but my other friends would really like you. Issei chuckled. I don't know. I'm not much of a group person. I mean, I might make my own gang one day, but I doubt I'd get along with people like that. You get along with me, though? She said, looking down. He crossed his arms and looked at her, and, well, you don't have to right now if you don't want to, but I'd really like you to meet my friends sometime, she said enthusiastically. We'll see, I guess, Issei shrugged. Well, even if you don't, you can still spend time with me, right? She asked hopefully. Issei chuckled. So long as you don't turn into some kind of monster, then yeah. Serafal's face froze at his joke. She looked at him somewhat distraught. Oh. I mean, that's not something you have to worry about. I can't imagine you as anything but a nice girl, Issei noted. Thanks, Issei, she said distantly. He noticed her change in behavior and tilted his head. For what? You all right? Oh yes, I'm fine. I'm just... She trailed off, struggling to find the words. Issei remained silent, waiting for her to finish her thought. Finally, Serafal simply smiled. I'm just glad I met you. Nobody I know really treats me like a girl except for you. My family and even most of my friends see me as some rich, irresponsible woman who should take everything more seriously. It's nice having someone who doesn't judge me for being the way I am. Oh, I still judge you, Issei laughed. Serafal's face immediately reddened as she looked at him, embarrassed. Why you do? I see you as a fun girl and a good person. A bit weird, probably a bit crazy, but hey, that's what makes people unique, Issei noted. Hey, Issei, can I ask you something? Serafal spoke slowly. Go ahead, he nodded. Earlier when we were shopping, someone said, Serafal tried to speak but was interrupted when the server showed up with their food. Here's your meals. They're hot, so be careful, the waitress announced as she placed the food in front of them. Oh sweet, Issei said as he immediately dug into his meal. Seraphol lost her momentum again and decided to give up on the topic as she ate her meal as well. The two ate in silence for about a minute until Issei looked back at her. "What were you trying to tell me?" "Nothing important," she said with a smile before returning to her food. They had ordered burgers and fries. They finished their meal in relative silence, with a few comments here and there about the taste of the food. After they were done, both were surprised when the waitress brought over a single large milkshake with 2 straws. Both Issei and Seraphol looked at it uncertainly as the waitress happily placed it between them. "I don't think we ordered a milkshake," Issei said immediately. The waitress smiled at them and shook her head. "No, but this one is on the house for that amazing Milky Spiral 7 cosplay." "Thank you," Seraphol said with a warm smile. "It's kind of cute seeing Miltan with a tough guy," the waitress giggled. As she glanced between Issei and Seraphol. "We're going to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie tonight," Seraphol announced proudly. The waitress looked surprised and then turned to Issei. "I guess looks can be deceiving because your boyfriend is a sweetheart for taking you to see it. I'm so jealous. Can I please take a picture with you too?" Issei nearly choked on his milkshake. Seraphol seemed a bit caught off guard by the remark too. "Why yeah, sure," Seraphol replied, still recovering from the girl's comment. After an awkward picture, the waitress beamed at them. "Thanks a lot. You two have fun now. Enjoy the rest of your date. You treat her nicely now, boyfriend Kuon." Once the waitress left, Issei and Seraphol exchanged uncertain glances. "How does that milkshake taste? Can I have some too?" Seraphol asked after a long silence, as if she wanted to say something more but changed her mind. "Go ahead, there's 2 straws," he replied, returning to his drink. The two quietly slurped from the large milkshake, their faces close together. Issei had no idea what was going through Seraphol's mind, but he was relieved she didn't comment further on the boyfriend remark. It wasn't that he was opposed to the idea of dating her, but he honestly wasn't sure if it was a good idea. He barely knew her, and a girl like her seemed too sweet and innocent to get involved with him. With all the trouble he seemed to attract lately, Issei worried he might ruin her life if devils or angels came after her to provoke him. He also didn't expect Seraphol to like him as much as she did. Something in his instincts kept him from feeling at ease about the whole situation. "This is so good. Save me some too, Issei," Seraphol said cheerfully before diving back into the milkshake. Her attitude seemed to have returned to normal. "I wonder if she thinks this is a date or just a friendly outing. I can't even tell right now. Judging by her personality, it seems likely she would have asked me to be her boyfriend if she really wanted that. Maybe she just wants to be friends? I don't have time for that. What am I even doing here with her?" Issei thought to himself as he tried to read Seraphol's behavior. Issei checked the time and saw it was 8. "We need to get going if we want to catch the movie." "Oh, the movie starts soon. Come on Issei, let's hurry," Seraphol said urgently, slapping down a generous amount of money on the table and dragging him out of the restaurant. Issei didn't have time to see how much it was, but it was clearly more than their meals cost. They quickly made their way to the movie theater and, after some brief waiting, finally settled into their seats. "I can't wait for this movie," Seraphol exclaimed as they sat down in the middle row. "This is going to be a long 3 hours." He thought as the trailers began to play. Issei felt relief as he stepped outside again. He shook his head and cringed. "I'm never watching another magical girl movie for as long as I live. Why did I go out with her? I could have been flying around with Red right about now. Speaking of which, the big guy is probably wondering where I've been all week." "That was amazing. Can you believe how that final battle went? I want to learn how to do that sparkling twilight attack," Seraphol said happily. "Well, at least you liked it," Issei replied, still recovering from the mind-numbing movie. "This has been such an amazing day. I'm so glad you came with me," Seraphol said, her eyes shining with excitement. Issei checked the time. "Well, it's pretty late. I should probably drop you off at home." "Already?" she gasped, somewhat disappointed. "Yeah, it's late. I don't know what else you expect to do tonight," he replied. "I mean, I can think of a few things, but getting her involved with me seems like a bad idea, so I'm better off avoiding that route." Issei thought to himself. She looked away nervously for a moment. Yes, sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's get going, Issei replied, eager to steer the conversation away from uncomfortable territory. He immediately walked to his motorcycle, with Serafal climbing on behind him. He wasted no time taking her straight home, feeling tired and ready to crash for the night. As they pulled up to her street, Serafal spoke up, "Wait, the bus stop is back there. You don't have to drop me off directly at the house. It's late and I just want to go to bed. Besides, I wouldn't feel right just dropping you off in the dark," he said calmly. Especially in devil territory, he mentally added. As he came to a stop in front of her house, she got off and looked at him with a wide smile. "Thanks for driving quietly through the neighborhood at least," Serafal said with a laugh. "Yeah, no problem. I'll see you around, I guess," Issei yawned. "Promise me we'll hang out again sometime soon, okay?" she asked hopefully. "Night, Serafal," Issei waved before driving away. As he drove down the street, he shook his head. "For her sake, I should probably avoid going out with her again. At least until this political situation blows over. I can't even imagine what would happen if Vali or Tiamat saw me hanging out with a girl like her." Saturday morning, Issei's house. Issei awoke the next day to the sound of loud knocking on his front door. He shook his head, annoyed. Who the hell is knocking on my door this early in the morning? He didn't bother putting on a shirt as he made his way to the front door in his boxers. Without hesitation, he opened it and looked outside. To his surprise, he saw two girls standing at his door. Both wore white robes with what appeared to be black tights underneath. One had medium-length blue hair and golden brown eyes. The other had honey chestnut hair tied into long twin tails and violet eyes. Issei immediately noticed the crosses around their necks, as well as a tied-up object on the blue-haired girl's back. They both looked alarmed by his half-naked appearance and quickly tried not to stare at him. He looked at them, confused. "Can I help you?" "Hello, is this the Haidu residence?" the girl with twin tails asked shyly. "Yes, who are you?" Issei responded immediately. "Are you Issei Haidu?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Issei nodded. "Yeah. What is this about? Are you two nuns or something?" "Say it's me. Don't you recognize me at all?" the twin-tailed girl urged. He gave her a brief stare before replying, "No." "Issei, I'm so hurt that you'd forget me," she said dramatically. He looked at her blankly. "How do you know me?" "Exactly. It's me, Irina Shidu. We were childhood friends, remember?" she insisted. Issei thought for a moment until Irina pulled out a picture of them as children. Only then did he finally recall who she was. He looked at her, puzzled. "Shidu-kun? I thought you were a boy." "What?" Irina gawked at him in disbelief. "Regardless, what do you want from me now?" "I haven't spoken to you since we were kids," Issei said seriously. About that, my friend and I were wondering if we could talk to your parents," she said, looking embarrassed. "My parents? They're both on vacation right now. What business do you have with them?" Issei asked suspiciously. He sniffed the air curiously for a moment, surprised to find they were both human. "Well, is it okay if we stay with you for a few days?" Irina finally mustered the courage to ask. Issei looked at her bewildered. "But what made me your first choice? Don't you have family around here?" "My family moved away, remember? Otherwise, you'd still be friends with me. Zenobia and I broke," Irina admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. "What are you even doing here in Kuo then? You two look like you're part of the church. Can't you stay with them?" Issei questioned. The blue-haired girl finally spoke up. "Forgive us for imposing on you, Issei Haidu. This is not something I'm proud of. We are here in this city on a mission from the church. We were given provisions, but Irina ended up losing most of our money." "Hey, I didn't lose it. Things just happened," Irina sighed. "Another blue-haired girl just showing up out of the blue. I should start counting them," Issei thought to himself as he examined the girl. "Please, Issei. You're kind of desperate right now. You wouldn't turn away two holy women of the church, would you?" "That would just be wrong," Irina pleaded, clasping her hands together. "All right, fine," he said, allowing them to come inside the house. Zenobia and Irina's gazes lingered on him as he sat down on the couch and looked at them. He motioned for them to sit down, and they complied, intrigued. Thanks, Issei. I promise we won't be a burden. By the way, would you mind putting on some clothes? Irina asked, her cheeks flushed. Why? Issei countered. I can't look at you like that. It's distracting, Irina stated. All right, but we're going to go over some ground rules when I get back, he replied, heading to his room to change into his usual attire. Upon returning, Irina's eyes widened in surprise. Issei, what are you wearing? Leather, he replied as he plopped down on the couch again. You're a lot different than I remembered, Irina said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she looked him up and down. Same could be said for you. I still can't believe you're a girl, Issei replied. Thank you for letting us stay here, Issei Hayudu. Your generosity is a blessing to us, Zenobia said politely. About that? I'll let you stay for a few days, but I want some answers. What is this mission the church sent you on? Issei asked curiously. We can't tell you that. It's confidential, Zenobia replied immediately. Wait, let me guess. Does it involve all the angels and devils in this town? Issei said, shaking his head. Irina frowned at him. Are you making fun of us? I know you're not much of a believer, Issei, but we're seriously here for something important, and we can't tell you what it is. I wasn't making fun of you. There's a lot of devils in this town, so it would only make sense for the church to want to investigate it. Besides, that thing on her back looks like a sword. What are you doing here with one of those? Issei questioned, glancing at Zenobia. They both seemed a bit caught off guard by Issei's intuition. The two exchanged brief glances before Irina spoke up again. How much do you know about the supernatural happenings around Kuo, Issei? I know my high school is full of devils, I know the church in this town is a fallen angel base, and I know you two aren't just simple nuns, he replied. Zenovia's eyes widened. Have you had any supernatural encounters? Unfortunately I have, Issei sighed. We can't let you get involved with things then. It's too dangerous for a normal person, Zenobia said stoically. And you two aren't normal people? He asked skeptically. Zenobia shook her head. No, we're exorcists. Like in the movies? You banish demons and stuff? Issei asked, almost amused. More or less like that. We're here to retrieve some holy artifacts, Zenobia explained. Zenobia! You can't tell him that. Irina protested. The blue-haired girl shook her head. It's enough to satisfy his curiosity and enough to retain our confidentiality. I see no issue with it. Besides, your friend is already aware of the dangers in this city. Speaking of which, how exactly do you know about the angels and devils, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. He shrugged. I'll tell you that when you tell me what you're after. Touché, say, Irina replied with a chuckle. All right, well, you two are probably hungry. Help yourselves to whatever you want. I'm going to make myself some breakfast, Issei said casually as he walked toward the kitchen. A moment later, another loud knock came from the front door. He looked at it, annoyed. Tell me you two don't have more friends coming? No, it's just the two of us. Zenobia said suspiciously as she eyed the door. Wait, Issei, it might not be safe for you to, Irina tried to voice her concern, but Issei ignored her as he opened the door again. Outside, he saw two familiar faces, Raynare and Kyoto. Raynare was wearing a black skirt and a lavender top, appearing casual, which confused Issei. Kyoto wore the same outfit as the last time he saw her. For some reason, Raynare was also holding a large tray of some kind. What are you two doing here? Issei asked, puzzled. Kyoto and I were sent to talk to you again, but I figured we'd bring you breakfast at least, Raynare explained. She wasted no time walking past him and into his house, followed closely by Kyoto. The moment the two fallen angels stepped inside, they came face to face with the two exorcists. All four women stared at each other in silence for a long moment. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels. Irina said urgently. Issei's house. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels. Irina urged. Are those exorcists? Raynare asked, confused as she quickly set down the tray she was carrying on a nearby table. Warner glared at the two women. Exorcists? Zenobia wasted no time unwrapping her blade and throwing off her robes as she faced the two angels. Issei stood there, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Irina looked at him again. Run, Issei. We'll handle this. What is going on? Put that down. Issei yelled at Zenobia as he rushed over and forced her blade down. Caught off guard by Issei's strength, Zenobia found her blade pinned to the ground. She struggled to lift it again but couldn't against his force, much to her shock. Issei, what are these people doing at your house? Raynare asked urgently. If you so much as touch him, I'll take you down. Irina declared, drawing her sword. Warner eyed them curiously. Are those Excaliburs? Just like the other guy. Raynare hissed. Irina attempted to attack Raynare and Warner with her Excalibur mimic, the blade transforming into a whip-like shape as she forced the angels back. Raynare and Warner spread their wings, sending black feathers flying throughout Issei's living room. What? Don't mess up my house, he shouted in disbelief at the chaos. He was even more distressed as Irina's attack missed Raynare, knocking over a table and several pictures off the wall. Issei let go of Zenovia's sword, trying to stop Irina from swinging her weapon again. Irina, put that down. Issei yelled at his childhood friend. Meanwhile, Warner formed a light spear and flew in to attack Zenobia. The two crossed blades, engaging in a brief struggle before forcing each other back. They moved in for another clash until Issei intervened, grabbing each of their weapon hands. Stop fighting in my house. Issei shouted angrily, causing all the girls to halt and look at him. Zenobia seemed shocked by Issei's strength as he took her sword away and tossed it to the ground. He then turned to Warner, annoyed. Put that away, Warner. Sorry. Warner backed down, retracting her light spear. The exorcists were astonished that Issei had managed to make the angels stop. Raynare looked at Irina with a sly grin. So, what are these exorcists doing at your house, Issei? Are they causing you trouble? Did the angels send them or the church? How do you know Issei, fallen one? Irina demanded. He's our ally and friend, Raynare boldly declared. What? Irina gasped, looking over at Issei. Zenobia wore a similar shocked expression and tilted her head. Are you in league with the fallen angels, Issei Hayadu? No, I don't work for anyone. They're just acquaintances of mine that I shared some information with about the devils, Issei sighed. How did you move like that and catch Zenovia's sword? Irina asked, confused. You don't know? Issei's a dragon, and he's with us, not you. Raynare hissed. Issei shook his head. I really wanted to go see Red today. What am I going to do with all these people bothering me every hour of the day now? Why, you're a dragon? That's impossible. We're childhood friends. We grew up together. I know you, Issei, and both of your parents are human. Irina said, disbelieving. Evidently, you don't know him very well then. Issei is more powerful than any of us, especially compared to someone like you, Warner added. Irina's face flushed with anger at Warner's remark. Zenobia looked at Issei incredulously. So you're a dragon? Why didn't you tell us? Why would he? Issei already has to deal with devils approaching him every day at school. Why would he want people like you to know? Raynare defended him. That's impossible. His parents are both human. Irina insisted. Raynare and Warner exchanged curious glances at Issei, seeking confirmation. Warner tilted her head in confusion. How is that possible? He's half-dragon from what we've heard and seen. Issei, why do they think you're a dragon? Irina practically demanded. Issei growled in annoyance. Yeah, I'm a dragon. That's all you need to know. Raynare crossed her arms and shot a challenging glare at Irina. I guess you didn't know him as well as you thought, huh, little girl? Irina's temper flared at the remark. I know him better than some fallen traitors like you. So those are holy swords, I take it? Issei asked, his gaze fixed on Zenobia and Irina with a hint of warning. Those are Excaliburs, Issei, Warner explained immediately. Issei shook his head in frustration. Why does this always happen in Kuo? Why are you here if you didn't know Issei was a dragon? Kalawarner demanded. He's my childhood friend. We're staying here, Irina declared. Raynare and Kalawarner exchanged curious looks, as if the idea was absurd. Raynare shook her head. Like hell you are. I'm not letting you two talk him into helping with whatever you're here for. Besides, Issei doesn't need some naive girl like you around him. Get out of here, fallen one. Issei doesn't need the likes of you corrupting him, you vile temptress. Irina shouted back at Raynare. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with a red draconic aura as Issei spoke. Will you all just sit down and be quiet for 1 minute? All 4 women shuddered at the sudden surge of power, nearly collapsing from the weight of the aura alone. Irina immediately set her sword down and sank back onto the couch. Zenobia didn't even bother retrieving hers as she sat next to Irina. I just woke up, and I'm really hungry. So why don't you all sit down or get out of my house? I'm going to get some breakfast, he continued, striding toward the kitchen. Wait, Issei. I brought you breakfast, let's eat it together. Raynare exclaimed, grabbing the tray of food and bringing it to the living room table. Issei was genuinely surprised it didn't topple over after the earlier confrontation. Raynare placed the food tray on the table. It's homemade, Issei. I made enough for the 3 of us. There's plenty for you to enjoy. I figured dragons probably eat more than we do. I didn't know you could cook, Issei said, somewhat surprised as he sat down across from Zenobia and Irina, surveying the food. Raynare took that opportunity to sit right next to him, while Kalawarner settled on his other side. Their wings were still out, much to Issei's annoyance as he glanced around at the feathers scattered across his living room. Irina and Zenobia exchanged incredulous looks at Issei and the fallen angels seated across from them. It seemed they wanted to say something, but after Issei's display of power, neither wanted to risk upsetting him further. How is it, Issei? Raynare asked anxiously as he began to eat some of the eggs and muffins. Surprisingly, it's good. Thanks for cooking, he replied after swallowing several bites. Raynare's face lit up at his compliment, which only seemed to irritate Irina. I'm glad you like it. Try some of the fish omelets too. I wasn't sure what you liked, but I figured a dragon must enjoy fish, Raynare suggested, adding some to his plate and taking some for herself. Kalawarner ate her food in silence, continuing to watch Irina and Zenobia closely. Irina and Zenobia felt their stomachs grumbling at the sight of the food. Raynare noticed the 2 opposing girls were hungry and slowly ate in a teasing manner. A brief silence followed as Issei and the fallen angels continued to eat. No one spoke, all of them anticipating him to say something. The tension in the room was palpable as the 4 women exchanged sharp glares. Irina and Raynare seemed particularly opposed to one another, while Zenobia and Kalawarner stared each other down. Issei looked at Irina and Zenobia, who both appeared uncomfortable and unhappy sitting in silence. May I ask something? Irina finally broke the silence upon making eye contact with Issei. He nodded. Sure, what is it? Do you have any food in your kitchen? Irina asked hopefully. You 2 are probably hungry if you're broke, huh? Go ahead and have some of my food. It looks like Raynare made enough for 6 instead of 3. Issei offered some of his omelets to Zenobia and Irina. Thank you, Issei. Zenobia replied respectfully as she reached out to take some of the food he offered. Irina was still recovering from the situation, but her hunger got the better of her, and she reluctantly took some as well. God bless you, Issei, Irina said, bowing her head as she began to eat. The exorcist girls felt reservations about eating something a fallen angel had cooked, but seeing Issei's offer, neither dared to refuse. Zenobia and Irina were too proud to admit they liked it, but Zenobia was polite enough to say, Thanks for the food, it's been a while. Raynare seemed a bit annoyed watching Zenobia and Irina enjoy the breakfast she made specifically for Issei. She shook her head at them. You 2 look pitiful right now, eating food that I made for Issei. You better have a good reason for being here. Why would you make him breakfast anyway? Zenobia asked, confused. That doesn't seem like something a fallen angel would do. Your kind is very sadistic from what I've seen. You exorcists are way worse than we are. What would you know about fallen angels? That we're all evil sinners? That we torture people for fun. Raynare countered. Considering you're taunting them with food, I'd say the last part is true, Issei remarked. Raynare looked away, embarrassed. I wasn't doing that. I was just enjoying the taste. Come on, Raynare. Do you think I'm blind? Issei sighed in annoyance. Raynare looked down, shame washing over her at being called out. Zenobia regarded the black-haired woman stoically. I know enough about fallen angels. I know that you're selfish and vile creatures who shunned God's rule. And now I also know that you're petty and deceptive, Zenobia replied. Raynare rolled her eyes. This is why I hate you self-righteous, pious, Bible-thumping morons. God wasn't all-knowing or all-powerful. He wasn't even stronger than the mightiest of dragons. Keep your condescending attitude to yourself, exorcist. You don't know anything. Why are these two staying at your home anyway? Are you helping them at all? What is their mission? Did they tell you? Kalawarner asked Issei, glancing between him and the exorcists. We're not beggars, you shameless one, Irina protested. Shameless? Oh, I'm so offended. I'm sure you'll be pleading with Issei to spare your life when he finds out what you exorcists are up to, Kalawarner chuckled. All four of you are going to be begging for mercy if you don't stop being petty. Issei said, clearly annoyed. Issei, Kalawarner tried to interject but flinched when he turned to glare at her. I'm sorry, Issei, we didn't mean to be bothersome, Raynare quickly apologized. Issei shifted the topic, looking at Raynare again. What was that you said about God not being stronger than the mightiest of dragons? How would you know that? Lord Azazel told us that God was actually afraid of two dragons, Ophis the Infinite and Great Red, the Dragon of Dragons. They're supposedly some of the most powerful beings in existence, Kalawarner answered for her. Your leader knows about Great Red? Issei asked, intrigued. Kalawarner nodded. Yes, he's very interested in dragons in general. When we told him you were one, he got excited. That's one of the reasons we're here today. Lord Azazel wants to meet you. So that's why you're here? I was wondering what you two wanted this early in the morning, Issei sighed. You want him to meet Azazel? As in the leader of the fallen angels. Zenobia exclaimed, eyes wide. What does he want with me? Issei asked, his tone revealing his displeasure. He wouldn't say, but he agreed to meet you at your convenience. He hopes you won't refuse, Kalawarner replied. I guess I can meet him, as long as it's nothing formal. But I swear, if I hear one more speech this week about why I should help someone's faction, I might lose it, Issei sighed. You'll like Lord Azazel, Issei. He's very much like you in some ways. He doesn't care much for conflict or drama either. He probably just feels it's more appropriate to tell you some things in person rather than through us, Kalawarner explained. If you're actually a dragon, Issei, how powerful are you? Irina asked curiously after finishing her food. He's stronger than us and most of the devils and angels in this town. Issei also has the ability to conceal his power, which is how he's been able to operate freely in devil territory without interference for so long. Now that they know he's a dragon, the devils in Kuo are pretty scared of him, Kalawarner answered for Issei. Since when did the fallen angels start believing I was stronger than everyone in town? Issei thought, confused. So, what are you two here for? Does it involve those Excaliburs? Issei finally asked Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia and Irina exchanged brief glances, as if deciding whether it was okay to share information with the two fallen angels present. Finally, Zenobia spoke up, we're here to retrieve or destroy the missing pieces of Excalibur. From what we understand, fallen angels have been gathering them with the help of rogue church members. We've recently learned that Valper Galilei is working for Kokabeel to gather all the Excaliburs for some sinister reason. The church sent us to investigate and stop them. What? That's a lie. I haven't heard anything about that. Have you, Kala? Raynare asked, confused. Kalawarner looked at them curiously. I assumed you two were with that weirdo Valper Galilei and that strange exorcist Fried Selzen. You're telling us you're not and that they work for Kokabeel? We're here from the church to investigate Valper Galilei for stealing the Excalibur fragments and his involvement in the Holy Sword projects. He's gathering them for Kokabeel, Last we heard, Irina reiterated Zenovia's information. So Kokabeel is working with him? This changes everything. We need to tell Azazel, Calawarner said seriously. Tell him what? Aren't you two Kokabeel's minions? Irina asked, puzzled. Technically, we're under him, but our group doesn't directly work for Kokabeel. We work for Azazel. If you two are opposed to Valper Galilei, then I guess we're technically not enemies, Calawarner noted. Wait, what are you talking about, Kala? Kokabeel is working with church members? Raynare asked, bewildered. Calawarner shook her head. Kokabeel has been acting strangely lately. Lord Azazel asked me to keep an eye on him. Now it all makes sense. Although I still don't understand what he hopes to gain from helping those church people. Who is Kokabeel exactly? Issei asked Calawarner. He's one of our high-ranking leaders, a cadre. Lord Azazel tasked him to watch over the devils around this town several years ago. He has his own group of underlings that we don't deal with very often. They're a separate group of fallen angels in this town from ours. Our group was directly tasked by Azazel to investigate sacred gear wielders in Kuo and to secretly watch Kokabeel. Although only Donasek and I knew about the latter. We're technically under Kokabeel's authority here, but we have a different mission. I had my suspicions that these two girls were with the church leader here, Valper Galilei, and now it seems that he is in league with Kokabeel, Calawarner elaborated. Why would Kokabeel work with exorcists? Also, why didn't you tell me about you watching Kokabeel for Azazel? Raynare asked, incredulous. I wasn't entirely sure until just now. It would seem he's working to gather the Excalibur fragments. It's hard to say what for, but we should definitely report this to Azazel, the blue-haired fallen angel replied. So, you two aren't with the other fallen angels in this city? Zenobia asked, surprised. Like I said, we are but we aren't, the other blue-haired woman answered immediately. In that case, it seems we have a common enemy, Zenobia stated. Irina frowned. Who's this other exorcist you mentioned? I don't know anyone named Fried Selzen. He's someone Raynare encountered about a week ago. There was this girl with a sacred gear that we were trying to find, but he got to her first. He fought Raynare off with an Excalibur, and eventually, devils showed up. Let's just say Raynare hates exorcists now, the blue-haired woman replied. We have no affiliation with any other exorcist in this town. In fact, we're actually looking to eliminate any rogue church members while we're here, Zenobia said firmly. Raynare finally broke her silence. Well, in that case, I'd be happy to help you deal with that disgusting individual. He cost us twilight healing. Patience, Raynare, we can't blow our cover yet. If all of this adds up, then that would mean Fried Selzen is working for Kokabeel. There's a reason Azazel only told me to do the espionage. He knew you'd be too hot-headed to keep your mouth shut. We need to investigate this further, Calawarner said to the black-haired beauty. Why would this Fried Selzen guy fight off a fallen angel if he was working for Kokabeel? Irina wondered. Calawarner shook her head. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. Perhaps he acted on his own. From what Raynare claims, that man isn't exactly sane. The worst-case scenario is that he knew we were outside of Kokabeel's direct underlings and wanted to take the twilight healing away from us for Kokabeel's splinter group. Unfortunately, that seems more likely. You mentioned a girl with a twilight healing sacred gear. Does this exorcist still have her in his custody? Zenobia asked seriously. I can't say if he still does. The Gremory girl and her entourage had been making advances toward her too. Their arrival during my fight forced me to retreat and prevented me from getting her. Otherwise, that exorcist would be out of the picture by now. The girl's name is Asia Argento, and she's an Italian nun, Raynare replied. What do you mean by getting her? What did you plan on using her for? Zenobia asked, her tone sharp. Raynare sighed. I meant we were going to try and recruit her to help us or take twilight healing away from her if she aligned with the devils. We can't afford to let those devils reincarnate her. A devil with twilight healing would be a significant problem. That poor girl, Irina said, shaking her head. The black-haired fallen angel sighed. I pity anyone who has to serve a devil. So, the devils have this girl now? Issei asked curiously. Raynare nodded. Most likely but there's not much we can do about it. If Fried Selzen and those other church members are in league with Kokabeel, we have much bigger problems. I don't like fallen angels, but if you two are against Valper Galilei, we'll gladly help you in any way we can, Zenobia stated diplomatically. Kalawarner and Raynare exchanged brief looks, as if deciding whether it was okay. Finally, they seemed to reach a consensus, and Kalawarner looked back at Zenobia and Irina. All right, we're temporary allies then. Issei yawned loudly at their conversation. Well, you'll have to forgive me if I don't find this interesting anymore. It looks like you finally have some common ground. So, go have fun playing detective. I'm going out for a bit to enjoy my weekend. Wait. Issei, can you help us? If you're as strong as they say you are, we could really use your help, Irina asked pleadingly. He immediately face-palmed. Why does drama follow me everywhere? If Kokabeel gets involved, we won't be able to take him out. He's a leader-class fallen angel, Irina protested. What makes you think I could stop him? Issei asked. Do you really think it'll come to violence with Kokabeel? Raynare asked Kalawarner with a frown. Kalawarner shrugged. Hard to say it up, but he's not exactly friendly. Every time I see him, all Kokabeel talks about is how he wants to destroy Kuo Academy and purge all the devils there. We can't be sure what to do about him until we find out his intentions. I'm definitely reporting this to Azazel before anything else. Kokabeel wants to destroy Kuo Academy? Let him then, he'd be doing me a favor. I could just go to high school in Kyoto, Issei laughed. That's actually not a good idea. We'd start another great war if he attacked the Citri or Gremory heirs. The whole town is already on edge with Tiamat here. If Kokabeel does something reckless, we'd all be in trouble, Kalawarner explained. Can Azazel do anything about Kokabeel? Zenobia asked hopefully. He can, but it will be chaotic if he has to use force against Kokabeel. This town is already on the verge of conflict. The devils might misunderstand if they see Azazel use his power here. That's why we have to be patient, Kalawarner sighed. Now I understand why Red seems indifferent to everything else in the world. That this political situation is frustrating. I bet even God got tired of dealing with angels and devils. If he were still alive, he'd probably be traveling through the dimensional rift with me and Red, Issei thought to himself. Great Red's life suddenly makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? Aren't you glad I convinced you not to reveal yourself for all these years? Ddraig asked him. You're truly a dragon saint, Ddraig. I can't imagine how complicated my life would be if you and Red weren't here to guide me. If this keeps getting more ridiculous, I'll probably end up flying through the dimensional rift with him for eternity, Issei replied telepathically to the heavenly red dragon. You haven't seen anything yet, Issei, wait until they find out you're the Red Dragon Emperor. Every host I've ever had was surrounded by people who wanted to either fight them, follow them, worship them, or be close to them. They'll literally think you're a god when you reveal yourself. But you'll also attract many enemies, Ddraig sighed. I'll probably end up having to deal with that Kokabeel guy, Issei thought with a sigh. So, what do you suggest we do then, Kala? Raynare asked. The blue-haired fallen angel frowned as she leaned back and crossed her arms. Well, there's only one real lead we can follow right now, Fried Selzen. We might be able to convince him to tell us what's happening if we pretend to be working for Kokabeel's plot. These two exorcists would make good bait to draw him out too. Where is this rogue exorcist anyway? Where was the last place you saw him? Irina asked. The last place we saw Fried Selzen was on the other side of town near some apartment complexes. He's likely moved on, but I'm sure you two would be good bait to draw him out if he is indeed looking for Excaliburs, Raynare explained. I don't feel right about this, Zenobia, that we should bring Issei with us in case the fallen angels try anything, Irina said to her blue-haired friend. Raynare groaned. You seriously think we're going to set you up? I don't like it. You two could easily pretend to be with him and turn on us to keep your cover, Irina replied. That's actually a good idea now that I think about it, Raynare laughed almost wickedly. Issei Haidu, would you be willing to come with us? I feel like it would be better for all sides to have a mediator for this alliance, especially if the devils show up as well, Zenobia asked as she bowed her head. Issei face-palmed for a moment before running a hand through his hair. He let out another long exaggerated sigh. Alright, fine, I'll take care of it just so you'll stop talking about this. What do you mean? Zenobia asked, confused. Issei remained silent as he left the room and walked into his garage. He quickly got on his motorcycle and started it up as the garage door opened. The four girls rushed to the front of his house when they saw him pulling out slowly. Irina called out to him, Issei, when did you get a motorcycle? Where are you going? To find this freed Selzen guy. Get on, you too, Issei said, looking at Irina and Zenobia. They both hesitated. Irina looked concerned. I've never been on one of those before. There's only one seat in the back, Zenobia pointed out. There's enough room for both of you, so get on now, Issei insisted. Raynare and Kalawarner exchanged disbelieving glances as Irina climbed onto the motorcycle first. She had to hold onto Issei's back to make room for Zenobia and her sword, but soon both exorcists were settled. Where should we meet you? Raynare asked, her eyes narrowing at Irina. I can handle this alone. You two are fallen angels, and it could cause trouble if Kokabeel finds out you were involved. Go report to your leader, Azazel, and let him know what you need. You can also tell him I'll meet him later this week, Issei replied. What are you planning to do? Raynare asked, concerned. Issei glanced back at her, dealing with this rogue exorcist. I want to go too. Raynare protested. Kalawarner shook her head. Issei has a point. If he takes care of Freed, we can keep our cover. Besides, we need to report to Azazel anyway. Fine, but I'm coming back to check on you tomorrow, Issei, Raynare announced as Issei revved the motorcycle. Let's go, Kalawarner said, preparing to teleport. Raynare shook her head. I'll catch up with you. I want to tidy up Issei's living room before we go. Oh, and why is that? Kalawarner smirked. Because it's covered in our feathers. I don't want Issei to be upset with us. You saw how mad he got, right? That aura of his was intense. He's not someone we should annoy. Besides, anything we can do to get Issei to like us is a plus, right? Raynare explained. First you cook for him, and now you're cleaning for him? Are you trying to impress him? Kalawarner laughed. What? No, of course not. I just feel like I owe him, Raynare shot back. Well, in that case, I'll stay and help, Kalawarner chuckled. Far side of town, fallen angel territory. Issei, slow down please. Irina shouted, fear evident in her voice as Issei drove recklessly through urban areas, dodging traffic and pedestrians. Zenobia appeared equally distressed but was managing to contain her emotions better. What did you say? Go faster? You got it. Issei laughed, revving the bike to full speed. Flames shot out of the exhaust as he sped down a long stretch toward the apartments he was searching for. After a long burnout, he slowed and finally stopped in front of them. Irina and Zenobia were both panting heavily, looking terrified. Irina clung tightly to Issei's back as they came to a halt. Thank goodness. You can get off now, we're here, Issei said, glancing back at the two girls who were still holding on tightly. Oh, sorry, Irina said, a light blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realized her position. I've seen motorcycles before, but never one this fast, Zenobia remarked in disbelief as she and Irina dismounted. Issei looked around and spoke. All right, we need to find this guy quickly so I can enjoy the rest of my weekend. Moments later, Issei heard a notification from his phone. He quickly checked it while Irina and Zenobia regained their composure. His eyes widened when he saw he had 15 unread messages. He skimmed through them. 14 were from Serafal, mostly random messages about the Milky Spiral 7 game she was playing. The last message caught his attention, coming from an unknown number. It read, "Why didn't you tell me you had a cell phone? I would have given you my number." He quickly replied, "Who is this? How did you get this number?" "Your employer gave it to me when I visited your bike shop. I didn't know you made illegal motorcycles for gangsters." The mystery person responded, "Don't play games with me. Tell me who this is." He messaged back, irritation creeping in. Zenobia and Irina exchanged curious glances. "Issei, what are you doing?" Irina asked. "Is that a cell phone? Who are you messaging?" Zenobia inquired, intrigued. Ha, calm down Turbo, it's your favorite devil in the world. The mystery person texted back. Vali? Issei quickly replied. So, I am your favorite devil in the world? Ah, good to know. Hey, do you want to hang out today? Tiamat is busy in the underworld this weekend, and I'm kind of bored. Vali texted. Maybe later, I'm sort of busy right now. He responded. I know, I stopped by your house a minute ago, and you weren't there. What are you up to? She asked. Long story, I'll tell you later. He replied. All right then, let me know when you're done with whatever you're doing. Vali responded. Will do. He messaged before closing his phone and looking at Irina and Zenobia. Both girls appeared curious about who he had been messaging. Irina was the first to speak. Who was that, Issei? Just a friend of mine. She wanted to know if I was available this weekend, Issei replied honestly. Irina's eyes widened. A friend? A female friend? Yes. He answered, tilting his head at her. A moment later, Issei's phone buzzed again. He opened it to check the new message. It was from Serafal. This game is even better than the movie we saw last night. It would be more fun if you were here to play with me though. You'll love the character I made. I named her Sarah Hayut. She looks like a combination of you and me. What? Why would she name her character with my last name? I can't reply to her, come on Issei, just ignore her and she'll move on. If I talk to Serafal again, I'm only going to get her involved in this mess with me. Besides, there's no way I can hang out with her now that all these angels, devils, exorcists, and who knows what else are appearing out of nowhere. I mean, what's next? Cat girls? Fox girls? Just let me catch some furry creature trying to come into this town. That would be the day I lose it, Issei scoffed to himself as he dozed off in thought for a moment. Issei absent-mindedly forgot that Zenobia and Irina were standing right next to him. Both of them were able to read the message before he realized it had happened. You saw a movie with that girl last night? Is that your girlfriend? Irina practically gasped at the idea. Issei gave her a blank look and shook his head. No, I don't have one. Thank goodness, Irina said under her breath. What was that? Issei asked. Nothing, she immediately responded. Zenobia looked at Issei curiously. Who is Sarah then? Your friend? Issei sighed. Yes and no, she's just some unusual girl I met at a convention the other day. Convention? Zenobia said as if it was a word from a lost language. Irina gawked at Issei. You go to those? Are cosplay girls your thing? What? No, let's just move on and find this freed guy, Issei said, quickly ending the conversation as he began to approach the apartments. Zenobia and Irina followed closely behind him. He honed his senses as he closed his eyes and tried to detect any sign of a holy sword. Though it was faint, he finally managed to sense one nearby. He followed it for a while until he came to a large warehouse near the apartment complexes. Zenobia and Irina had been quiet during this time but perked up when Issei stopped. Do you know where you're going? Irina asked Issei with a light laugh. Inside, I sense another holy sword in there, Issei said as he kicked the door open. The doors flew off their hinges and crashed into the dark warehouse. Issei could see perfectly in the dark and immediately locked his gaze on a man standing around several lifeless figures. They appeared to be fallen church members. The man looked alarmed to see Issei and the two girls with him. Now, what do we have here? More devils. No. Church exorcists, huh? The man laughed maniacally. He immediately drew his sword, which glowed golden. Come now, girls. Face my Excalibur rapidly. Both Irina and Zenobia drew their blades, ready for a fight, but before they even realized what had happened, Issei was already on him. Fried swung his weapon around, but was shocked when Issei caught it by the blade. The dragon glared at him, annoyed. I don't have time for this nonsense. A moment later, Issei squeezed the blade, causing the sword to break in half. Fried stumbled back in horror as Issei's body began to glow with a red aura. What are you? How did you break my Excalibur? Fried demanded, his voice trembling. Issei didn't even bother answering his question as two dragon wings emerged from his back. What is Kokabeel planning? Fried looked truly afraid when he realized what Issei was. Dragon wings? Answer the question. Issei shouted at him. He's trying to combine all of the Excaliburs and use them against the devils. He wants to start another great war. Fried answered immediately. Where's the girl? Issei followed up with another question. What girl? Fried said fearfully. Don't play dumb. Asia Argento, the girl with the twilight healing, Issei replied. The devils got her, he answered right away. That's all I need from you then, Issei said as he unleashed a burst of flames toward the man, engulfing him in fire. Fried's screams echoed for a moment before silence fell over the room. Irina and Zenobia stood by the entrance, staring at him in disbelief as Issei turned Fried into ash. A moment later, he picked up the holy sword halves of Fried's Excalibur and walked over to the girls. He handed them to Irina. There to take it? Issei, you just... Irina trailed off, unsure how to follow up. I'm not getting involved in this conflict. I helped you out with this, and I'll let you stay at my house for a bit, but you're on your own if you intend to confront a fallen angel leader. If you're lucky, that Azazel guy will take care of it for you, Issei explained as he retracted his wings and walked back to his motorcycle. Irina and Zenobia followed him in stunned silence, still trying to comprehend how Issei had snapped a holy sword in half with his bare hands. Zenobia finally broke the silence on their walk back. Those fallen angels were right. You're way stronger than any of us. Why don't you do something about the situation around here if you're so powerful, Issei Hayadu? Just call me Issei, alright? Irina does, so what does it matter if you do too? Issei told the brunette. Why did you kill that man, Issei? Irina spoke up. He was annoying, and didn't you say you were here to deal with rogue church members? I got the information we needed from him and tied up a loose end so he wouldn't report back to Kokabeel, Issei said casually. Irina frowned. Yeah, but that just didn't seem like you. You don't know anything about me, Irina, Issei said firmly. Maybe not anymore. I don't really understand how you're a dragon, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'd like to be friends with you again if you'd let me though, Irina said, her tone trailing off sadly. We're still friends, but I'd prefer it if you kept this drama away from me. I'm just trying to finish high school without too much trouble, Issei sighed. That's understandable, our mission can wait until Azazel deals with Kokabeel. We didn't mean to burden you with our troubles, Issei, Zenobia apologized. He sighed. It's alright, I can tell you two mean well and you're not very politically driven like the angels and devils. If we're going to lay low for a while, then what should we do until then? Irina asked uncertainly. You can stay at my house until we figure it out, I guess, but there are going to be some conditions, Issei said sternly. Conditions? Irina repeated, looking at Issei curiously. Hey, you go to Kuo Academy, right, Issei? Zenobia changed the subject. Issei nodded. Yep, I go to that devil's nest for school. Why do you ask? Would you be opposed to us transferring there? I mean, I'd prefer it if we stayed closer to you, and it's probably safer to be in devil territory than fallen angel territory right now, Zenobia explained her logic. After seeing what you just did to that guy, I'd say the safest place is to be around you, Irina said to Issei. The delinquent thought for a moment. I suppose that's okay, you two are human, so they won't have any reason to bother you. I don't think it's possible for us to transfer there. Our education is quite different from what a typical high school would accept, Irina explained. Perhaps if you knew someone on the inside who could help make it happen. She added with a hopeful tone. I suppose I could ask the student council president, though she's a devil, and I'd prefer to avoid that complication. If they find out you two are exorcists, things could get even more complicated, Issei noted. Zenobia sighed. What should we do then? We'll figure it out. Let's head back home, Issei said as he got back on his motorcycle. Reluctantly, Irina and Zenobia climbed on again as Issei revved up and took off. Issei's house. As he pulled into his garage, Issei felt Zenobia and Irina immediately jump off his bike in relief. Go relax for a bit. You're welcome to eat whatever is in the fridge if you get hungry. I'll be back in a few hours. I need to check on something, Issei said, pulling out his phone. He sent a message to Vali. I'm free for a little bit. Did you have something in mind for hanging out or just want to talk? Vali replied almost immediately, I actually do have some things I wanted to talk to you about. Are you at your house again? Vali asked. Yes, but I can meet you somewhere if you'd like, he responded. Meet me on top of the casino parking garage. I'll be on the roof of the tallest one. Vali replied. On my way, Issei sent before putting his phone away. Irina stood at the garage door, looking at Issei with concern. Hey, Issei, where are you going? To talk to one of my friends. Go relax for a bit, Irina. When I get back, we'll work out your living arrangements here, Issei replied before taking off on his bike again. Parking garage, rooftop. Issei quickly reached the specified meeting location and found Vali leaning against the edge of the building. She turned her head when she heard him pull up. Issei parked his bike next to hers and got off. Glad you made it out here. I figured you'd be busy all day. Did you take care of that thing you were doing? Vali asked as Issei walked over. Yeah, it was just a rogue exorcist I dealt with. A favor for an old childhood friend, Issei explained, leaning against the edge. Childhood friend? Vali said, sounding amused. Issei nodded. Yeah, just a girl I knew when I was younger. Is she human? Vali asked curiously. Yeah, she's apparently some kind of exorcist now. She asked if she could stay at my place for a few days, Issei explained. Huh, that's not something I'd expect you to do. Why are you helping her? Do you have feelings for her or something? Vali laughed. Not exactly. I barely remember her, to be honest. The last time I saw her, I still thought I was human. I didn't find out about my dragon heritage until a few years after she moved, Issei replied. So you had no knowledge of being a dragon until you were older? If that's the case, you've only been aware of your power for less than a decade, Vali remarked, surprised. Issei nodded. Yeah, like I said, I'm not as powerful as Tiamat seems to think. She told me you showed her your wings and that you had a decent aura of power, Vali stated, turning her back against the edge as well. Yeah, I did just to get her off my back, Issei sighed. Vali looked at him curiously. Which one of your parents is the dragon? Tell her you're an orphan and your parents adopted you, Ddraig suggested, providing Issei with a good excuse. Good idea, partner. Issei thought, relieved. Well, I'm technically adopted, Issei said calmly. Vali nodded. That makes sense. Most dragons would probably feel ashamed of a half-breed child. How did you learn about your dragon powers then if you've only been living in Kuo? I mean, I know some of it's probably instinctual, but you seem stronger than what I'd expect from a self-taught half-breed. It seems unlikely that you would have learned how to conceal your power and scent on your own. Someone must have mentored you. What makes you think that? Issei countered. I've seen some signs. Red is your favorite color for one. Your motorcycle is red, and Tiamat even told me that your wings are red. That's not a coincidence. That's a constant with you, Vali replied, locking a serious gaze with him. Oh no. She knows. I can't believe she figured me out like this. Issei thought shut. He maintained a calm exterior as he looked at Vali. I suppose, Issei replied coolly, waiting for Vali to call him out. Who mentored you, Issei? Was it the Red Dragon Emperor? Vali asked seriously. Oh no, game over. I might as well just come clean, Issei thought. Yeah. He said slowly. The Security trained you then? Where is he? When was the last time you saw him? Vali practically demanded, her expression serious. Wait, she doesn't think I'm the Security? I thought she was asking if you trained me, Ddraig, Issei said to his dragon partner. I thought she was onto you for a moment there. It appears she thinks someone else is the Security and they trained you, Ddraig replied, releasing a breath he had no doubt been holding. Yes, he was my mentor, Issei responded, deciding to play along with Vali's misunderstanding. Vali's eyes widened. That's unbelievable. You know one of the heavenly dragon wielders? When did you meet him? How did you meet him? What's his name? What does he look like? Whoa, slow down with the questions. I met him when I was younger and he trained me for about a year. I have no idea what his name was, Issei lied. What does he look like? Do you know where he went? Vali asked seriously. Issei looked at her skeptically. Why do you want to know so badly? Because Ophis has been looking for him, Vali answered. Issei sighed. Look, I have no idea where he went, but he was interested in hunting down artifacts from various mythologies to get stronger. The last thing he told me was that he was going to get stronger so he could fight the White One. As for what he looks like? Well, I don't really know. Every time I saw him, he was wearing this red armor. Keep it up, Issei. This is a pretty good cover story you've made so far. Ddraig cheered Issei on in his head. Balance breaker scale male, Vali said aloud before shaking her head. He's training to battle the White One, you said? Vali asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, the White Dragon Emperor, I'm assuming. Why did he train you then? Were you one of his underlings? Vali asked, shaking her head. He just trained me because I'm a red dragon, and he seemed to like that about me, Issei replied with a shrug. No wonder you're not afraid of anything around here. You are friends with the Red Dragon Emperor, Vali said with approval. If you say so. I think he just took pity on me for being a half-breed, Issei continued, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety about his cover story. I can't believe how convoluted this has become. Vali and Tiamat are persistent, he thought. Vali frowned as she looked Issei in the eyes again. Being a half-breed is pretty tough. I know you probably don't like talking about it, but trust me, I understand. What's it like for you being a devil half-breed? Issei asked, finally shifting the focus off himself. Well, it's a terrible mark of shame for most devils. It's especially bad in my case since my family is literally devil royalty, Vali sighed. Is that where the Lucifer surname comes from? Issei asked, ping his head in confusion. I'm the great-granddaughter of the original Lucifer. My family is the only one that deserves to have that title. The usurper Surzek's Gremory wears the title of Lucifer as well. He is the current ruler of hell. I don't care that he rules, I just don't think he should have my name. I find that pretty insulting, Vali explained. Issei nodded. Well, that explains why you're opposed to their faction. Vali sighed. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't really care about the politics behind it. It doesn't matter to me who rules hell, but I still do not like the fact that those betrayers can wear the names of the original Devil Kings while their heirs still live. I mean, I'm not particularly fond of the old Satan leaders, but they do deserve their ancestral names. I can't exactly relate, but I see what you mean, Issei said, noticing Vali's annoyed expression. You see how those Gremory and Citri girls walk around like they're superior? I seriously want to put them in their place every time I walk past those haughty princesses. I might be devil royalty too, but the difference between me and them, Issei, is that I had to prove myself to my family and the Cow's Brigade. I wasn't pampered or sheltered like them. I had to fight. I had to be strong. They, on the other hand, can just hide behind their older siblings. It makes me sick. Hell has turned into such a joke with all the rating games and aristocratic nonsense, Vali said darkly. Issei looked at her, confused. Big brother and big sister? Yes, the false Lucifer Gremory and the false Leviathan Citri, Vali replied. How powerful are they? Issei asked curiously. Vali shrugged. They were powerful enough to overthrow hell. I'm pretty sure the current Satans are not pushovers. At least that's what my grandfather Rizavim believes. He doesn't seem to care as much about the usurpers ruling hell as the other old Satan leaders do, or we would have started another civil war by now. Tiamat told me you were strong enough to be a Satan. I honestly believe it, considering she's the strongest dragon king and follows you around. What I don't understand is how you're so powerful if you're only a half-devil. Issei asked. Because I have to be powerful if I want to live. Unlike Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, my grandfather would not hesitate to eliminate me if I wasn't stronger than all of his henchmen. Purity means a lot to him and the other devils in the old Satan faction. Being a half-breed means I have to work twice as hard for half the respect. I can't count on anyone looking out for me except myself, Vali said firmly. I see. Issei trailed off, trying to empathize with Vali's situation. She had a certain strength about her that he admired. Vali had a real reason to be strong and to fight. Those were the types of people he always respected the most. Other than Great Red, of course, who was too powerful to need a reason anymore. So, if purity is a big deal to your family, then how did you come about? Issei asked curiously. Vali looked away. Well, my father is Raizavim's son, and my mother was human. I'll spare you the sappy childhood story, but essentially, Raizavim didn't like my father for marrying a human. He also considered him weak and useless. Raizavim killed my father, a pure devil and his own son. You must hate him then, Issei said. Because I sure would. I do, but not for that. My father was a selfish jerk, just like all the other devil royalty I see. In the end, he brought shame to the Lucifer name, Vali explained. Issei shook his head. Why are you a part of that faction then if you hate your family? I don't hate my family. I only hate Raizavim and my father. They both bring great shame to the Lucifer name. I don't see them as being any better than that Gremory usurper. I would have confronted Raizavim by now, but Ophis told me not to, Vali said strongly. Well, that is, Issei said bluntly. Vali nodded. It does, but I can't really say no to Ophis. So, the Cows Brigade is made up of this old Satan faction? Issei asked. Vali nodded. Yes. The old Satan faction, the hero faction, the magician faction, and the Clippeth are the main forces. Tiamat and I are technically freelancers under it, though the others recognize us as unofficial leaders. So how did you convince Tiamat to join your side? Issei asked. Tiamat didn't really betray them. She has her own goals. One of which was to gain more power and freedom. I convinced her that if she followed me, she wouldn't have to answer to anyone except for Ophis and that we could grow stronger together, Vali replied. Tiamat's real goal has always been to get stronger and richer than me and Albion. Ddraig chuckled in Issei's mind. I find it odd that Tiamat wouldn't tell her she was looking for the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei thought skeptically. She probably did, but considering that Vali Lucifer now thinks you're the Security's apprentice, she probably doesn't want to alarm you with information like that, Ddraig rationalized. Good point, Issei noted. So, what is your overall goal? You want to confront your grandfather, and then what? Issei asked. Vali looked at him. My goal after that is the same as Ophis' goal. Which would be? Issei asked. Vali smirked at him. You're awfully curious about us today. Are you reconsidering joining? Not a chance. Issei laughed. Too bad. I really like having you around, Vali said with a smile. He raised an eyebrow at her. Why is that? Because you're one of the few people I consider a good friend, Vali answered. I'm just your good friend, huh? Lucky me, Issei said with a sarcastic chuckle. Vali seemed to misinterpret his words, looking at him curiously. You don't want to be friends? I mean, if that's what you want, I'm cool with being friends, Issei shrugged. What do you want? Vali asked, her eyes locking onto his. Issei felt an unusual tension as Vali turned towards him, maintaining her gaze. Why do you care what I want? Issei countered. That is the question, isn't it? Vali replied coolly. We're friends. You're actually pretty cool for a devil, Issei said, trying to diffuse the tension. Just friends, huh? Vali laughed. What? He said, confused. Only then did he realize Vali's interpretation of the situation. Oh no. She thought I wanted to be more than friends? Not good friends. Vali teased. Just shut up. Issei said, a light blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looked away in embarrassment. What was that all about? Issei wondered. So, what was it you wanted to talk to me about here anyway? I almost forgot to ask you. Issei changed the subject. Vali's expression turned serious for a moment as she bit her lip. Well, it was mostly about that Red Dragon Emperor stuff. Call me crazy, but I almost thought you were the Red Dragon Emperor, huh? Haha, you did? Issei forced a laugh, feeling a shift in his insides at Vali's words. Tiamat was almost convinced of it when we were sent to find a dragon in this town. Though considering you have actual dragon wings and all, there's no way it could have been you. Plus, I hear every Security is a complete power-hungry maniac. You don't seem like one of those, Vali laughed. How crazy, huh? Issei forced another laugh. Thank you, Aniki, for my wings, Issei thought to himself in gratitude to Great Red. Why does Ophis want to find the Red Dragon Emperor, though? Issei asked Vali after finishing his forced laughter. Ding, you're persistent with asking about Ophis. Fine, I'll tell you then. She's gathering all the most powerful dragons and allies so that she can fight Great Red and reclaim the dimensional rift. She can fill you in on the details, but that's the gist of it, Vali replied. What? That girl wants to fight Aniki? I'll take on her entire army if they even think about getting close to Red. I'll confront Ophis too. Nobody messes with Red unless they go through me. Issei fumed internally, doing his best to maintain a neutral expression outwardly, though he was clearly troubled. What's wrong, Issei? Vali asked, examining his reaction. Nothing. That's just surprising news, Issei said distantly. Yeah, I thought so too when I first heard about it. Great Red is the strongest being in the universe. But just imagine how glorious it would be to take down a beast like that. It'd be the greatest battle in history, Vali said, her voice filled with excitement. Issei frowned. Maybe, but what if Great Red doesn't want to battle you guys? I mean, he's not exactly bothering anyone in the dimensional rift. What do you really gain from getting rid of him? That's something you'll have to ask Ophis, Vali replied. She's going down if she messes with Red, Issei thought furiously. Don't be a fool, Issei. Even as powerful as you are, you can't defeat Ophis, Ddraig stated firmly. Maybe not, but I can take out the rest of her little army. I wonder what Red will think when I tell him about this, Issei thought, shaking his head. He'll probably find it amusing or get super angry and just destroy everything preemptively, Ddraig guessed. Issei's phone vibrated with a message notification, catching his attention. Vali looked curious as Issei pulled out his phone to check it. Say, why haven't you replied to me today? You're not mad at me, are you? A message from Seraphal Red, filled with crying and sad face emojis. Reluctantly, Issei closed his phone, thinking, don't respond, Issei. I'm not getting that innocent girl involved in my personal life. Who's that? Vali asked. Nobody you know, just a friend of mine, Issei answered. Vali shook her head. You have a lot of friends, don't you? I suppose, he said dryly. You have a best friend yet? Vali asked with a sly smile. Before Issei could answer, a devil landed in front of them. Both Issei and Vali looked over, surprised to see a silvery gray-haired woman with braids wearing a maid outfit. She quickly folded her wings and regarded them cautiously. So you're Vali, I take it? The woman asked. You need something? We were kind of in the middle of a conversation here, Vali responded, her tone sharp. The woman looked between Vali and Issei for a moment before speaking. You're trespassing in Gremmery Devil territory. We would like to know your intentions. If they are reasonable, then we shall allow your continued stay. Is that right? Who are you supposed to be? Vali asked. My name is Graphia Lucifuge. I speak on behalf of the Gremmery household, the gray-haired woman replied. Lucifuge, huh? How nice of you to come all the way up here just to talk to me, Vali said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What devil clan are you from? Graphia asked, though Issei could tell from her serious expression that she already knew. Wouldn't you like to know? Vali replied carelessly. Graphia sighed. Just know this. The underworld is well aware of you and Tiamat being here. We don't know what your intentions are, but we will respond accordingly if you do anything to threaten this town's safety. I'm sure you will. If that'll be all, Issei and I were just leaving, Vali stated as she got on her motorcycle. Issei took that as his cue to leave as well. Graphia simply stood there, watching them as they drove away. I should just transfer to Kyoto to finish high school. This just keeps getting worse. They don't even know I'm the security yet, and I'm already wrapped up in this drama, Issei thought disbelievingly as he and Vali rode off. They drove for a little while before Vali pulled over. You want to do anything else today? I kind of need to check on the house for a while. Maybe tomorrow we can do something, Issei replied. All right, well I'll catch you later then, say. Vali waved before driving in the other direction. As Issei pulled into his garage, he quickly parked and walked inside to make sure Zenobia and Irina were handling themselves well. Both were in more casual attire and sitting on his couch. Much to his amusement, Zenobia and Irina were watching a movie featuring a dragon. Issei had never seen the film before, but the current scene depicted a knight attempting to battle a massive red dragon. Both girls perked up when they noticed Issei had returned. "Issei, about time you got back. I thought you were up to no good at some girl's house," Irina said with a nervous laugh. "Not at her house, in a parking lot." Things were going well until another woman showed up, Issei replied, chuckling. "Issei, did you actually?" Irina gasped. "Calm down, I just had to talk to her about some things," Issei said, raising his hands in defense. Zenobia looked at Issei curiously. "You said you don't have a girlfriend, but do you have a special someone, Issei?" "No, I don't." "Why do you ask?" he replied, looking at Zenobia with intrigue. "You would make an excellent father," she said with a straight face. Issei could hardly believe those words had come from her mouth, pausing for a moment. He blinked several times and scratched his head. Thanks, I guess." "I find you attractive," Zenobia stated bluntly. Irina immediately gawked at her. "Zenobia, what are you saying? You can't just say that to a boy." "Why not?" the brunette asked, looking confused. Issei laughed. "Thanks, Zenobia. You're quite good-looking yourself." "Issei," Irina exclaimed, "why you think she's pretty?" "Yeah, of course I do," he replied. Irina's face flushed red. "I can't believe it. You like her?" "What's wrong, Irina?" Zenobia asked. Apparently you're prettier than I am, I guess," Irina said softly. "Oh, lighten up, will you, Irina? You're attractive too, and I'm sure you know it," Issei said, causing her face to turn crimson. "Attractive? Are you having inappropriate thoughts about us? Is that part of the conditions for staying here?" Irina gasped. "Is it?" Zenobia asked cluelessly. "In that case, let me change my clothes." Issei could hardly believe his eyes as Zenobia moved to start unbuttoning her shirt. "Zenobia, have some modesty," Irina shouted, stopping her friend from going any further. "So, we're not going to be NTMT with him?" Zenobia said, confused. Issei burst out laughing. "No, you don't have to do that. But now that we have a moment, I wanted to discuss what we should do." Irina and Zenobia turned toward Issei, waiting for his explanation. "I've decided that I'll help you two get enrolled in Kuo Academy as long as you keep this exorcist thing a secret. The devils won't take kindly to you if they find out. That means you'll have to keep your weapons sealed or at the house. To get you into Kuo Academy, I'll also need to speak with the student council president and convince her to expedite your paperwork. I'll tell her that you're my childhood friends. If she or any of her devils approach you for any reason, let me know, and I'll have a word with them," Issei explained. Zenobia and Irina both nodded silently at his words. "As for living arrangements, I can't let you stay longer than 2 weeks. My parents are still on vacation, and that's how much longer they'll be gone. We have a spare bedroom here with 1 bed, I have a few sleeping mats, and there's always the couch too. Where do you two want to sleep?" Issei asked. "Zenobia and I have shared a bed before. I suppose we can just take the spare bed then," Irina replied. "Sounds good. Now, I'm not much of a rule person, but here are some guidelines. Don't fight anyone for any reason in my house. I don't care if Surzex Lucifer or Kokabeel is in the hallway, you fight outside. Also, do not touch my motorcycle for any reason ever. In fact, the same goes for anything in my garage. Other than that, just try not to cause drama," Issei concluded. "We'll respect your conditions," Irina said, bowing her head along with Zenobia. Issei's attention shifted back to the TV when he saw the dragon being defeated in the movie they were watching. It immediately made him think of everyone trying to take down Red. He clenched his fist. "What is this terrible movie you're watching?" "I don't know, we couldn't really find anything else to watch," Irina said as she hurriedly tried to change the channel. "Well, if you two are going to be lounging around for a few days, I guess you can play games or something," Issei shrugged. Zenobia looked at him curiously. "Games?" "Yeah, here, I got one for you to play," Issei said as he moved over to his TV and put a game into his console for them. Zenobia and Irina watched with interest as Issei grabbed the remote and changed the channel input. A moment later, the TV flashed as the game launched. Alright, this game is called Dragon Scrolls 5, Northrim. It'll give you something to do until I can get you enrolled in Kuo, Issei explained. An intro cutscene played as the game launched. We should have acted. They're already here. The Dragon Scrolls told of their return. Their defeat was merely a delay until the time after Oblivion opened, when the sons of Northrim would spill their own blood. But no one wanted to believe they even existed. And when the truth finally dawns, it dawns in fire. But there is one they fear. In their tongue, he is Dovahkiin, Dragonborn. Oh, this looks cool, Irina said as the teaser intro finished and the game's menu appeared. Yeah, that'll keep you busy for a few days. Issei laughed as he handed the controller to Zenobia. She looked at it with fascination. So how does this work? You have to play through the intro, and then you can create your own character, Issei explained. Flying over an unknown location, a colossal red dragon was being pursued by thousands of enemies. They consisted of everything from angels, devils, dragons, and even gods. They were led by none other than Ophis, the infinite Ouroboros dragon herself. Issei watched in horror as Ophis and her army battled against the mighty Red using unimaginable power. Red growled with fury as he turned to confront the attackers. Despite defeating many of them, the more powerful ones were shielded by some type of magic that seemed to emanate from Ophis herself. Red appeared to be overpowering them until Issei heard a terrible shriek. He turned his gaze to the horizon and saw a strange chimeric creature with 7 heads, many horns, and features of countless animals. It was a massive being that looked to be hundreds of meters tall. Issei watched in complete horror as this beast leapt into the air and intercepted Red while he was engaged in battle with Ophis. Its main head bit Red on the back of the neck and pulled the great dragon down from the sky. Red unleashed immense power as he struggled against this creature, but he was unable to break free as its multiple heads clamped down on his wings and forelegs, holding him in place. 666 Kuon has him restrained. This is our chance. Attack now. Issei heard someone shout. Issei immediately tapped into his full power and flew toward them. Countless legions of Ophis' army swarmed the great red dragon, attempting to pierce his scales while the massive beast held him down. Red! Issei yelled at the top of his lungs as he tried to reach him. To his utter horror, everything seemed to drift further away, no matter how fast he flew. No! Red! Issei roared as his mentor faded into the horizon. Darkness enveloped Issei as he continued to fly with all his might. An ominous voice echoed in his ears moments later. At last, the Dragon of Dragons is no more. Knew it. Red! Issei cried out as loudly as he could. Suddenly, Issei's entire reality shifted, and he found himself on top of Great Red's head. The dragon was soaring through the dimensional rift as if he hadn't just perished moments earlier. What? Red? Issei exclaimed in disbelief. What's up, kid? Red asked casually as he continued flying. I just saw you die. Issei said slowly, unsure if what he was experiencing was real. No, you had a silly nightmare, Red replied curtly. Issei blinked for a moment. That was a dream? Am I still asleep? Issei asked uncertainly. Yes, you are. That was a messed up dream of yours, kid. It's not like you to get scared of anything. You're not turning soft on me, are you? Red asked gruffly. No, but you saw my dream, right? What was that? I saw Ophis and this army chasing you. And this giant monster, Issei trailed off. Red scoffed, as if Ophis could catch me. I'm too fast and too tough. Well, thanks for making that dream end then. I don't know what that was all about, Issei said, shaking his head. That was a silly dream. I would never have gotten caught like that. By the way, where the hell have you been, kid? You missed this incredible stunt I pulled yesterday. I flew through 3 collapsing dimension portals this time. The explosion was so massive that it destroyed all of those dimensions at once. I even put on my dragon shades after I flew away from it. You should have been there to see it. Red said excitedly. Diamond 3. I thought you could only do that with 2 collapsing dimension portals at once. Issei said, amazed. Red laughed. Not a chance. I'm too awesome to only do 2. It's a shame you were too busy with your mundane human life to see it. Yeah. Sorry I haven't been here lately, Aniki. Things have been really dull back in my world, Issei sighed. I know. I've been watching it between stunts. I'm surprised you're still undercover. You afraid the White Dragon Emperor is going to challenge you or something? Red laughed. Hell no. I'll take that guy down when I see him. In fact, I'm on the verge of just going on a rampage these days. Everywhere I go, it's nothing but angels and devils trying to drag me into their sappy drama, Issei said, annoyed. Yeah. I'm sure you'll have a good time fighting him and all of those other whelps, Red chuckled. It's almost ridiculous how much trouble Issei attracts when they don't even know he's the security eye yet, Ddraig finally spoke up. That'll be funny when they find out. I'll enjoy watching that, Red chuckled. You will? You think this is funny? Issei gawked. Yeah, watching a bunch of whelps try to fight you later will be amusing, Red laughed again. Issei growled. How do you figure? You hate it when weaker beings try to fight you. That's because I'm too badass to fight them. They haven't even earned the right to look at me, Red said proudly. So, it's funny when they try to fight me? Issei shook his head. Diamen right. I get to watch my little protege build his reputation as a dragon, Red shouted. You seriously find this entertaining? Issei scoffed. Surprisingly, yes, Red chuckled again. Regardless of that, you should probably tell Red about what we learned recently, Issei. Ddraig spoke up again. Oh, that's right, Issei said seriously. Ddraig and I recently found out that Ophis is actually building an army to fight you, Red. That's why I thought that dream was real. I'm offended, kid. You seriously think they can take me? I wasn't even moving fast or using any power in it. If that scenario was real, I would have turned around and vroosh vroom. Torched that thing and run it over. Red said proudly. Issei shook his head. Of course I don't think they can take you. It was just a silly dream. Let me catch Ophis coming at me with some weak little army like that. She knows better than to get in my way. Red said with a rough growl. Do you think we should do anything about it? Issei asked. You're implying that I take this seriously? Come on, kid. Really? Miss me with the concern too. I thought you were a dragon. Red growled. Issei immediately shouted back, I am a dragon. You're right, it's nothing you need to worry about. I'm just annoyed they even thought of it in the first place. Then teach them a lesson. Watching them all fight you might be entertaining, Red followed up. Forget that. I seriously don't want to get involved in that stuff, Issei said, shaking his head. Yeah, well, you're the one who wanted to go to school like some ordinary person instead of doing awesome stunts with me, Red remarked. It was only supposed to be for a few more years. I didn't want all this chaos to start happening. Issei protested. Well, since it is, make sure you do me proud out there. I'll be cheering you on the whole way, kid, Red replied. Thanks, Issei said sarcastically. Also, make sure you're free next week. I'm going to set up a 4-portal explosion stunt, and you better be here for it. It's going to be one hell of a show. Red bellowed. I'm kind of upset I missed the 3-portal one, Issei said, shaking his head. Yeah, it was the best rush I've had in forever. There was so much excitement. Red grinned. I wouldn't miss the 4-portal one for the world then, Aniki. Issei said excitedly. Chiraka, if your human life gets too dull, I'll come visit you, Red said with a laugh before Issei's vision faded to black. Issei awoke to the sound of his alarm clock going off. Good morning, senpai. I made you breakfast. You know I wouldn't mind cooking for you all the time if you'd like. The delinquent sat up groggily, glancing at his alarm clock. 10 a.m. Sunday. Senpai, do you want some milk, coffee, or... Me? The alarm clock chimed. Issei stared at it for a moment, realizing today's girl was some kind of love-struck cook. He turned it off and got up, yawning loudly. Diamen. That dream was strange, Issei thought, shaking his head. Great Red doesn't seem to think they're a threat. If it doesn't concern him, then you shouldn't let it bother you either, Issei, Ddraig replied. You're right, Ddraig. I should probably focus more on my own problems for now. I wonder how I'm going to convince the president to get Zinovia and Irina enrolled. Issei sighed as he got dressed and checked his phone. There were 2 unread messages. Remarkably, neither was from Serafal, which surprised him. The first message was from his parents, just an update about their vacation. He skimmed it before checking the next one. The second message was from an unknown sender. Is something missing in your life? Do you lack any real purpose? Some resort to bad behavior and suffer through bitter times when they lack the light in their life. Find God today, and embrace Him in the kingdom of heaven. The faithful shall know the protection of His angels. Embrace the light and you can even get your own guardian angel. Issei rolled his eyes. Is this some kind of advertisement? How do people get my number? He quickly replied, whoever this is, please stop messaging me. God is not real, and angels are not what they seem. Issei shook his head at the ridiculousness of the message but was surprised when the sender responded, you know about that, Issei Hayuru? His eyes widened. Who are you? How did you get this number? Answer me. You're a nice person for helping those exorcists. You carry God's light within you even though He's gone. Seriously. Who are you? I'm getting annoyed now. Issei growled as he sent another message. Would you like to meet me? The mystery person replied. Issei sighed. Please tell me this isn't an angel. So, you do love God? Yes, I am an angel. No, I don't want to meet you, and I don't care about anything you, the devils, or any other faction have to say to me. Pass that along to your chain of command and leave me alone. I apologize for upsetting you, Issei Hayuru, but I've noticed a powerful devil following you around lately. I'm concerned she might harm you. They must be talking about Vali. Issei thought. Why does that concern you? He messaged again. Because I'm a fan of yours. And that devil is deceiving you. Just know that if she tries anything, we'll protect you. I don't need any angel's protection. But thanks anyway. We won't bother you, but just know that you have someone looking out for you. Issei immediately put his phone away and face-palmed. Now angels are watching me? There's no way I can go into the dimensional rift if I have to worry about them seeing me. Can this get any worse? I suppose you won't be able to visit Red next week for that 4 portals stunt of his then, Ddraig said, disappointed. Oh no. I'm not missing that. He would blow up the world if I missed it. I'll work something out to get these spying angels off my back. We have to be there for that awesome move. Issei thought seriously. Heaven seems concerned about your friend, Vali, Ddraig noted. They likely know she's Lucifer's great-granddaughter. I mean, that is concerning for an angel, I imagine. I just don't know why one's contacting me. Through my phone no less. And what was with that silly advertisement message? How lame. Issei groaned. At least angels leave people alone for the most part. Fallen angels, on the other hand, never go away, Ddraig sighed. A moment after Draig's statement, Issei heard his doorbell ringing. He left his room and walked into the living room. To his surprise, he saw both Zinovia and Irina sitting on the couch, already awake. I'm looking at the guide here, and it says you have to find this bow before you can defeat that vampire guy. It says you need 3 dragon scrolls to progress, Irina said, flipping through a game guide. Issei looked at them, amused. You two having fun? Did you even sleep last night? Yeah, we slept for like 3 hours, Zinovia replied, her eyes glued to the screen. Her character was wielding a 2-handed sword, resembling some kind of Templar. Much to Issei's amusement, Irina and Zinovia were completely absorbed in the game. Wait, Zinovia, isn't it Sunday? Irina gasped suddenly. Oh, you're right, Zinovia said seriously. We should pray. Later. Well, I mean it's not like we can go anywhere. And the only church in town is fallen angel territory, Irina trailed off, focusing back on the guide. I'm sure God will understand, Issei laughed. A moment later, the doorbell rang again. Who is that? Irina perked up curiously. It's probably one of those fallen angels, Zinovia said, still focused on the screen. Issei went to check the front door, causing Zinovia and Irina to look over curiously. As he opened it, he saw 2 individuals he did not expect. One was the red-haired devil princess, Rias Gremory, and the other looked like one of her followers. The other girl had long black hair tied in a ponytail and wore a passive expression. Issei simply stared at them for a moment, almost in disbelief. Did they seriously just show up at my house like this? The delinquent didn't say anything during the long pause, and neither did the two devil girls. Standing in his doorway, he slowly began to close the door as they stared at each other. Only then did Rias finally speak, her face serious. Wait, may I have a moment? No, Issei said bluntly, fully closing the door on her. Who was that, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. He shrugged. Nobody. Much to his annoyance, the doorbell rang again. He ignored it for a moment until someone started ringing the doorbell repeatedly, causing his house to echo with the sound. It doesn't sound like nobody, Irina said, shaking her head. With reluctance, Issei opened the door again and saw the black-haired girl with the ponytail cheerfully pressing the doorbell. Issei immediately grabbed her wrist and gently but firmly stopped her. Could you please stop that? I understand you're not really a fan of devils, and I apologize for Akino's behavior. We didn't come here to cause trouble for you, Rias spoke up. Akino tried to pull her hand back, but Issei held her wrist tightly. The girl with the ponytail stared at him briefly with a serious expression. She used a bit more of her devil strength, but even then she couldn't pull her hand away. Finally, Issei let go of her wrist after making his point. He sniffed the air several times and looked at Akino. You smell like a bird, devil girl. Akino's eyes widened in surprise as Issei shook his head. I recognize that scent. Turning his head toward Rias, Issei sighed. What do you want? Why are you at my house again? So, you did sense me that last time. Rias trailed off. You're not exactly subtle, he replied. I apologize. But I was curious about you. I've seen you around Kuo Academy a lot. You seem like an interesting person, she continued. Issei took this opportunity to fully examine the devil princess up close. He had never actually taken the time to look at her for more than a few seconds. She was extremely beautiful and had the most stunning crimson hair. He wasn't a fan of the devil princess, but Issei did appreciate her hair. Rias looked at him, confused. What? What are you staring at? You just have pretty hair. Red is my favorite color, especially crimson, Issei remarked. Oh. Rias said, surprised by his compliment. She had heard all sorts of negative things about Issei's reputation and was not expecting a compliment like that from him. There was something I wanted to ask you, Rias said after a long pause. I'm not interested in joining your peerage. I already told Citri that I'm not interested in being her servant or yours, Issei replied bluntly. Rias seemed a bit taken aback by Issei's comment but looked down for a moment. I understand that. I am aware of your dislike for devils as well. But this is about something else. All right, what? Issei asked. Engaged, Rias began. Issei looked at her for a moment and scratched his head. Good for you? Why does that matter to me? Am I invited to the wedding or something? Am I the DJ? Is this a bachelorette party? I don't want to marry him. Rias continued. He looked at her, confused. How is that my problem? Why are you telling me? I recently challenged my fiancé Riser Phoenix to a rating game so that I could cancel the arranged marriage. In case you're unaware, a rating game is a battle between two devil peerages. Unfortunately for me, I don't have a full peerage, so I am at a huge disadvantage. To top that off, Riser has a high win ratio in the games. I was looking for someone to help me, and Sona suggested you might, Rias explained. How would I be any help to you? He said, shaking his head. You're a dragon. And dragons are highly resistant to fire. Riser's peerage specializes in fire. You're also a neutral party, and Sona believes you're more powerful than you seem, Rias explained her logic. Citri must think highly of me if she assumed I would help you. I have much better things to do than help some devil princess escape an arranged marriage. I already told you, I'm not joining your peerage, Issei stated firmly. You wouldn't be joining. But in the event of a rating game where one member does not possess a full peerage, that devil is allowed to recruit temporary allies as long as it's approved by both sides. I've been given permission to recruit anyone who will fight for me, Rias explained. Not a chance. I gain nothing from helping you, Issei stated, crossing his arms. I don't expect you to do it for free. I'm willing to give you whatever you want for it. Rias trailed off, unsure if it was a good idea to make that offer. Whatever I want, huh? You shouldn't make promises like that to people like me. Issei laughed lightly. Rias immediately flushed as she looked away. I'm desperate here. What do you want? If it's something I can give you, I will. Is that right? Tell me, princess. What exactly do you have to offer me? Issei asked, testing her. The red-haired devil looked at him, concerned. Money. Political support. Favors. Is there something you want from me? You're being awfully vague there. Tell me, Rias Gremory, what do you think a guy like me wants from a girl like you? Issei continued. Akino's face was filled with disbelief. She immediately voiced her concern. Rias, you don't have to do this. Not with someone like him. Rias looked away from him. Is it something inappropriate you want? Issei shook his head and laughed. Oh my God. You're seriously that desperate? I didn't think someone like you would ever stoop to my level to get out of an arranged marriage. Don't laugh at her, Hayato-san. You should feel ashamed of trying to take advantage of Rias, Akino said disapprovingly. I'm not taking advantage of her at all. I never said that's what I wanted. I'm just laughing because you assumed you were doing some amazing favor for me by lowering yourself to my level, Issei replied. Do you really think so poorly of me? Rias asked sadly. Offending your status was not my intention. Issei crossed his arms. Answer me seriously then. Why are you so determined to not marry this guy? This isn't just some game where you're playing hard to get with him, is it? Issei asked bluntly. Rias shook her head. He's a complete JRK and a selfish person. He's arrogant, condescending, and bigoted. He's the complete stereotype of devil nobility. I can't be with someone like that. I would sooner be with someone who wasn't even a devil. Someone like me, you mean? Issei asked, causing Rias to look down, ashamed. She shook her head. I have nothing against you. I don't know why you dislike me so much. I don't dislike you, Gremory. Believe me, you would know it if I did. I'm just saying that you act like you're above everyone else, and it's really frustrating. This guy you're marrying seems like just another typical pureblood devil to me. How is he any different from the other arrogant types you'd end up with? Issei asked firmly. Because I don't love him, and he's just awful. He's everything that's wrong with devil society. I know it sounds selfish, but I want to marry someone I truly love, Rias replied sadly. So, you want me to go out of my way and confront your fiancé? For you? What kind of nonsense is that? It's not like I want to marry you, so why do you expect me to be chivalrous? Issei shook his head. I don't but I dash, Rias trailed off, unsure of how to respond. Issei sighed. Getting married to someone like that is probably the worst thing that could happen to you. There are real people with real problems out there, and you're standing here like a spoiled brat, feeling sorry for yourself about marrying some rich JRK? Handle it yourself, Gremory. I'm sorry for bothering you then. Rias said dejectedly as she turned to leave. Akino stood there for a moment as Rias walked away. She shook her head at him. You're wrong about Rias. Not all devils are like that. Rias isn't like that. She's not the person you think she is. If you truly believed that devils were so terrible, you wouldn't hang around that girl Vali. Vali actually fights her own battles instead of asking for help. I'll respect your master when she stops acting like a damsel in distress. Besides, Val is only half devil. I'm sure someone like you would understand that there's a difference, Issei said, causing Akino's eyes to widen. What did you just say? Someone like me? Akino gasped. Don't feel too bad that I actually prefer fallen angels over devils, Issei said as he closed the door on her. As he turned around, Issei saw both Zenobia and Irina standing up and staring at him anxiously. He was somewhat surprised they hadn't interrupted his conversation. Were those devils? Zenobia asked Issei seriously. What did they want? A knight in shining armor, Issei replied dryly. Zenobia looked confused. Huh? Did they ask you for help or something, Issei? Irina asked curiously. Yeah, I told them no, Issei said as he sat down. I thought the devils feared you? Zenobia said, tilting her head. They do that, but for some reason, they keep trying to get me to help them with things. It's really annoying, Issei sighed. Irina smiled. I'm glad that the devils fear you. It makes being here feel safer. Well, you two have fun with the game. I'm going to work on my bike in the garage. Give me a shout if you need anything. Issei waved as he grabbed a quick snack from his fridge. A moment later, he went into his garage, opened it for better lighting, and went over to his toolbox to grab a few tools. He looked at his bike for a moment, contemplating, now, how can I make you faster? Issei spent the next few hours working on his motorcycle. He was specifically adding an extra exhaust to increase the flames from his enhanced turbo. While working through the gas line, he eventually checked the tank for any changes. That custom fuel I made seems to be working fine. I'm glad it didn't explode or damage the lines, he thought as he saw no visible damage. While working on his bike, he considered how he would make it to the dimensional rift undetected for next week. He shook his head, deep in thought. I wondered is it possible to use illusions like Red does? What are you talking about, Issei? Ddraig questioned him. Hear me out for a minute, Ddraig. Red gifted me with some of his power. Do you think I could use it to create illusions like he can? Issei asked. Ddraig thought for a moment. That's actually an interesting idea. If you could, it would work similarly to how you restrict your scent and power signature. However, to project an illusion like that, you'd first need to know who that angel watching you is. Why is that? Issei wondered. Think about how you restrict your scent and power. It's willful. You have to imagine it. To affect someone's perception, you'd need to know who they are. At least that's how I imagine it would work. I'm just as uncertain as you are about how Great Red's power actually functions. It would be good to know who that angel is, Ddraig responded. You're a genius, Ddraig. I'll message that angel right now and find out who it is, Issei laughed. A moment later, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to the mystery angel. I've changed my mind. I want to meet you. Would you be interested in coming by my house today? Did you have a change of heart? The angel replied within 30 seconds. No, but I'd like to at least know what my stalker looks like. Issei sent back. Not even 30 seconds passed before he got a reply. I would love to meet you. Be right there. Issei sighed as he anticipated the awkward meeting ahead. He walked into his living room and sat down on the couch next to Zenobia and Irina, who were still deeply engrossed in their game. Fuss Roda. Fuss Roda. The two girls shouted in unison with their characters on the screen. This dragon shouting power is amazing. I wish I could do it in real life, Zenobia said aloud. Irina looked over at Issei with a grin. Hey, Issei, are you a dragonborn? Zenobia turned to face him as well, her eyes wide with curiosity. He looked between the two girls and laughed. I guess you could say so. That might explain why you're a dragon, Irina deduced with a playful smile. Hey, Issei, I've been meaning to ask you something since yesterday, Zenobia said slowly. He looked at the brunette curiously. All right, what is it? It's about how you destroyed that Excalibur with your bare hand. Are dragons really that powerful? That fallen angel said there were dragons even more powerful than God. Is that really true? It can't be. Can it? Zenobia asked doubtfully. I'm not going to stand here and tell you what's right or wrong, Zenobia, but all dragons are powerful. The one Raynare and Kalawarner spoke of is called Great Red. He's the greatest of them all. Is he evil? Zenobia wondered. Issei shook his head. No, but he's not really good either. Beings like him are just powerful and free to do anything they want. They're above what most people understand as morality, I guess you could say, Issei remarked. Is it possible for a dragon to be faithful to God, or at least on good terms? Zenobia wondered. It's possible for a dragon to do anything, Zenobia, Issei replied. A moment later, Issei heard a knock on the door. Do people come by your house like this all the time? Irina asked, shaking her head. Issei sighed. Yes, and it's annoying. Taking a deep breath, Issei prepared himself to meet this angel. He slowly opened the door and was met with a blinding sight. Outside his house stood a woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair had curls at the ends and looked almost radiant. She wore a purely innocent smile and golden white armor. 12 feathery white wings adorned her back, and a diadem rested across her forehead. Issei blinked several times, almost blinded by the light. I should have worn my shades. The angel smiled at him with genuine happiness. I'm so glad you wanted to meet me today. Point 1, 2, 3, April 6th, 12 wings? Who are you? Issei gawked. I'm the Seraph Gabriel. Nice to meet you, Issei Hayadu, she introduced herself. Issei looked around her. You should probably come inside before any of my neighbors see you. Thank you, she said as she entered his home. Zenobia and Irina nearly lost their composure as they both gasped. Gabriel-sama. Irina bowed low immediately. Zenobia tossed her controller down and followed suit. Great Seraph, Gabriel, what brings you here? She asked humbly. You don't have to bow, I just came to meet Issei, the angel replied warmly. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving looks before Irina spoke. Seriously? What for? He said he needed a guardian angel and so I came, the Seraph explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Issei shook his head. No, I didn't say that I said I wanted to meet you. I never agreed to that guardian angel thing. You cuss a lot, Issei. Hey, you're a bad boy. Gabriel lightly tapped him on the head with a smile, almost as if she wasn't serious about scolding him. He stared at her, confused. Is something wrong with you? No, I feel fine today. In fact, I am in a great mood right now, Gabriel answered, seemingly unfazed. Issei, you can't say that to a Seraph. Irina gasped. It's okay, Irina Shidu. Issei is a very special person. He's allowed to speak to me any way he wishes, Gabriel explained. I think you're the special one here, he laughed, shaking his head. You really think so? You think I'm special too? Gabriel asked him with a clueless, happy smile. Is she unaware? She has no idea I just called her silly. Issei thought bewildered. I know so. You're a very special girl, but I guess with looks like that, you don't need much else, he said with a grin. You like my looks? Thank you, Issei Haidu, Gabriel smiled at him. I never expected meeting an angel leader to be this amusing. Issei chuckled at Gabriel's innocence regarding his subtle humor. Issei, don't insult her like that. Irina protested. Are you insulting a Seraph? Zenobia said, shocked. Gabriel smiled. It's all right, girls, that I'm not insulted by Issei Hayadu's attraction to me. In fact, I find it flattering that he likes me. I'm a huge fan of his as well. Issei, Zenobia, and Irina all simultaneously dropped their jaws at Gabriel's remark. Zenobia looked confused. What? Gabrielson, Issei was making fun of you, Irina tried to explain. Making fun with me? Is that true, Issei Hayadu? Do I make it fun for you? Gabriel asked. No, you don't. And I am not attracted to you either. Issei immediately protested. Gabriel looked at him, puzzled. You're not? Didn't you just say you liked my looks and thought I was special? Yeah, but it's called a joke. Are all angels this unaware? Issei asked Irina and Zenobia. She's a pure being, Issei. Normal angels don't typically experience or understand negative emotions like that, Irina replied. Man, I thought Gabriel was like the coolest angel in the Bible. I wasn't expecting that this airhead, Issei said, looking at the Seraph in disbelief. I'm your favorite angel? Gabriel asked excitedly. Issei sighed. No, forget I said that. I'm overjoyed that you think so highly of me, Issei, Gabriel smiled. He shook his head. This just keeps getting weirder. Well, I must say that I think you're a good person, Issei. Looking after these girls in their time of need is a selfless act of purity. You're a benevolent person deep down inside, aren't you? Gabriel smiled. Oh my goodness, just stop already. Issei cringed. You're making me sound like some kind of lame hero. Did I offend you? Gabriel asked, confused. Forget this. Why is a Seraph watching over me? Can you explain that to me, Gabriel? Issei asked. Oh, of course. You have a powerful devil deceiving you, and it's been noticed by heaven, Gabriel explained. Issei deadpanned. Do you even know what deception is? Of course I do. It's projecting false information and emotions to change another's disposition. Lying is a common feature of deception, Gabriel answered. So, you would know if someone was deceiving you then? He asked. As a seraph, I believe I am well acquainted with detecting such things, Gabriel nodded. Yet somehow I doubt that, Issei trailed off. Zenobia looked at Gabriel, concerned. A powerful devil is deceiving him? Do you know anything about that, Issei? Yes, I do. That devil girl isn't causing me any trouble. Besides, I know all about her. She's not deceiving me. We're friends, Issei replied. You know? What did I suppose I misunderstood then? She does seem to like you more than I would expect from a devil of her class, Gabriel said uncertainly. Yeah, I know all about it, but now respectfully, I'd like you to mind your own business. Is that too much to ask? Issei sighed. Of course, Issei Hayadu. I will not interfere if you know about her. I hope you choose not to join her group, Gabriel replied. Not a chance, he said, shaking his head. Good, that I'll be watching you, Issei. You have my blessing. Gabriel smiled before teleporting away in a flash of light. After she was gone, Irina practically tackled him. Issei, you dummy. I can't believe a seraph just showed up here. Zenobia said, still recovering from the situation. Irina eventually gave up on trying to push or pound on Issei as he didn't budge at all. She looked up at him curiously. She seemed to like you. A seraph is a great judge of one's character. If you're liked by heaven, then that's a blessing. You're blessed, Issei. Lucky me, he replied, sounding less than enthusiastic. You have a seraph's blessing. You must be in God's good graces too, Zenobia commented. Yeah. I'm sure I am, Issei said, trailing off. I wish I had thought to ask her about God. Irina exclaimed, shaking her head in frustration. Issei sighed. Well, that was interesting. I'm going to take a shower in the dark. Without another word, Issei headed to the shower, undressed, and stepped into the hot water. As he stood there, he felt a strange discomfort at the thought of an angel watching him. He shook his head. Ddraig, that illusion spell is a top priority. We're working on it for the rest of the day. Pure being or not, that blonde bimbo is not going to spy on me. Good plan, partner. The sooner that's done, the better, Ddraig replied. The next day at Kuo Academy, Issei spent the night focused on creating an illusion spell. He was so determined to make it work that he barely slept. He let out a sigh of relief as he rode his motorcycle to school. I'm so glad I finally made an illusion spell to hide from that annoying angel. It will take some work to refine it for my powers, but I should be able to use a more polished version when I see Red next week. As he arrived at school, Issei met with Vali and Tiamat. The day passed fairly normally, with no notable encounters or odd conversations. As the day came to a close, Issei waited for Vali and Tiamat to leave before deciding to approach Sona. All right, here goes nothing. Let's go talk to Citri in her office, Issei thought as he walked into the student council room and closed the door behind him. To his dismay, nearly all the Kuo devils were present. They looked surprised by his sudden appearance, staring at him with a mix of anxiety and disdain. Hayadu-san. Sona looked at Issei in disbelief. What are you doing in here? Issei glanced around awkwardly. Hey, don't mind me. Just here to talk to the president. Sona looked confused. You want to talk? To me? Yeah, in private. Issei requested as everyone continued to stare at him in silence. Rias looked completely downcast, Aquino had a glare, Kaneko wore a blank expression, and Kiba remained neutral. Most of Sona's peerage had neutral expressions, but Tsubasa had a slightly embarrassed smile and a light blush. We were kind of in the middle of something right now. Rias' rating game is going to start soon, Sona replied. Oh, well, how long is that going to take? Issei asked curiously. Several devils looked at him in disbelief at his casual tone. Probably an hour or two, Sona said. What do you want from me? My childhood friends want to enroll in Kuo, but they have unusual backgrounds, and it's kind of difficult to get people transferred here without a little help. I was wondering if you'd be willing to expedite their paperwork for me, Issei requested. Childhood friends? Sona blinked several times. Yeah. They're just humans. Nothing you need to worry about, the dragon elaborated. I suppose I could. Sona said slowly, looking surprised that Issei would ask for something so simple. Why should she? You're not willing to help us, so why should we help you? The white-haired freshman devil questioned Issei. Kaneko makes a good point, Kiba agreed. Oh no. Don't tell me they're about to make me help Gremory to get Zenobia and Irina enrolled. Issei rolled his eyes. Sona looked at Issei thoughtfully. I would be willing to do that for you, if you would be willing to fight on Ria's behalf. Dang, way to corner me like this. I should have waited until tomorrow to ask. Issei sighed. Before anyone could say another word, an orange-red summoning circle appeared in the room, flames erupting from it moments later, followed by 16 individuals. This group consisted entirely of devils, but only one was male. He wore a garish burgundy suit, in Issei's opinion. With medium-length blonde hair and blue eyes, he looked a bit scruffy. His coat was open, and his white undershirt was unbuttoned at the top. He wore a proud and cocky smile as he spoke. Oh, Rias darling, are you prepared for our rating game? Yes. Rias replied stoically. Oh, what's with the long face, darling? You're the one who wanted this after all, he said with a petulant smile. Rias glared at him. Even if you win, I'll never love or respect you. You don't have to love Riser, darling. You just have to belong to him. Once Riser has Surzeka's baby sister in his harem, he'll be the most respected young devil in all of hell. Then Riser Phoenix will have the greatest harem in the world, the devil bragged. Holy cow, this guy is arrogant. Issei thought as he watched Riser throw an arm around the seated Rias. Riser Phoenix turned to Rias Peerage with a disgustingly proud grin. Is this your peerage, Rias? How cute. You don't even have half of Riser's. Not that it would matter anyway. Because Riser is invincible. Wow. Is this guy really referring to himself in the third person? Issei asked bluntly, chuckling at the absurdity. The blonde devil looked at Issei cockily. And who might you be? You one of Rias' temporary fills? How amusing. She only found one? Haha. I wouldn't laugh at him, Riser. Issei is half-dragon and he's not a pushover, Sona spoke up calmly. The blonde man laughed and pointed at Issei. A half-dragon? Haha. Issei felt his temper rising but kept his cool as he replied, I don't see how that's funny. You think a half-dragon is a match for the mighty House of Phoenix. Even a full dragon wouldn't stand a chance against Riser. Look at this weakling. What a joke to even think some half-breed dragon could compete with Riser's ultimate harem peerage. Let alone Riser himself, the blonde man laughed. Issei simmered with anger, enduring Riser's laughter. He maintained his composure, but inside he was starting to boil. Nobody laughed at him like that and got away with it. This guy might be the biggest JRK I've ever seen. Gremory was not exaggerating, Issei thought angrily. A harem peerage? Is that why you're surrounded by weak little girls? Issei laughed at him. Riser glared at Issei. What was that, you trash? Do you have something bad to say about Riser's ultimate harem? You're just jealous of Riser's power and status. You'll never have the power, the women, or the fame that I do. Issei looked at him, amused. Wow, so you do know how to talk in the first person. And here I thought you were a bit slow. Although you must be out of your mind if you think I envy anything about someone like you. All I see are 16 devil girls in front of me. You're the joke here, pal. You dare to insult Riser-sama's manhood? One of Riser's knights protested angrily. Issei smirked. Yes, I dare. Also, you're delusional if you think this is the ultimate harem. Delusional? What did you just call me? Riser fumed. Would you prefer Riser-chan? Or maybe even Riser-tan? Issei asked with a grin. You have no idea who you're messing with, a blonde girl with drill curls piped up. We're phoenixes. Immortal birds of fire. Riser Oniisama will wipe the floor with someone like you. Issei looked at the blonde girl for a moment and shook his head, distracted. Are those actual drill curl twintails? I've never seen a girl with drill hair before. Did you just call Riser your brother? What kind of guy puts his sister in his harem? The blonde girl blushed as Issei laughed at her. He smirked at Riser's sister. Are you one of those overly attached little sisters? Shut up, you Ddraig, she shouted, her face flushed. Riser sneered, cutting into the conversation again. Riser has the ultimate harem, which includes his baby sister, Ravel. But Riser does not engage in romantic pursuits with her. I mean, I would understand if you did. You gotta keep the devil blood pure, right? Too bad. She's actually the cutest girl in your harem, Issei laughed. What? Ravel Phoenix protested, embarrassed. You think I'm the best-looking girl in Riser-sama's peerage? Ravel gawked. Gross. Let's take a quick look, shall we, Riser-chan? Another model with no bra. Nice figure, though, Issei noted as he walked over to Yubaluna. The purple-haired woman seemed confused by his remark but said nothing as Issei looked over the others. He smirked. Whoa, is that Chun-Li back there? Shulan, one of Riser's rooks, looked around uncertainly until it was obvious that Issei was talking about her. Who, me? The dark-haired girl asked, confused. She's got nice legs. Not as good as the real Chun-Li, though, but the rest of her makes up for it, Issei remarked as he looked next to her and spotted a masked girl. What are you trying to be? Phantom of the Opera meets punk? Issei asked Isabella as he looked her up and down. The rook got embarrassed by Issei's proximity and looked away. That's a cool hairdo though. I like the pants too, Issei remarked as he moved on. Finally, his eyes rested on two girls with cat ears. He stopped in his tracks and groaned in annoyance. Really, man? You just had to bring cat girls into my town. You've got to be kidding me. What's wrong with Nikomata? The red-haired one questioned, hostility in her tone. Miss me with the cat stuff, all right? Issei said, annoyed. Kaneko visibly frowned at Issei's comment about the Nikomata twins. This harem actually had potential. Too bad, Riser-chan, it'll never be the greatest now, Issei said, shaking his head at the bewildered high-class devil. Ravel voiced her opinion immediately. Who do you think you are judging us all like that? You're a creep. A creep? How am I a creep? Issei asked, amused. You're saying all this inappropriate stuff about us right in front of my brother. He'll kick your butt? Ravel shouted. Will he? What a siscon. I still can't believe you put your sister in your harem. And you think I'm gross? I mean, hey, I'm into the twin tails look too, but that's just too funny, Issei laughed again. Hayadu-san. You like twin tail hair on girls? Tsubasa spoke up, blushing. Who doesn't? I'm also a fan of blue hair, he replied. Tsubasa immediately covered her face in embarrassment as she turned around. Every other blue-haired girl in the room sent questioning glares toward Issei, including one of Riser's pawns. Sona and most of her peerage looked shocked by Issei's remark. Sudi shook his head, confused. I've never seen Hayadu laugh. He doesn't even take this seriously. I heard he was mean, I wasn't expecting him to be funny, an auburn-haired girl with short twin tails laughed. He's really getting in their heads though. This is pretty amusing, a white-haired girl with bangs remarked. I didn't take him for a guy that liked twin tails. Did you, Tomo? The white-haired girl asked the other. She shook her head. No, Momo, I didn't. I don't think you would like twin tails if you met my sister, Hayadu-sen, Sona thought to herself. Everyone watched in disbelief as Issei walked over and began to twirl his finger around one of Ravel's drill curls. He spoke up with fascination. Wow. How do you get it to curl like this? Don't touch my hair. Ravel protested, trying to pull away. He easily caught her wrist and stared at her for a moment. What's your name, Phoenix girl? Ravel? You're a fiery little lady, aren't you? Ravel didn't answer him as she froze under his gaze. She was obviously not used to this kind of attention, and her face flushed. Don't touch my sister, you half-breed. Riser shouted angrily. Or what, siscon? You gonna make me? If I wanted, I could just take her from you, Issei said, hoping to provoke Riser even more. Ravel's face went fully crimson as she felt her heart skip a beat. Why you a what? You're a barbarian. I'm not some prize you can just take away. In fact, while I'm at it, why don't I just take them all away from you? How would you like that? Then I'll turn you into a girl and make you wait on me in a maid outfit like the little brat that you are." Issei laughed darkly. Every devil in the room fell silent at Issei's bold statement, with only his laughter echoing in the room. "I'm going to take you down on the field," Riser said angrily. "If you say so," Issei replied, shaking his head. "Come on girls, let's go," Riser said angrily as he walked over to his peerage and teleported away. After they were gone, every devil left in the room stared at Issei in disbelief. After a short awkward silence, Rias finally spoke up, confused. "You're willing to fight for me?" "Not for you. I just don't like that guy." "When does this game start anyway?" Issei asked. "Right now, actually. If you're fighting for her, get in the teleportation circle, Haida-sen," Sona answered as Rias' peerage all got up and moved to a red circle. Issei walked over toward it casually. Rias' peerage all stared at him with curious anxiousness as they awaited transportation to the battlefield. Once teleported to the raiding game battleground, they turned to Rias, looking for orders. She glanced at Issei for a moment. "Before I say anything else, I just wanted to thank you for helping me, Hayadu-san. Whatever your reasons are. I'm grateful." "You weren't lying. That guy is really something. I'd sooner marry your brother," Issei remarked as he settled onto the couch. The raiding game battleground was a replica of Kuo Academy, and they found themselves in a lookalike of the Occult Research Club building. "Why did you say all those things to Riser? Were you trying to provoke him? He's already going to be tough enough to defeat," Kaneko questioned Issei. Issei shrugged and replied sarcastically, "Yeah, I'm sure he will be. The way you talked to him made it sound like you didn't take him seriously. Do you really think you're a match for a high-class devil? I hope you weren't just talking bravado," Kaneko said, concern evident in her voice. "I'm so scared," an effeminate-looking boy in a girl's uniform exclaimed. Issei didn't care enough to wonder about him or his unusual attire. "We need to pick off Riser's pieces slowly before we engage his queen." "Hayadu, where are you going?" Rias asked, her concern growing. "I'm kind of busy today. I'm just going to speed things along so Citri and I can handle that paperwork," Issei said casually as he began to leave. Aquino looked at Rias, confused. Is it okay for him to just go off on his own like that? We're lucky he's even here to help. Let him do what he wants. We'll work around him and pick off Riser's pieces. Kiba, go scout around the gym and try to catch anyone who overextends near the main building. Kaneko will go through the gym to draw them in. Aquino, wait until she gathers enough in there, then destroy the building once Kaneko signals she's fled. That should hopefully draw out Riser's queen. When that happens, come back to me, Kiba, in case Riser sends pieces directly for me. What about you, Rias? Aquino asked. Gasper and I will stay further back, Rias replied. Try to find Riser's queen as soon as you destroy the gym, Aquino. Also, take these so I can communicate with you in the field. Rias handed them small orb-like objects to place in their ears. You got it, Rias, Aquino replied as she stepped outside and spread her devil wings. Moments later, her body transformed into a Miko outfit. Meanwhile, Issei walked casually across the field. As Kaneko, Aquino, and Kiba moved outside to disperse, they each noticed him heading directly toward Riser's territory from their various vantage points. What's he doing? Kaneko exclaimed, shaking her head before entering the gym. Further back and in the air, Aquino spoke into her communication earpiece. Rias. Hayadu is just walking directly towards them. Rias' voice came over the magical comm. Just let him do his thing, Aquino. Stick to the plan. Up in the sky, Aquino spotted more than 2/3 of Riser's peerage moving in to block Issei. Okay, but they seem to be going for him instead. Should I wait or go back him up? Before Aquino could get a response from Rias, a torrent of explosive fire magic caught her off guard, nearly blasting her out of the air. She turned her head in shock to see Riser's queen, Yubaluna, flying toward her. Riser's queen is engaging me directly, Aquino reported to Rias. Try to take her out, Aquino, but fall back if things get too intense. We can't afford to lose anyone. Rias instructed. This is Kiba. We have 1 knight and 3 pawns coming my way. I might be able to hold them off, but I'll need help, Kiba communicated. Kaneko, go help Kiba, Rias ordered. What about Hayudu? Kaneko asked, concerned. He'll be okay. Yudo needs you more right now, Rias replied urgently. I'm on the way. Kaneko confirmed. As Issei walked, he glanced back and saw Akino fighting Yubaluna in the air. He didn't have much time to dwell on it as a loud thud caught his attention. Looking ahead, Issei saw several girls blocking his path. One who resembled Chun-Li shook her head at him in disbelief. Are you stupid or something? You think you can just walk right through us to get to Riser-sama? Yeah, I do, Issei replied nonchalantly as he continued walking. The angry Rook charged in, attempting to deliver powerful flaming kicks at Issei. He effortlessly blocked her attempts, much to her annoyance. You're not getting past us? Shuilan shouted angrily as she swung her leg for a kick. Issei caught her leg with little effort, leaving her in disbelief. A moment later, he touched her thigh, muscular, but soft. As she tried to put him in a hold, he laughed. Chun-Li, you mind getting your leg off my neck? Stop calling me that. My name is Shuilan, she shouted in annoyance, trying to tighten her hold. Her efforts were short-lived as Issei began to bob his head back and forth, causing friction. Don't do that, she protested. Do what? Issei chuckled, continuing his antics. No. Stop it, she shouted again, her face flushed. This went on for almost 20 seconds. You're disgusting, she exclaimed as her hold loosened. One way or another, you're getting off, Issei replied, causing Shuilan and the other members of Riser's peerage to gawk at him. You demon pervert! Shuilan shouted as she let go and jumped back to her allies, all wearing varied expressions after witnessing the encounter. Shuilan embarrassedly wiped her leg when she thought no one was looking. You're a sick perv, you know that? A short blue-haired girl said, shaking her head. Issei looked at her for a moment and grinned. Yeah, I'm pretty terrible. Two of Riser's pawns retired, Sona's voice announced. Issei looked over the number of girls in front of him. Both rooks, 1 knight, 5 pawns, and 2 bishops were all blocking his way forward. Quit staring at us, creep, the blue-haired girl piped up. You better watch out, Mira. He said he had a thing for blue hair, a girl with a sword chimed in. You don't have to tell me, Cirrus. Mira complained. If you're done being weird, then I'll be your opponent, the sword-wielding girl known as Cirrus announced. She drew a massive Zweihander and swung it at him with all her might. Issei easily sidestepped her attack and tripped her a moment later, causing her to tumble forward. She landed face first, her legs awkwardly in the air. Red today? Issei chuckled, causing the knight to jump to her feet in anger and attempt to attack him again. Once again, Issei sidestepped her swing and tripped her again. He didn't stop to look at her this time as he continued walking past the devil girls. Get him! Cirrus shouted in annoyance to the others who were just standing around watching. Let's see how strong you are, dragon! One of the green-haired pawns shouted as she and her twin charged at Issei with their chainsaws. Issei didn't bother dodging this time. He simply kicked one and punched the other, sending them both flying into the distance. Oh, Nell! Shuilan called out to the 2 green-haired girls who Issei had just taken out with 1 hit each. 2 of Riser's pawns retired, Sona's voice announced as if on broadcast. The Chinese devil girl immediately ran in to attack Issei, but he easily stopped her with a swift motion that sent her to the ground. Sorry, Chun-Li, but I need to wrap this up, Issei sighed. The Chinese devil girl leapt up and unleashed a series of punches and kicks at him, using every bit of martial prowess she had. Issei easily blocked and countered most of her attacks, finally catching her leg mid-kick. Let go of me, she said, embarrassed at having her leg held up awkwardly. Shuilan! One of the girls shouted. A moment later, the 3 remaining pawns all rushed Issei at once to help their teammate. Mira and Li stood no chance as Issei swung Shuilan into them like a baseball bat, causing all 3 to spiral in various directions. Issei used a lot of force behind the attack, which caused the 3 pawns to fall unconscious. He threw Shuilan afterward, but she managed to catch herself midair and land on her feet. 3 of Riser's pawns retired. Sona's voice announced again. Come on girls. This guy is laughing at us. Xuelin shouted to her fellow peerage members. Isabella, Cirrus, and the now recovering Xuelin all moved in to attack Issei from all sides. He easily stopped their attacks, throwing Xuelin through Cirrus and into one of the bishops in the back. Xuelin and Cirrus managed to recover, but Maihe, the bishop, didn't look like she was getting up anytime soon. One of Riser's bishops retired, Sona spoke. The rook and knight moved into Isabella's side, standing opposed to Issei with serious glares on their faces. Ravel Phoenix stood behind them and shook her head. You're a brute, you know that? Just because you have raw strength doesn't mean you're a match for Oniai-sama. Issei laughed at her. If your brother is so tough, then why is he hiding behind a bunch of girls? Tell that coward to come fight me himself. A degenerate brute like you doesn't have the right to challenge Riser-sama. Cirrus shouted as she swung her Zweihander to attack him again. In a similar way to catching Friedselsen's sword, Issei caught Cirrus. She looked shocked as he squeezed the blade, causing her entire sword to shatter. Cirrus took a step back, horrified. What the hell? How? That thing isn't a dragon slayer. Issei laughed at her shock. Cirrus didn't have much time to reflect on her failure as Issei punched her in the face a moment later, knocking her out cold. One of Riser's knights retired, Sona's voice announced. No. Cirrus. Xuelin said angrily as she and Isabella charged Issei again. Before they could even react, Issei grabbed both of them by the throat. He smashed their heads together before they could break free, sending both girls to the ground. 2 of Riser's rooks retired. Sona's voice came over the broadcast once again. With all of his enemies dealt with, Issei finally turned towards Ravel. Get back. Don't do anything. You'll regret it. Ravel shouted as she began to back away from Issei slowly. One of Riser's pawns and one of Riser's knights retired. One of Ria's knights retired. Sona's voice alerted them again. Issei ignored it as he walked closer to Ravel. Come on, devil girl. Let's see this immortal phoenix fire you're so proud of. A moment later, a loud explosion caught Issei's attention. From the sky, he saw Akino free-falling towards the ground. She got defeated. Issei thought indifferently. Despite his reservations, he decided to jump up and catch the falling devil before landing nearby. Akino looked worse for wear and injured. She blinked several times in disbelief when she realized Issei had caught her. You gonna make it, Angel? Issei asked her. She felt a strange flutter in her stomach at being held by Issei in this way and being referred to as Angel. Her heart began to race faster when she realized that Issei was staring at her. Akino spoke up, disbelieving. Why did you catch me? Good question, Issei countered. Before Akino could respond, a massive explosion engulfed both of them. The explosion did virtually no damage to Issei's body, but it did scuff up his uniform. Akino, on the other hand, was now out of the game. Rias's queen retired, Sona's voice announced. Issei growled in annoyance when he detected the source of the explosion. He looked up at Yubaluna angrily. Are you kidding me? I only own like 4 of these uniforms. You're lucky I'm not wearing my jacket right now. She landed in front of Ravel and Issei and spoke up for the first time. I'm amazed you're still standing after that. Did you actually defeat the rest of Riser-sama's peerage? Where is that coward? Enough of this hiding. Riser, come out and fight me, or I'm taking your sister and your queen. Issei shouted, hoping to draw Riser to him. Ravel shook her head, blushing madly. Stop saying things like that. I'm not some helpless maiden you can just claim. Prove it to me, Phoenix girl. Let's see what you've got, Issei challenged her. Ravel immediately backed away as Issei tore off his charred shirt. Yubaluna watched silently as the now shirtless dragon looked between the 2 females. Moments later, Rias, Gasper, and Kaneko rushed over to his side. Finally, Riser made his entrance, landing next to Yubaluna and Ravel with his flaming wings spread wide. Hayaru, did you really take out all of them? Kaneko asked in amazement. Riser has grown tired of watching you harass his harem that he will turn you to ashes. Riser shouted as he unleashed a torrent of flames towards Issei. Burn in the flames of the phoenix, he declared dramatically. The powerful attack engulfed the area in flames. Gasper tried to shield Rias, Kaneko, and himself, but his nerves held him back. Issei took the full force of the flames, much to their horror. The flames surrounded him for nearly a minute. Die, you annoying pest! Riser shouted as he continued to unleash flames. Oni-sama, I think you got him, Ravel said seriously, noting that Issei had been engulfed in flames for quite some time. The light from Riser's attack was blinding. A loud voice emerged from the flames a moment later. You call this fire? From Riser's flames, a glowing red silhouette began to emerge. The silhouette quickly revealed itself to be a winged, shirtless Issei. The delinquent slowly walked towards Riser, seemingly immune to the fire. Everyone gasped at the sight of his large red dragon wings and draconic features. The shirtless winged dragon appeared unfazed by the flames, his red aura consuming them as he advanced. Yubaluna looked genuinely disturbed. Are Riser-sama? Riser, do something. Ravel urged, now terrified. Calm yourself, Ravel. This beast may have brute strength, but he's no match for the regenerative powers of a phoenix, the delusional devil declared. Moments later, Riser flew in to engage Issei in close combat. His attack was short-lived as Issei swiftly countered, knocking Riser back and sending him crashing into a nearby building. The phoenix flew back but quickly regenerated his wounds and returned to the fray. Yubaluna, frightened, attempted to attack Issei as he approached, but to her horror, nothing seemed to affect him in his current state. Before she knew it, Issei had her by the throat, forcing her to her knees with his strength. Issei gripped her hair with his other hand, turning her to face the approaching Riser. Hey, devil girl, take a good look at Riser Phoenix. You'll never see him the same way again when I'm through with him. Yubaluna looked at Riser helplessly as Issei held her in place. Tell me, devil girl, what's your name? Issei asked. She hesitated until Issei tightened his grip. Yubaluna, she finally replied, fear evident in her voice. Are you afraid right now? Issei asked darkly. Why yes, she admitted honestly. Then you're smarter than you're mastered because anyone with half a brain knows not to provoke a dragon. Issei growled, causing her to flinch. Let go of my queen, you half-breed. Riser shouted, launching more fire at Issei. Issei laughed, seemingly unaffected. It seems you're still not afraid. I don't think you understand the situation yet, Riser. A moment later, Issei released Yubaluna and knocked her out with a swift blow to the back of her head. You're not going to want to see this, babe. Riser's queen has retired, Sona announced with concern in her voice. Issei's body began to radiate power as he inhaled deeply. Moments later, he unleashed dragon fire towards Riser and Ravel. Ravel fled from its path, while Riser stubbornly attempted to counter with his own flames. His orange flames were quickly consumed by Issei's darker red ones. The destruction was immense, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. The skies darkened, illuminated by an apocalyptic red light. He's going to destroy the entire game field if he keeps this up. Kaneko gasped. Rias, Kaneko, Gasper, and Ravel fell to their knees from the overwhelming energy and pressure. Riser somehow survived the attack but looked to be recovering slowly as Issei approached him. What's the matter, Riser? I thought you were invincible? Issei mocked, observing the injured phoenix. Riser attempted to blast Issei again but moved in for another attack instead. Issei caught him this time, grabbing his arm. Let's see how quickly you regenerate from this. Arg! Riser cried out in pain as Issei broke his arm in multiple places. He continued to inflict pain as Riser regenerated, creating a cycle of agony. Rias, Gasper, Kaneko, and Ravel looked horrified by the brutality. Give up or this will keep happening. Issei hissed, throwing Riser to the ground and stomping on him repeatedly. Riser's ribs broke and healed over and over as Issei continued his assault. Finally, Riser seemed to understand he was no match for Issei. I surrender. he announced in pain as Issei continued. Please. Stop. Ravel cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to her brother's side. I surrender. Riser repeated fearfully. Finally, Issei ceased his assault. About time. Rias Gremory has won the raiding game, Sona's voice announced with evident concern. Onye-sama, are you all right? Ravel asked. Riser didn't reply, sitting there trembling. Issei looked down at him, shaking his head. I hope you learned your lesson, devil. Never pick a fight with a dragon. As he said that, Issei reverted to his normal form. Moments later, Ravel and Riser were both teleported out of the battlefield. Rias' remaining group followed suit shortly afterward. After everyone had left, a blue light appeared beneath Issei, transporting him back to the student council room. He found himself alone, without Rias or the other members of her peerage. Confused, he looked around and saw only Sona and her peerage, all of whom were staring at him in disbelief. Where's Gremory? Issei asked, noticing Sona's disturbed expression. She went to check on her injured peerage. I summoned you back here, Sona explained. Issei sighed. All right, can you handle that paperwork for me then? Dude. You practically took down his entire peerage by yourself. 5 pawns, 2 rooks, 1 knight, 1 bishop, the queen, and the king too. That was insane. I knew you were powerful, but wow. Saji exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh, you all watched it? Issei asked, still confused. Of course, I'll probably watch it again later when it reruns. Saji replied enthusiastically. Issei's face paled. Wait, watch it again later? How? Raiding games are usually aired on television for devils. Every devil in hell probably saw this game, Tsubaki interjected. Issei's heart sank. Oh no. They all saw me use my powers. The only way this could have been worse is if I used my boosted gear too. Thank goodness I didn't do that. He was still shirtless, covered in ashes, soot, and remnants of Riser's attack. Tsubasa stared at him as if he were the most captivating sight she had ever seen. She walked over to him and bowed her head. You were amazing in that game. A bit intense near the end, but I kind of like that strength about you. Thanks. Issei replied, still confused. She looked up at him, blushing. Are you seeing anyone? Before he could respond, the door burst open, and in walked Seraphol. Everyone turned to her in shock. Issei, however, was the first to speak. Seraphol? Issei? Seraphol exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Before he could process what was happening, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Seraphol, what are you doing here? Issei gasped, taken aback by her sudden embrace. I came to ask my sister, Sona-chan, where I could find you. I didn't expect to see you here. Why have you been ignoring my messages? She pouted playfully. Sona-chan? Sister? Issei exclaimed, horrified as he glanced at Sona. What are you doing at my school dressed like that? Sona's face flushed with embarrassment. Issei blinked several times in disbelief, trying to comprehend the situation. Isn't Citri's sister a Satan? Leviathan, if I remember right. Seraphol is. Leviathan? This can't be real. How did I not notice? She's a magical girl, for crying out loud. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed, Sona-chan? Seraphol asked innocently. The atmosphere shifted as Issei spoke. You're a Satan? Seraphol's eyes widened as she looked at him. He seemed genuinely shocked, moving slightly away from her. The twin-tailed Maui took a moment to examine his dirty appearance and nodded. I am. You know about devils, Issei? What the heck is going on? How do you two know each other? Sona demanded, looking between the confused Issei and Seraphol. Friends, Seraphol said with a nervous laugh, emphasizing the word friends, which caused Sona's peerage members to exchange puzzled glances. How are you friends with him? Issei Haidu is a delinquent dragon who dislikes devils. Haiyun, you're friends with my sister? Issei glanced between Sona and Seraphol, noticing their striking resemblance. He stared at Sona in disbelief. How did I not figure this out? You've got to be kidding me. You're a dragon, Issei? Seraphol exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's so cool. I never even noticed. Wani-sama, you better have a good explanation for what's going on. Sona said, her tone serious and slightly emotional. Seraphol ignored Sona's urgency and turned to Issei, confused. If you know about devils, then you know about Sona-chan and Rias-chan, right? By the way, Issei, why are you shirtless and covered in soot? What happened to your uniform? He just fought Riser Phoenix in Rias raiding game and completely defeated his entire peerage. How do you know Hyudu, Seraphol? Why are you referring to him so casually? How are you two friends? Sona pressed. Issei is my boyfriend. Sort of, Seraphol admitted with a nervous laugh. What? Sona almost squeaked. Huh. No way, the members of her peerage exclaimed in various shocked responses. You said he beat Riser-kun's whole peerage in a raiding game? That's amazing. Are you really a dragon, Issei? I thought you were just human. Seraphol asked, her curiosity evident. Despite the unbelievable revelations, she seemed to be handling the situation better than Issei. You're really Leviathan? I had no idea, Issei said slowly, directing a glare at Seraphol. I'm really sorry I didn't tell you I was a devil, Issei. I thought you were human, and I really like you, so I didn't want to say anything and cause you trouble, Seraphol explained, raising her hands in a sincere gesture. Issei struggled to stay angry as he processed her almost comical apology. Her reasoning made sense. They had both assumed the other was human, wanting to avoid complications. He sighed, looking away. Whatever. Just one more disaster to stir up drama in my life. So, you're not mad at me? She asked hopefully. No. I should have expected something like this. Most things are too good to be true, he replied with a heavy sigh, his tone distant, indicating he didn't want to discuss it further. Seraphol's expression dimmed slightly, but she maintained her cheerful demeanor. I know it'll complicate things, but you could still be my boyfriend. Wani-sama, are you out of your mind? Not only are you trying to date someone from my school, but you're going for a guy like him. Mother and father keep telling you to get married, and you go off and pick up a boy from my school? Him of all people too. You two have nothing in common. How did you two end up together? Sona demanded, disbelief evident in her voice. We are not together. Issei quickly defended himself, glancing away, his cheeks slightly flushed. It's not as bad as it sounds, I promise. Iseei. It sort of just happened. You know that convention I bought tickets for? Since you didn't want to go, I went by myself and ran into Issei there. I gave him your ticket and we spent the day hanging out. We've been friends ever since. Issei even took me out to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie, Seraphol said, her voice softening. Convention? Momo asked, looking confused as she turned to Sona. Leviathan-sama invited you to a convention? What kind? It doesn't matter. Sona stammered, her embarrassment clear. It was that new anime convention. Issei and I had a great time there. Seraphol exclaimed, her pride shining through. Hyudu-san went to an anime convention? Tomo chuckled, clearly amused. Milky Spiral 7 movie? Isn't that the one with magical girls? Momo questioned, still puzzled. Issei felt awkward in the spotlight, thinking, well, there goes my reputation. Hyudu, did you like my sister? Sona asked, her face slightly flushed. Seraphol's gaze sharpened on Issei as he shifted between the two of them. He looked away, a faint blush on his cheeks. She's not exactly my type, but I like her more than most devils. She's not my girlfriend, though. Seraphol frowned at his words, looking away. Sorry to cause you so much trouble, Issei. Nothing personal, Seraphol. You're not half bad for a devil, and neither is your sister. That said, I'm not about to get involved in your royal politics, Issei replied, waving his hand dismissively. That makes sense, Seraphol said slowly, contemplating Issei's perspective. She didn't fully grasp his aversion to devils, but she understood why he wouldn't want to deal with her family and the politics that came with it. Issei shook his head, eager to change the subject after the awkward silence. Citri, can you handle that paperwork for me? I'll be submitting the applications tomorrow for Irina Shidu and Zenobia Korda. Get them enrolled here. And keep your devil business away from them. Understand? Why? Of course, Hayadu. Also, I'm sure she'll thank you later, but thank you for helping Rias against Riser, Sona replied. Later, Issei said, brushing off her comment as he began to leave. Before he could exit, Serafal grabbed his arm, stopping him. Wait. Issei. He turned to her, his expression neutral. What? I'll see you around, okay? She asked, hope in her eyes. Yeah, he replied distantly as he walked out of the room. Serafal frowned at his distant demeanor, realizing it would take time for him to adjust to the situation. In all her imaginings, she never expected things to unfold like this. Still, she felt a sense of relief that he knew the truth. She would just have to find a way to show him she wasn't the trouble he thought she was. After Issei left, Sona shook her head. Wani-sama. He's the reason Tayamet-sama is attending Kuo Academy right now. She and her friend are pursuing him for some reason. Issei Hayadu is quite an unusual individual. After seeing his power in the raiding game, I think I understand why. They want to recruit him for something. He defeated Riser-kuen's entire peerage? How did he manage that? That's impressive for someone so unknown, Serafal wondered. He overwhelmed them effortlessly, Leviathan, Se chimed in. That guy is a monster. We saw him use his full power against Riser. I'm surprised you didn't try to recruit a boy like him into your peerage, Sona-chan. He's powerful and even cute, Serafal teased. Sona looked away, embarrassed. I did try. But he wanted nothing to do with me or Rias. That's why it's surprising he's friends with you. Well, it seems he doesn't want much to do with me either, Serafal said dramatically. Why does he dislike devils so much? And if he does, why did he fight for Rias-chan in her raiding game? Take a seat, Wani-sama, and I'll explain. Sona finally calmed down. You should really show her the footage of the raiding game too. I'm sure it's already on reruns on Underworld TV, Momo added. Tsubasa stood in stunned silence, her intense gaze fixed on Serafal. Hayadu-kun likes Leviathan-sama? I don't stand a chance against a beautiful celebrity like her. Hayden definitely wasn't lying when he said he liked twin tails, Tomo thought, examining Serafal's cute appearance as she absent-mindedly touched her own hair while Sona began to talk to Serafal about Issei. Issei, downtown Kuoh. Issei sped through the town on his motorcycle, his thoughts racing as fast as his bike. He had long since passed his house, his mind consumed by the reality of his current predicament. Issei was rarely surprised these days, but he was frustrated with himself for not recognizing the signs sooner. How did I not see the resemblance? Everything she said makes sense now. When she talked about her family, she meant the Citri clan. I guess that makes her sister the heir if Serafal is a Maui. Seriously, how is a girl? Woman. Like her as Satan? It's got to be some kind of cosmic joke. If God were still around, I'd think he was playing a prank on me. Issei fumed internally. He wasn't angry at Serafal, but rather at his own failure to identify her as a devil. If a Maui could hide their identity and scent from him like that, what else could? Was anyone truly trustworthy anymore? This left him feeling vulnerable, a position he despised. He always needed to have the upper hand. Pushing thoughts of Serafal aside, Issei was more frustrated about being forced to fight in that raiding game for Rias. What was worse was that he had revealed a glimpse of his power for all of hell to see on TV. Even though he was smart enough not to use his boosted gear, the devils would now see him as a potential threat. That all but guaranteed more encounters with their kind. How did they even record us? Minute. I've been less aware lately. All these new developments have me too distracted. Issei sighed as he pulled into a dimly lit parking lot to take a moment. His phone vibrated, prompting him to check it. He reached down, half expecting a message from Serafal, but was surprised to see it was from the owner of the motorcycle shop where he occasionally worked. The message read, Hayden, could you come in for a bit? I have some people asking for you. Issei sighed and replied, I thought I mentioned I wouldn't be available during the school year. I said I'd come by during breaks. They better be offering good money if they want me to work on a custom build in my spare time. The shop owner quickly responded, "They look like Yakuza. I'm guessing they want another custom job. Hurry over if you know what's good for you. One of them looks like a big shot." "All right, I'll be there shortly," Issei replied. He let out a heavy sigh as he revved up his bike and headed for the motorcycle shop. He usually earned good money working there, but dealing with Yakuza was not how he wanted to spend his time. Still, it would distract him from the situation with Serafall. After several minutes, he arrived at the motorcycle shop. Several black vehicles and a limousine were parked outside, with men in suits and sunglasses standing guard around them. They all straightened up as Issei glided up to the shop next to the limo. His school uniform was still singed, which caught the attention of some of the men present. He was also shirtless under his open leather jacket. As he got off his bike, the shop owner rushed out to meet him. "Hi, Delinquent. Thank you for coming on such short notice. What happened to your clothes?" "Don't worry about it," Issei said dismissively, causing the owner to frown with curiosity. A moment later, an older man in a finely tailored suit approached from inside the shop, flanked by bodyguards. He held a briefcase, which added to the air of professionalism and danger surrounding them. The older man and his bodyguards looked somewhat taken aback by Issei's ragged appearance, sending him stern looks. "Are you Hayato-san? The young man who builds the bikes for the Daisaku family?" the older man inquired. Issei nodded. "That's me. What can I do for you?" "I don't usually deal with young delinquents like you in person, but given your usefulness to the Daisaku family, the Ryujin clan would like to extend an offer to you," the older man said, handing the briefcase to one of his bodyguards. The bodyguard opened the briefcase to reveal stacks of money before closing it again. 50 million yen. It's yours if you'll do a little job for us, the older man stated seriously. "It must be something significant if you're offering that kind of money. I just work on motorcycles. The most I've been paid was 10 million for custom jobs for the Daisaku family." "What kind of work do you want done?" Issei asked. "The Daisaku family are some of the best street racers in Japan. They paid well for your custom motorcycle jobs. Unfortunately, several of their top racers, including Ken Daisaku, were recently injured and can't race. Your motorcycles are the fastest we've seen, but few can handle them." "So, you want me to make modifications for someone else?" Issei asked. "There's a big race in Kyoto tonight with over 1 billion yen on the line, and the Ryujin clan needs another racer who can ensure our success." "So, you came to me?" Issei said, intrigued. The man gave him a sharp look. "Yes, your reputation is well known among our organization. Families around here say you're the fastest street racer in Japan. They call you the Red Dragon of Kuo and say you've never lost a race and know no fear. If that's true, we would like to sponsor you as our racer tonight. You said 1 billion yen is at stake? If that's the case, I want more than 50 million, Issei replied firmly. Consider that a down payment. Our honor is at stake, so we would gladly offer you a 25% cut of the winnings, the older man explained. Only 25%? Issei asked. That's quite generous for us. Daisaku mentioned you would only do it for a substantial cut. The money comes from betting and sponsorships, and most of the winnings fund the Ryujin family, the older man replied. That's a lot more than I usually make. How about 35% and I'll do it? Issei countered. One of the bodyguards tensed, visibly displeased. Don't push your luck, kid. The older man raised his hand to silence him. You're bold, that's the kind of attitude we want in a racer. I'll offer 30%. Keep in mind that's easily over 300 million yen. Alright, that's good enough, I suppose. You say the race is in Kyoto? How did your guys get hurt, by the way? Did they take a turn too hard? Issei asked casually, his nonchalant demeanor raising concern among some of the men present. Our best racers were recently injured by a rival organization's star racer. These rivals have been disrupting our underground business in Kyoto and may move into Kuo if we don't stop them. We considered going to war, but the rival clan head suggested a final race to settle the matter honorably between their best racer and ours. We accepted their offer when the Daisaku family recommended sponsoring you, the older man explained. Issei perked up, interested. Well, You're definitely asking the right guy if you want to win a race. Just tell me where to be and when. There's something you should know about your opponent. They call him Mr. Black. He's almost as infamous as you are, the older man warned. Mr. Black? Issei said, intrigued. Black? Issei said, confused. We don't know much about him other than he's a foreigner and a skilled mercenary. Besting him would bring great honor to the Ryujin family. He is undefeated, the man stated coldly. I don't care who he is. He won't stand a chance against me, Issei said proudly. The race is in Kyoto at midnight. Be at the top floor of the Tiger Casino parking garage before then, and one of our representatives will guide you from there, the man said with a slight grin. Sir, are we really going to stake our honor and money on this kid? One of the man's bodyguards asked. Ken Daisaku is not one to exaggerate someone's abilities. If he believes this young man is the best racer in Japan, then I will take his word for it. If he fails, it could cost him dearly, the older Yakuza man replied. I'll win, Issei said confidently as he stepped closer, his determination evident in his eyes. The older man gestured for his bodyguard to hand Issei the briefcase. He spoke sternly, there's your down payment. You better be there. I'll be watching you, Issei Hayadu. Shortly afterward, the men in suits all got into their black vehicles and left. Issei sat on his bike, checking the time on his phone. 18. It's already 6:15. I should probably leave now. I wouldn't mind hanging out around Kyoto for a few hours anyway. It'd do me some good to get out of Kuo for a bit. Plus now I have some spending money. I should probably drop this off at home before I go. The girls will need some money for school supplies. The shop owner looked at Issei with concern. Are you really going to that race in Kyoto? Yeah. Here, take some of this money and upgrade the shop. I'm going to drop off the rest and head there, Issei said as he handed over several stacks of money. Afterward, he tossed the briefcase onto the back of his motorcycle and secured it. Hayadu-kun. I can't accept this money, the owner protested. Of course you can. Besides, we'll need more equipment and garage space once I win tonight. It's going to bring in more business, Issei said coolly. You're that confident you can win? What about this Mr. Black? The owner wondered. You let me worry about that, Hamuro, Issei replied before taking off. He didn't take long to swing by his house and head inside to drop off his money. Zenobia and Irina looked a bit worried about his late arrival, especially noticing his burnt school uniform and lack of a shirt. He briefly explained the situation with the raiding game and why he had to participate to get them enrolled in Kuo, making sure not to omit the part about Serafall. After explaining, he told them he had to go to Kyoto. Irina frowned at him. So you have to go to Kyoto tonight for a job? Does it involve those devils? Is this some other condition? No, it's just something for my motorcycle shop. Nothing to worry about, Issei said. Casually. Well, that explains where that money came from, Zenobia noted as she looked at the stacks of yen Issei had placed on the table. That's for you too. Go out and buy some groceries and clothes, Issei suggested as he walked into his room to change. After quickly changing, he returned to the living room. I'll be back before morning. You two stay out of trouble. Wait, can we come with you? Irina asked. You two start school soon, so go buy school supplies and fill the fridge with food, Issei ordered as he approached the door. I'm not sure I feel safe with you leaving town. What if someone comes after us? Irina protested. They won't. After that raiding game, I doubt they'll try making any moves against me or you two, Issei replied. Drive safe, Issei. See you tomorrow, Zenobia waved as Issei hurriedly closed the door. Kyoto 2 hours later. After a long and somewhat relaxing ride, Issei finally arrived in the heart of Kyoto. It felt good to get out of Kuo, even for a little while. At least in Kyoto, he didn't have to worry about running into devils and angels at every turn. Well, I've got a little time to burn. I wonder what I should do. Issei thought as he calmly drove through the city. He had already located the Tiger Casino, so he would know where to go when the time came. It was currently 8:30 p.m., which meant he had some time to spare. I guess it wouldn't hurt to grab some dinner while I'm out here, Issei thought as he looked around for places to eat. Finally, he spotted a nice-looking hole-in-the-wall restaurant. It seemed inconspicuous enough for him to pull in and enjoy dinner without drawing too much attention. As he parked in front, he noticed something unusual. A little blonde girl was sitting outside, quietly crying on a bench. She looked like a middle schooler, wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Issei's loud motorcycle caught her attention, and he saw her tear-stained eyes focus on him. The girl had an unusual golden hue in her eyes that almost matched her golden hair. As he got off his bike, the young girl visibly tensed at the sight of him. Why is a little girl out here by herself? And what's with the shrine maiden outfit? Issei thought, noticing the people passing by giving him blank stares while mostly ignoring her. It was strange to him that there was no adult around with the girl, piquing his curiosity. He felt crowded on the busy city streets as people hurried by in both directions. He walked through the throng on the sidewalk, making his way to the restaurant entrance. He could feel the blonde girl's gaze on him, more intense as he approached. I'm surprised none of these random people have tried to talk to her yet. I mean, a girl in a shrine maiden outfit is just crying out here. How strange, Issei thought to himself as he walked through the bustling street traffic. Several people attempted to shoulder past him during his slow approach, only to stumble back from the unexpected force of colliding with him. Issei didn't bother to apologize or acknowledge the random individuals he inadvertently knocked over as he finally reached the entrance. The girl visibly flinched as he turned to look at her before entering. It's none of my business that she's not my problem. Wait, that she smells unusual. Is she even human? Ddraig, he heard the girl mutter to herself. His eyes widened slightly as he turned to face her fully. Issei walked over to the girl with a serious expression. What did you just say? She cowered under his gaze. And nothing. You called me a dragon. Issei stated firmly. The girl seemed a bit worried that he had hurt her, but simply nodded. Yes. How would you know that? Issei asked, confused. Even devils and angels couldn't figure it out upon an initial encounter. Besides, his scent and power were always masked. If she knew he was a dragon, then this girl was definitely not human. Your energy isn't natural for a human, and you don't smell like anything. My spirit vision also shows a chaotic elemental combination of all spiritual powers within your body. Only dragons have such chaotic spiritual energy, she explained, sounding surprisingly wise for someone her age. Issei was taken aback that a middle schooler could speak so intelligently. Why are you crying out here by yourself? Issei asked, curiosity piqued. The girl immediately started crying again, her sobs becoming more audible. Issei noticed the passing people giving him odd looks, likely assuming it was his fault or that he was some creep. Hoping to avoid a scene or any awkward accusations, Issei placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Hey, are you hungry? I was about to get some dinner. Come with me. The fact that this girl knew he was a dragon concerned him. He wanted to find out what she was and why she was there. Her scent was unusual, and he detected traces of demonic energy. The girl perked up in disbelief at his offer. She looked away with concern before meeting his gaze, clearly afraid of him. Issei sighed. Well, I'm going to eat. If you want to tell me what happened, I'll be inside. If not, see you later. A moment later, he walked into the restaurant, and the girl quickly followed him. As he sat down at a corner table, Issei noticed her walk past the curious staff and sit down across from him. She seemed a bit nervous, which was understandable. He was not the friendliest-looking guy and had drawn the negative attention of many in the restaurant. They were already gossiping about how strange it was that the Miko girl was sitting with someone like him. Issei ignored them as he examined the girl curiously. So, what are you? Not many people can figure out that I'm a dragon. I'm a yukai. Specifically a kitsune, she answered softly. Oh no, not another furry animal girl. Issei thought in comical despair. A kitsune? Issei repeated slowly after his inner ramblings. You know, not like a nine-tailed fox? Surely you've heard of them. You're from Japan, right? She asked uncertainly. Darn it, how does this drama always find me? Of all the places I had to stop, I picked the one with a furry fox girl outside of it. Red is probably laughing at me right now. Issei fumed internally. A moment later, a server approached and offered them menus. He seemed a bit concerned about the unusual pairing before him but was professional enough not to comment. I'll have the kairashi don, Issei said, choosing his meal immediately. The girl, unsure of what to do, chose the same meal before the server left them. After he was gone, Issei focused a serious look on the girl. So why were you crying out there? Issei asked. And my mother and some others were taken away by strange men. I haven't seen her in hours, and there's nobody who can help me, she said, her sobs quiet enough not to draw attention. Issei sighed. Do you know who the men that took her are? The girl shook her head. No, but they were all human except for one. He was a dragon too. One of the men had a sword. Issei's eyes widened. Another dragon? What did he look like? Really scary that he was tall with black and blonde hair. His eyes were different colors and he was super strong. He easily overpowered my mother when those men showed up to capture her. Issei looked at her with concern. Did you hear any names, or do you have any idea who those humans were? And no, I managed to sneak away. But I don't have anywhere to go. They took Mama. Tears streamed down her face. I can't just abandon this kid now, Issei thought as he watched her cry. I'll go find her for you. Just stop crying, please, Issei said uncomfortably, feeling the eyes of nearby tables on him. Why you will, she squeaked, hope shining in her eyes. Issei nodded. Yeah, I'll go find her after we eat. Do you know what they wanted with your mother? She shook her head. No, but Mama is the yokai leader in Kyoto. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Great that now I'm involved in political kidnapping? Ddraig, why does this always happen? Issei emmed inwardly. That dragon she described sounds familiar. Ask her about his different colored eyes, Issei. Ddraig replied seriously. So, tell me about this dragon you saw. What colors were his eyes? Issei asked the kitsune girl. His right eye was gold and his left one was dark black, she responded after calming her sobs. Krumkruch. Ddraig's voice echoed in Issei's mind. Boo! I don't remember you ever mentioning him, Issei asked. He's a dangerous black dragon. If that's actually him she's talking about, then this night is about to get a whole lot worse, Ddraig replied urgently. Why is that? Issei wondered. Krumkruch was about as strong as Albion and me the last time I saw him. You're in for serious trouble if he finds out about you, Ddraig explained. What do you think he wants with a yokai leader? How can you even be sure it's him? Issei thought, concerned. I couldn't say it, but this is a high priority. I wouldn't ignore the possibility of him being involved, Ddraig responded. A moment later, the server brought out their food. Issei immediately handed the waiter some money, which was more than the meal cost. Here's for the check, we have to leave soon. The waiter was surprised by the gesture but bowed before leaving them alone. Issei focused on the fox girl seriously. Go ahead and eat quickly, we're going to find your mother, kid. My name is Kunu, by the way, she introduced herself. I'm Issei Hayaru, he replied casually. Can I call you Issei-kun? She asked hopefully. He shrugged. Sure that everyone else does. Thanks a lot for the food, Issei-kun. You're the first person who's tried to help me, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. Yeah, no problem. Hurry up and eat, Issei replied as he watched the young yokai quickly devour her meal. He wasted no time doing the same. After they finished eating, Issei stood up. Let's go, Kunu. Issei, she said, sounding a bit more cheerful. As they walked outside, Issei approached his motorcycle and looked at the girl. Get on, kid. Oh, on that? She said nervously, eyeing Issei's intimidating motorcycle. Come on, I don't have all night. I have to be somewhere in a few hours, so let's go find your mother, Issei said seriously. Without hesitation, Kunu climbed onto the back, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her face into his back as Issei took off at high speed. She yelped in surprise as he sped through the city. Issei focused on his senses, trying to locate a scent similar to the girl behind him. It didn't take long for him to lock onto a familiar smell, which he assumed belonged to a kitsune. He followed it with determination for almost an hour, eventually leaving the city and entering a forest. Kunu often questioned where they were going, but he simply told her he was tracking a yokai scent. Eventually, They arrived at an isolated shrine. Kuoh clutched him tightly, her voice filled with uncertainty. Do you really think Mama is out here, Issei-kun? I smell a scent similar to yours coming from that shrine. Do you recognize this place? It looks abandoned but seems to be maintained for some reason, Issei asked her. Kuoh looked at it with concern. It's the Shrine of Heroes. I've only been here once. It usually has seals and barriers protecting it. Why is a shrine out here in the middle of nowhere? Issei wondered as he parked his bike and got off. Kuoh fearfully clung to him as he approached the staircase. He walked up the steps calmly until something caught his attention. A strong dark mist seemed to emerge from nowhere. It didn't affect him, but Kuoh was clearly starting to struggle against it. This mist isn't natural, he thought as Kuoh suddenly collapsed on the stairs. He caught her before she fell and threw her over his shoulder as he continued. Might you're immune to my poison mist? That's impressive, an amused and playful voice echoed. I only smell one yukai here. Somehow, I doubt it's her mother. Maybe this woman knows something, Issei thought as he continued up the stairs and into the courtyard area. What brings you here, mysterious stranger? The voice in the mist asked with playful enthusiasm. Issei, feeling impatient, looked around. I'm looking for this kid's mother. I tracked a yukai sent to this shrine. Are you familiar with Kuoh and her mother? Kunoheim, the voice responded. Moments later, the mist began to clear, revealing a dark-haired, strikingly beautiful woman with cat ears and yellow eyes. Issei realized she was the source of the yukai scent and the only presence around the shrine. He could also detect a devilish scent coming from her, piquing his curiosity. Issei looked around, somewhat confused. Are you the only yukai here? The Nikomata regarded him with amusement. I am indeed the only one here. So that you're looking for Yasaka-sama? Yeah, I guess that's her name. Apparently, this kid is her daughter. Do you have any insight into her mother being kidnapped? Issei asked, intrigued. You thought I was Yasaka-sama and came all the way out here? I'm surprised you were able to smell me. I usually keep this place well hidden. The fact that you found it and that you're immune to my mist tells me a lot. You're most likely a dragon. Am I right? The beautiful woman asked with a playful smile. Look, I don't have all night that I need to find this kid's mom before midnight. I have a race to go to and some money to make. Do you know anything? Issei sighed heavily. How did Kunoheim end up in the company of a dragon? Would you care to elaborate? The Nikomata chuckled. Issei immediately turned around and began to walk away. Forget this, you're wasting my time.